Swordmeister of Rome. Chapter 51, Explosive Fire. Don't drag me into your quarrels, or else you will feel my wrath. Great Swordmeister Xian von Roman during dinner time. Crass Hanna was talking with General Grandel. Are we left with no other choice? Yes. Sir Caligul is a foreign Grand Bander. He will not fight for us until the end. He has already declared that he and are retreating per the king's order. They are going back by using the Roa nearby. Krashna's face dimmed. If they did not have Caligul, they had no chance at winning this war. Crass Hanna also saw the number of Kelrufans on the plains. She wanted to find the man who helped Ryan, but that seemed unlikely and there was no guarantee that he would help them either. If they abandoned this place, there was no other place to block Sharon's advances. Next was the capital. Contian had to be their last stand. Understood. I will make preparations, though I never thought we would need to use it. Crass Hanna. Yes. Thank you for everything. Thank you. If this is our fate, then so be it. Crass Hanna sighed and walked out quickly. There was no time to waste. We have confirmed the reporting of leaving the battlefield. Was Caligul there? Yes, he was the leader of the group. So it was as the prince predicted. Nazgul smiled as he spoke. The Kelrufans were sent as reinforcements, but he didn't send them straight into the battlefield. A Kelrufan was not a replenishable war resource. It had to be used carefully and it was better to not use it at all. There was no need to waste Kelrufans by fighting against a Grand Bander. That was why he used them to drive out the foreign Grand Bander, and as the prince predicted, Tian's Grand Bander left the sinking ship. Anything else to report? It might be weird, but they were escorting all the civilians out from the castle. Really? Are they all running away? Including the soldiers. If they were running away, they needed to be tracked down. There was a nuisance that needed to be taken care of. It was best to kill them on the battlefield. No, Commander. Only civilians. All the soldiers are still at the castle. So the Crass Hanna girl is willing to make a last stand. She's got some guts. And the other soldiers knew they couldn't run. If they did, they would be chased down. I will respect their decision. Let's not waste more time. Attack when the preparations are done. We will dine at Contian today. Yes, Commander. I will send the message to General Cordon right now. Caligul, along with all the civilians of Contian, moved to Cruton City where the Roa was located. Most of the civilians had already fled the Contian region, but there were still a lot who stayed behind. General Grandel asked Caligul to take those civilians with him and Caligul agreed. Ryan kept glancing back at the castle as they walked away from it. They were acting under the king's orders, but Ryan felt uncomfortable about abandoning their allies and leaving them to die. Sharon started attacking Contian not a day after they left the castle. The sound of Kularen cannons came from far away, but it would not last long. Even at this moment, the Kelrufans and Canuans were fiercely attacking the inner castle. Sir Ryan. Yes, Sir Caligul. You should let it go. It is fortunate that we were allowed to leave. But we will all die if we fight against such an army. Think about our people and all the civilians here. Ryan could not answer. Crass Hanna had one request. It was to help safely move the civilians to where the Roa was located. She knew they could not do it as they would be tracked down. Ryan could not forget her face when she made the depressing request. If Xian put up a fight, it would have solved everything, but he couldn't ask Xian to do such a thing. Xian did not want to kill people. Even in the war, he only destroyed the machines. He also hated taking sides. Knowing all this, Ryan couldn't ask Xian to side with Khan Kingdom. After organizing his thoughts and making up his mind, Ryan turned to the castle one last time. The ground was shaking. The castle was trembling violently from within. They were miles away, but they still felt the quake. Then a terrifying energy began radiating from within the castle. Kantian had been a strategic location from the beginning of the Seven Kingdoms. If Kantian was breached, there was no way to defend the capital. That was why it worked as the last defensive point to protect the capital of Khan Kingdom, Corindel. About 100 years ago, Great Magic Priest Arantina, the president of Khan's Royal Magic Council, asked one question while talking with the great General Murika. What if they had no army to defend against such a powerful army? Do we need to lose? General Murika began to ponder on the question with Arantina and gave an answer. Arantina began preparing, and after a year, they were able to create something that wielded a powerful magic rune for top-grade magic. It contained destructive power and was called. This was kept top secret among the region's general and a few of the top-ranking generals. It was the ultimate weapon that needed to be kept a secret. It was then stored under the Kantian castle for 100 years. I never imagined to use this in my generation. Haha. Grendel spoke as he heard the explosives and screams coming from outside. The preparation was finished. There were no civilians left within the castle and all the generals including Krashanna from the agreed to the plan. They were now drawing their enemy further into the castle so they wouldn't run away. Young soldiers were sent along with the civilians, disguised as protecting civilians so that they would not die. This is what must be done. Their armies could barely fight against 10 Kelrufans. They were not just 70 master warriors. These machines became stronger as their numbers grew. Even now, the Kelrufans were creating formations and killing Kantian warriors. They were not to be sent to the capital. They needed to be stopped. If Asheran lost the Kelrufans, they would not be able to advance any further and it would buy some time to allow Khan Kingdom to recover. The Kelrufans and enemy generals were now deep inside the castle. They would not be able to run away from this point. Even if they wanted to, Krashanna would slow them down. Lady Krashanna, we will meet in the afterlife. He then moved into the inner office where a small magic rune, connected to the, was located and transferred Bandar into it, proving that he was the commander of the Kantian region. At once, along with a huge tremor, the S magic rune was initiated. This top-grade magic had 2 cons and 1 pro. First, its exer flow was too wild and abrupt. Everyone, including the enemy, would know the moment it was activated. Second, it took a long time for the actual magic to happen after its activation. It took 1 minute and required 3 minutes if a magic priest was absent, or if the rune was activated only by a Talic stone. These 2 problems allowed enemies to run out of its range, which would render it useless. Great Magic Priest Arantina knew it had these problems. Yet she still installed it at Kantian because of the 1 pro it had. When activated, and provided that the enemy was drawn deep within so they didn't have time to run away, it would wreak havoc. That destruction, 100 years after Arantina's plan, was now unleashed. Chapter 52, Explosive Fire. You find me dull? It's better that I'm dull than active in your case. About 200 times better that is. Excerpt from Black Moon Caracal, R.A. Bandar from 150 years ago. Xian was relieved to be out of war, but it didn't feel good. It was good that he didn't have to fight, but he could not stop thinking about those who were left behind. Yet he couldn't interfere out of remorse. He was too powerful to interfere lightly. If he interfered in the world just because of his emotions, he would destroy thousands of lives. Therefore, Xian avoided trouble and made his world smaller. If Asheran Kingdom did not cause any problems against Xian and his family, there was no need to fight. That was when Xian felt the tremor coming from the Kantian region. So they used it. It was hidden, but Xian felt a terrible exer that was sleeping under the castle. The reason why he wanted to leave the battlefield was because if that was used, Xian had no way to save anyone else other than his brother and Celine. Right after it was activated, the magic covered the entire castle and the region with one small black sphere. The sphere that stretched across a 5-mile radius captured everything, the Kelrufans, the Kenyuans, the soldiers, the castle, and shrank all of it into the size of a human head. Nothing was left. Even the part of the mountain that it contained was gone. It was as if something had bitten off a part of the mountain. The sphere then fell down to the ground and the air was sucked into the space. Then it exploded with a loud sound and sent out a dust cloud all the way to where was walking Xian, who was looking at all this, narrowed his eyes as if he had found something in the dust cloud. Ha ha! Xian laughed hollowly. Celine, who was watching unbelievable sight unfold, frowned as the dust cloud filled the entire area. Then a loud thundering sound erupted as the small sphere dropped down to the ground. After looking through the dust cloud, she noticed a human-like shape appearing in the Kantian, or what used to be Kantian. Hey! The dragona next to her gasped as he too noticed something. Are Krashana and the other soldiers alive? The dragona, who felt sad for those that were left behind, brightened up. Surely they had a way of surviving such a powerful attack. However, they were left to despair. What appeared through the dust cloud were the Kelrufans. Damn it! Krashana! Grendel, bastards! I almost got killed back there. Nazgul mumbled as he walked out of a dust cloud. He would have died if it wasn't for General Cordon. The contracted everything within a 5-mile radius into a small sphere. It would be weird if anyone survived through that. Even a Grand Bander could not survive the attack. When he felt the enormous exer flowing from below, he gathered the Kelrufans and the other Bander users around General Cordon. It was too late to run away and they needed to rely on General Cordon. He had the top-grade artifact. Named after legendary demon, who was known to have played with dimensions, the artifact allowed the user to move 66 people to another destination within 15 miles once per day. Most of the soldiers died, but he was able to save his generals and 60 Kelrufans. Then Nazgul turned to who was walking far away in the distance. He remembered Prince Rakan's another order. It might be hard, but if you can quickly conquer Kantian and have time to chase Dragona, chase them and kill the Grand Bander named Kalagol. It's rare for a Grand Bander to act outside his country. If a Grand Bander fought within the Kantian region along with it would have been hard. Yet, at the current moment, the Grand Bander was an easy target. That was why he was not bothered about the Dragona warriors leaving, since he would be able to ambush the group. The civilians would slow them down and there was certainly enough time for Cordon and his Kelrufans to chase them afterwards. Besides, the reason for General Cordon's presence was to chase after Dragona by using the artifact if they got too far away. So General Cordon, you have not forgotten. I almost died there. Let's finish them and go get some rest. Cordon voiced his thoughts, to which Nazgul agreed. They had 60 Kelrufans. It was going to be easy. Nazgul then ordered the Kelrufans to attack at once. Ha! Xian stayed put because he didn't want to side with anyone. To him, Khan and Sharon were the same. Even if it was his own country, he wasn't interested. It was only because Ryan was siding with Khan that Xian helped Ryan steer clear of danger. Xian didn't want to help one side. That was why he let go of the fact that they tried to kill Ryan. They attacked only because Dragona was protecting the castle. But it seemed foolish to not fight when the Sharon was still chasing after them. Even when they showed that they wanted to stay out of the war, Sharon still attacked them. If Xian wasn't here, everyone here would have been killed. Kalagol, Ryan, and even the civilians. Xian gritted his teeth. He pulled out his sword that he had never drawn once until today. The toys weren't at fault. He decided to put down the toys fast and beat up those culprits who stayed behind. Idiots! Why were they attacking when they were trying to retreat? Kalagol was surprised by the attack, but he quickly ordered for everyone to get into formation. Ryan and Celine reorganized everyone, but it was hopeless. 60 Kelrufans was simply too much. 10 or 14 was the maximum for Kalagol. Kalagol began wielding Bander and Exer together. Then he noticed that the Kelrufans who were running at them began swirling. What? He looked more closely and all of Kelrufens were swirling. It was weird. Upon a swirling Kelrufen, another Kelrufen was forced to overlap with it. Then the right one overlapped that. Then the left. A moment later, all 60 Kelrufens were stacked on top of each other in one spot. If Krashanna was alive, she would have gasped in shock. It was what was used to destroy the 4 Kelrufens at once. The only difference was that it was now 60 of them. At that moment, a sword penetrated out from the center, like a nail piercing a thick stack of papers. The sword destroyed all the cores of the Kelrufens and it was pulled back, but the end of the sword broke and fell to the ground. Kalagol picked up the sword piece that had broken off and found something interesting. The sword was so clean that it hadn't been used at all. It was broken due to powerful magic, but the piece itself was extremely clean. There was only one person in Dragona who did not use his sword. Xian. Kalagol glanced around, but there was no Xian. Then he heard faint screams from far away through the dust cloud. When the dust cloud subsided, Kalagol and all of Dragona were able to see who was making the sound. Beyond the destroyed Kelrufens, 6 men were getting beat up. I was just going back nicely. Did you need to come after us? Arg. I wanted to go back. NNGH. 4 of them had already fainted and 2 of them were being beaten up by side of the broken sword that Xian was holding. It is, that Nazgul. I'm not sure who the other man is. Kalagol decided to wait. It didn't matter who it was. If Xian was able to destroy 60 Kelrufens at once, 2 master warriors were no match for him. Kalagol only needed to pick them up after Xian finished his business with them. I should beat them up myself when he's done, he thought as he began ordering the warriors who were staring at Xian in disbelief to gather the destroyed Kelrufens. They were useless without their cores, but they would still serve as valuable pieces of information. Kalagol began calming people down and began working as Xian might take some time to finish. Chapter 53, Kranafan. Decided to camp out at a clearing a little ways ahead as the civilians were too startled and shaken to move. They decided to move the next day. So, he was a Roman son after all. Why did he stay at the spire with that power? The warriors were glancing at Xian with shock and disbelief. Yet Xian was sitting down on the ground, looking up at the sky. He was fidgeting with a ring with inscribed on it, which he had taken from one of the men he had beaten up. I guess I do need a better sword. A regular sword wasn't enough to hold his power. In fact, he had to waste a lot of his power to protect the sword from getting damaged. He unsheathed his sword once and it still broke. The golden sword that he saw when he was fighting the 5th Elder was very complicated, and even that wasn't enough. Xian made a decision and stood up at once. There was no telling if he needed a sword, but it was better to prepare now. It was a good time to do it since the material was readily available. Xian then jumped out from the group that was preparing dinner. Xian arrived at a huge crater which used to be the Kantian castle. There was nothing but an empty crater after the magic consumed everything that once stood there. Xian jumped in and began running to the center. When he reached the center, there was a deeper pothole that was created by the sphere that had dropped. Xian then found the black sphere still burning everything around it from the heat. An hour had already passed after it was created, but it was still exuding incredible heat. This is it. It held the compression of an entire city. It used to weigh thousands of tons, but everything inside that could not withstand the power of contraction dissolved and it now only contained the purest essence. It was now a material that was extremely durable and the heaviest in the world. It still probably weighed a few thousand tons, but that didn't bother Xian. His power defied the laws of physics and gravity. There was no time. He needed to work on it before it hardened. Xian picked up the sphere that was about the size of a man's head and began shaping it with his hands. After squeezing and molding for a while, the sphere became a 4-foot-long stick. Xian then began shaping the handle area for a better grip and concentrated the power on his finger to shape the blade. Then it was finished. It was a bare blade without a guard or decoration. It resembled that of a wooden practice sword. But it wasn't crude like the practice sword, as it was created with beautiful balance. Xian looked at his creation proudly. It was created to focus on the sword's main attributes, to be sharp and durable. It did not have the unnecessary extra skills like that of the golden sword. That made it more appealing. Xian pondered on how to carry this sword and was reminded of the necklace. It let out a blue light and absorbed the sword. Then the necklace shined again with the blue light. It meant that was now almost full in capacity. Even when it was contracted, the sword still weighed 10,000 tons. But it didn't matter. Xian did not need to store anything else other than his sword. It was a decision made on a whim, but he was very satisfied with the sword and decided to name it. It meant Grana's hand, named after legendary, gigantic Harajan that bit off a mountain. The sword would surely to live up to the name. It'd be great if he didn't have to use it, but he felt that was not going to be the case. There was a weird sensation pulling him lately. It was something that he could not make out, but it still bothered him. Xian then looked to his surroundings. Sadly looking at the ground where Kan Tian once stood, Xian then began running back to his group. I didn't mean to do it, but I got revenge. Rest in peace. What? Prince Rakan asked in disbelief. General Nazgul was one of his best generals. He had beast-like instincts on when to strike and when to flee. He brought Sharon many victories over countless wars. But they were wiped out. What happened? Use of top-grade magic was detected right after General Nazgul charged in, Your Highness. They still had such a weapon left? But didn't he have the prince asked. We are not sure, but it looks like they didn't have a chance to use it. How did this? The prince grimaced. This meant he needed to make drastic changes to his plans. The remaining number of Kelrufans and Kenyuans was enough to conquer Kan Kingdom. However, without the 70 Kelrufans, it was now impossible to try to pressure the Terran Kingdom. Even invading Kan Kingdom would take longer than expected. It was his plan to let General Nazgul attack the capital with 50 Kelrufans, but all was lost. As the prince was deep in thought, one of his messengers ran in. Your Highness! We have an important message. Hey? What is it? Have we found General Nazgul? Prince brightened up a bit, hoping for better news. But what returned was nothing he could have expected. Tian Kingdom has declared war against Terran Kingdom. They are now advancing their troops toward the Leground region of Terran Kingdom. What? The prince was shocked to hear that. He realized what was going on. Narisha, you sly old man. When he returned through the Roa portal, Xian felt that the capital was different than usual. What's going on? Xian asked Celine, who had just returned from being summoned to the capital. Something's going on. It's a war. Yeah, I know that. We've been there, remember? Xian answered casually, in which Celine laughed and continued, No. This time, we are attacking Terran. Hey! Xian thought he misheard what she said, but it was true. This Narisha human is one of a kind. That was what Kalagol had in mind. The king did not send Kalagol to Kan Kingdom just to help his allies. It was a decoy for Sharon to focus their eyes on the war with Kan Kingdom. He made Sharon think that they divided their forces to help Kan and carefully moved troops over to the Terran border, under the excuse of strengthening the border. It was all a setup to let Terran's guard loosen, to make them think that Tian was focused on Kan Kingdom, afraid that they might lose. King Narisha's target was Terran Kingdom from the beginning. His intention was to take over the farmlands of Leground. He believed Kan and Sharon would be too busy to interfere with the other war and began preparing for an invasion while disguised as fortifying his kingdom's borders. As soon as everything was ready, the king appointed Count Roman and Swordmeister Kirain as the leads to attack Terran Kingdom. But there was one more mysterious group with tremendous power helping King Narisha. Tian Kingdom was now advancing toward Legrand region with an unstoppable force. Chapter 54, Invasion. From a discussion between King Narisha and Viscount Talon. Legrand region, located in the northeastern area of Terran Kingdom. It was located in between Terran's capital, Stantl, and the northern border, right below Sky Mountain. It was more widely known for its nickname, it was a blessed land. Harvests cultivated in multiples compared to other regions. The number of crops that were harvested from Legrand was enough to feed all of Terran, and there were still leftovers to export to Tian Kingdom. Not only that, the part of Sky Mountain that it touched had an abundance of gold, silver, and iron ores. The people were healthy and intelligent. It was researched by the Exalted Magical Council that people born in this region had a higher average Bandar rating, usually by 5 units. Terran Kingdom was not a powerful country. It became a powerful nation when old King Stantl I took the throne by force and invaded Legrand. Legrand region then was too peaceful, it could not withstand the attack from Stantl, and the region then helped Terran Kingdom grow in its glory. Everything from food to people came out of Legrand. If Legrand was lost, it meant the loss of half of the power that Terran had. It also meant the enemy that acquired it would grow stronger while Terran would grow weaker. It was why Terran had been doing the best it could to protect this region. It was why the Legrand region was never allowed to be attacked. After all, Terran Kingdom was a powerful military nation. And that was why it was more shocking. Narisha, that bastard! King Stantl IV gritted his teeth in anger. He didn't expect to be attacked from behind. He was moving his forces to attack Sharon when it was vulnerable, but he never imagined to be attacked by Tian. He figured Tian was a fool to send its Grand Bandar out of the country, but it turned out that Tian Kingdom was foolish after all. Stantl didn't underestimate Tian. In fact, he had moved his forces to the Tian border to attack if the country did not stabilize after going through the succession. It was just that King Narisha's plan was more effective. He pretended to fortify the border by bringing 2 Grand Bandars and troops and attacked without warning. The border was breached even before Terran was aware of it, and Tian's troops were now advancing toward Legrand at full speed. So that was what Narisha was preparing. Stantl IV, who was 90 years old, never imagined he would have his borders breached by a newly appointed king of Tian. He needed to give the new king some credit as he did create results. At this point, Tian Kingdom was a threat against Terran. So it was also a good time to crush them under his feet. Good. I will take this chance to shake up your country, all the way to your capital. It was a good opportunity since Sharon was too busy with its own war. He would not allow Tian to reach Legrand. Call in the other 4 great generals except Krenan. The 4 Grand Bandars, except for Krenan who was guarding the Sharon border, would be enough to deal with Tian Kingdom. Stantl planned to defeat them at Talos, a region in front of Legrand. So is being called there? Yes, Xian. And father is already there? Yes. Xian felt something twisting from within as he heard his brother speak. His family was too involved in the world to live peacefully without any interruptions. His family was one of the strongest, but there were too many people that were stronger than his father and brother. Xian then made a decision. If the king kept declaring war and insisted on having a Roman at the lead, Xian was bound to be called around. He needed to take a stand. Xian began heading toward the palace. He decided to use his last option if it didn't work out. Don't worry. Legrand will be our last war. King Narisha was looking calmly at Xian, who obviously seemed uncomfortable, but he was really worried. By the looks of Xian, it was apparent that his patience had reached its end. Even now, he was flexing his fist, threatening to use force at any time. Sigh. I guess he had been patient. Xian was a man of absolute power. He had been very generous until now. King Narisha wasn't worried about old King Stantl or the great generals of Terran. He needed the help of the Roman family to win this war. The problem was whether Xian would allow it. If Xian decided that it was best to kill Narisha at once to keep his family out of war, his reign would end in a year. The king sighed. He was better in every aspect than the boy named Xian in front of him. His power, wealth, judgment, wisdom, charisma, every other aspect, he was better at all those but one thing. The one thing he wasn't better at was what made him worry about this boy. We cannot always be at war. Legrand is our limit. Xian looked confused and Narisha learned that he needed to explain more. Now I, a king, need to become his teacher. I will explain the main condition. I wish our nation to have talented individuals like Count Roman and Sir Ryan, but I do not want our nation to be built upon the power of a man like you. Why is that? Xian became curious. It seemed better to have powerful warriors. We can always find and train a man like Count Roman and Sir Ryan. But you are different. We will not be able to train or find one like you. We never have, and we never will. Xian began to understand. A grand bander wasn't common, but it always existed and was a part of human society. Yet a man such as Xian was different. Even if such a man appeared, there was no guarantee that he would work for Tian. So, I want to build a system that Tian itself will be able to maintain. To train talented individuals and become powerful. To build a kingdom, no, an empire. He wanted to create a nation which did not rely on one person's power. Humans were imperfect beings and relying on one man would destroy the system. That was what King Narisha was dreaming of. What about what happened to the previous war? Allow me to apologize on that one. I needed your power to control this Kalagol. I promise you that it won't happen again. Xian began to accept what the king was saying and the king continued, so, I want to make Tian strong without your help. That's why we need Legrand and that's where we will stop. Why is that? Isn't it better to invade both Karen and Tehran altogether? It's because we won't be able to do that without your aid. Count Roman's power isn't enough for such a feat. Like I mentioned, I want to avoid asking for your aid. I am afraid you will go out of control. Narisha held the last part back. This Xian had to be dealt with care. His reactions had the potential to become a disaster. Understood. So, you don't need me to use my power. No. If our plan works, the Tian forces will be enough. I believe you are just worried about your father and brother and will work to do just that. Narisha divided the Roman family from Tian kingdom on purpose. Right. That's true. So, this will be the last war. Yes. Rest assured, Tian will become twice as strong once we have Legrand. No one will dare to fight us then. Don't worry. Maybe I should help him one last time. It seemed okay to help one last time. There wasn't much that could threaten his father or brother other than the wars. Okay. It will be the last time. Thank you for your understanding. Oh, and one last thing. The king flinched and concentrated on Xian again. Take me and my brother out of that thing. Oh, Lady Celine too. I'm going to be following my father around so I don't have time to deal with them. Let me, put me in that third night thingy. It looks safe and all. Understood. I will do that. I don't think your father will face any danger under our plans, but if that is your wish. I'm just worried that your plan will not work as intended. Oh, and make my request a secret, will you? Don't worry. The king sighed after Xian left the room. The main problem was solved. It was now time to focus on Legrand. If Legrand fell under Tian rule, the region would serve as a foundation for the future empire. Chapter 55, Talos. Talos Fortress, the final defense point before the Legrand region and the impenetrable fortress of Tehran. Its walls were littered with various defensive runes and all spires were equipped with cannons created with the newest technology. One of them was the finest creation of Tehran science. It was created by a Deccan craftsman by using rare iron ores gathered from the Leground region. It was made to auto-target Bandar users by sensing Bandar. The fortress never allowed an invasion to pass through for almost 200 years, but it was still equipped with the latest technology. It was proof that Terran considered Leground with such importance. So Talos is now ahead of us. Swordmeister Kirain spoke quietly as he observed the Talos fortress from the distance. He was followed by the many warriors of Tien. They were all seemed excited to have come so deep into Terran Kingdom. Haha, Swordmeister! I'm already itching to get my hands on it. Count Roman was already eager to jump out. His old nickname was. His age made him more dignified and calmed him down a lot, but it didn't make his personality go away. He loved to fight and his father always worried that his son would die in the battle and end their bloodline with his generation. However, he had no such worries. He already had 2 sons. And they both have become great men. Ryan was somewhat of a concern, but the king, who seemed to understand, placed Ryan at the capital. It now allowed Count Roman to enjoy fighting. However, he had no intention to die. He needed to return home to his wife. Rivaden. I will crush you this time for sure. Count Roman thought about his rival who was somewhere inside the Talos fortress. But where did the king get these people? He looked at the mysterious group of people behind the royal knights. Those people, who introduced themselves as, didn't seem like humans. They looked similar, but they had different powers from within. They were all very strong too. Among them were 4 elders who all seemed much stronger than Count Roman himself. We really do stand a chance with them on our side. Yes. I believe so too. Kirain agreed with Count Roman's words. Terran had been impenetrable for them until now. With the current power, however, they now had a chance. It would have been good if they had Kalagol with them, but he was dispatched to the Karen border along with. Karen Kingdom had been quiet for a while, but they still needed to keep an eye on them in case they were plotting something. It was a good choice since Kalagolda had the power to hold them back if they did do something. If everything worked according to plan and Tien acquired the Leground region, there would be nothing to fear anymore. Yet there was one thing that he couldn't understand from the king. It wasn't definite, but the king always knew what he was saying, so Count Roman decided to believe it. So, we are back. After all this time. The 3rd elder spoke as he watched Talos in the direction toward the Leground region. It had really been a long time. After leaving their homeland to join the war with the old empire, they had not returned after 400 years. Their long journey home was now nearing its end. It was time for them to reclaim their old land. That Narisha has been keeping his promise. It would have been hard to go through this place with only our forces alone. The new 5th elder, who was the 6th until while ago, spoke as he watched Talos fortress. They sensed 4 grand banders from within the fortress. The walls and defense also seemed very sturdy and powerful, making it hard to deal with. It would mean nothing if the Great Elder or the 2nd Elder fought with us. What are they doing now? Same as before. They are still readying themselves for as always. You know them. They have no interest in such matters anymore. We should still consider ourselves lucky that they are willing to lend a hand it. Yes, do not forget our mission. Our mission is to bring them to our land. The rest is up to them. The 5th elder nodded. Their job was to win the fight against that fortress. Now they will finally return to their homeland. Xian was now moving toward where his father was. Something kept bothering him. As he went closer to the Talos fortress, he felt something similar to that of himself. He kept touching the necklace. He didn't expect to use it, but he felt that his weapon would soon come in handy. Okay. I'll make this the last time. Xian made up his mind and quickened his pace. After this mission was done, he was going to be free. He thought about going traveling. Once his family was safe, there was nothing to bind him anymore. The war began as the 6th elder voiced an incantation. La Akumsaow Shi. With weird words and flow of exer, the sixth elder began working his magic. The first grade magic priest Giraffe looked at him curiously. He is special. What's that, master? What about it? The apprentice, Katrina, looked confused. Giraffe smiled and explained, He is an exer, but he is using magic at the same time. Is that possible? It's rare, but it's not entirely impossible either. After witnessing the impossible 17 years ago, it was hard to surprise Giraffe, but young Katrina, who was only 20 years old, seemed to be shocked. The sixth elder, who mumbled the words, then began focusing on the talc stone in his end. Asca, Ra. Shwo. The stone began to glow brightly, and a ray of red light shot out. Or second grade magic, had no special effect. It was the ultimate magic focused for the war, as it had the longest range and caused devastation upon its target. The sixth elder added more effects by using his exer, and the ray of light shot out at one of the guard towers inside the castle. It needed to be destroyed to attack Tehran without the danger of being pummeled by the cannons from above. At that moment, a person ran up the tower as if it were flat ground and unsheathed his sword, dividing the incoming ray into two. He then fell down to the ground, landing without any damage. He was one of the great generals. In return, the sixth elder smiled and used his power. The ray that was divided then changed directions and was directed to the top of the spire of the wall. There was no sound. The two rays met at the spire and melted the place entirely. The ray that still had the energy to move was now directed toward the ground, blasting it soon after. As the dust from the explosion subsided, a man in his shield was revealed. It was. He jumped in to defend his soldiers as the ray attacked them. The sixth elder smiled. It was only the beginning of the attack. It wasn't time yet. Both sides began fighting at that moment. Cannons began firing and warriors started wielding bandar on their bodies before charging in. Chapter 56, Talos. Xian looked at the battleground from far away. He arrived at the scene before the actual fight began and moved up a nearby mountain that was not too far away to watch the war. When he first arrived, he intended to quickly finish the war. One thing he realized was that even if he only intended to protect his family, if his family was at war, then it meant that he was at war too. Thus he thought that it might be good to finish everything quickly, as the king said Leground would be the end. Yet something made him stay back. Something was off. He thought this was the place where he needed to fight, but it didn't seem like it. This was the first time he felt as such, so he decided to stay back. If his father was in danger, he was going to jump right in, but there seemed to be no threats against his father for now. There were 4 enemies who could fight his father, and 2 of them were quite dangerous. Yet they were not joining the fight. The cannon fire was pretty powerful, but it was not enough to actually hit the grand banders, as the flow of exer was too great to miss. Besides, it was only a skirmish right now. The main warriors were not at the front. Father, didn't you tell me that it's always good to not fight? Count Roman was not fighting at the moment. He was still with the Swordmeister, at the back of the war front. He seemed very eager to jump in and fight. Xian agreed with his father's views, so he had no complaints. If it wasn't for his parents, he would have ended up like Kun Tarian. After looking through the war front, Xian found a group of people with some familiar features. So, they were the king's reason to start the war. These people who were at the front line were very powerful. The 4 of them who were not at the front also seemed to be very powerful. Each one was as strong as Kalagol. Something was familiar about them, but Xian couldn't think of a place where he would have met them, so he shook his thoughts away. He had no opportunities to talk to non-human beings. As Xian watched the war front, something began to change. Where did they get those people? Zagran, the great general of Tehran, looked toward the other side. He was eyeing the 4 mysterious men, Count Roman and Swordmeister Kirain. They knew about the 2 grand banders of Tian, but he wasn't aware of the other 4 men. It was because they invaded the border within seconds. Zagran, are you scared? Give me a break. I'm not talking about that and you know it. Also another great general, teased Zagran who had been his best friend for life. They were here without any worries at first. Terran Kingdom had a total of 6 Grand Banders and was much more powerful than Tian. If it wasn't for Sharon, who always looked for a chance to invade Terran, they would have already conquered Tian. But how dare they attack first? Zagran scoffed when he first heard of it, but he also thought it was a great chance to destroy Tian and move the border out to the Sea Lane territory. The war, however, didn't turn out as he expected. You think too much, Zagran. We still might win. You're just afraid that Narisha might be hiding more things. Zagran flinched at Colin's words. It was true. Grand Banders were rare, so being a Grand Bander just simply meant that to most people. In reality, all Grand Banders had differences in power. Thus, he wasn't worried about those mysterious men. Even when they had 6 Grand Banders against 4, it didn't mean they would lose. However, the problem was that Narisha probably knew about that too. Then why did he invade? What was the reason? The reason for the 4 Grand Banders gathering was to kill and capture all of them without much loss. Colin and Zagran himself were enough to fight against Count Roman and Swordmeister Kirain. But when he arrived, things looked different. It looked like there was going to be heavy casualties. What was up with them? What would happen if they reached Legrand? What then? What are they up to? Questions began filling Zagran's head. They still had time to pull back if they wanted to. Colin spoke at that moment. Okay, I'll solve your problems. Hey! Let's gather everything and move back to Legrand. We'll let them handle it on their own. Do you know what you are talking about? Of course. That Tian King must have prepared something, but he might like it that way. We don't need to about care who wins. It's not up to us. Colin spoke without much energy. That was when Zagran realized what he had been ignoring. Yes, you are right. Thank you, Colin. Yet. After that, the 4 great generals jumped into the battle and began pushing the enemy back. As the fight came to a rest, they quickly began gathering all troops and used Roa to teleport out. Tian wanted to chase after them, but they were tired and driven back by the great generals. So after not much of a fight, Talos was taken over by Tian and Tian began advancing toward Legrand. Chapter 57, Ruler of Legrand. After the defeat of Talos without much effort, they were now advancing toward Legrand. The war had to be quick. That's no fault of his. Who would have known that he was a Paharijan? The 5th elder spoke bitterly. Kirat. Is she still in hiding? They were people who continuously changed their forces that made them hard to track, even for the Paharijans. Kirat was different. He knew what she looked like. There was a chance that the Paharijan would not care about such a petty incident, just like other Paharijans did in the past, and thus they hid Kirat for her safety. Kirat didn't return to her people when she left, but the 5th elder didn't disclose this and nodded. What was important was the war ahead. I see Gran Litra. Is what the great elder and the 2nd elder have prepared for. Yes. The time is now. The 3rd elder and the 5th elder looked toward Legrand region. After 400 years, they were now back at their homeland. It was time to reclaim glory. They were the people who lived under Sky Mountain 400 years ago, at the current Legrand region. The reason why they lived in that region was because their holy ground was located there. The Well of Spirits was placed at the center of and their people lived around it. There was a commune near the Well of Spirits and they returned to it after they died. It was through that they learned how to live and were reborn. Only they could reincarnate with the Well of Spirits and that was what made them think that they were chosen. They were also powerful enough to coexist with the Empire. However, things changed after the war against Kal Ghul. Only they had the power to effectively fight against Kal Ghul's shamanistic powers, and that was why they decided to help the Empire. No one else could fight against the Kal Ghul's if the Empire fell. Yet they didn't expect their return to take 400 years. After losing connection with the Well of Spirits, they lost the ability to reincarnate. Some who realized that they have no way to communicate with the spirits even committed suicide. But the younger generations who had little to no experience in communals and reincarnation did not give up. They worked hard to return to their homeland. It wasn't possible to go the commune, but they still felt the presence. That was what made them persevere for 400 years. After fighting for so many years, they became strong. The weak were also left to die. Even the Great Elder and the Second Elder, who had become Paharijans during those times, could not give up on returning to their land. But there were problems. Their homeland was occupied by humans. The land was blessed by the Well of Spirits, contributing to its prosperity. It did not matter that Tehran, the most powerful nation among the 7 kingdoms, was occupying the place. The Great Elder and Second Elder were enough to wipe them out with ease. Yet the problem lied with the human living near the Well of Spirits. She was no longer an ordinary human, she was now a Ra Bandar. She stayed for 200 years after invading the Leground region. She needed to be disposed of. Yet the Great Elder and the Second Elder felt him and realized it. Even with their combined powers, it would barely even the odds of fighting him. That was why they couldn't join the war. They must not be revealed. The humans gave them information about this, but it did not mean anything. Superhumans were not beings that ordinary humans could decipher. That was why they needed help. It was not possible to arrive at without the 2 elders' powers. That's why they decided to help Narisha and made a deal. The deal was made to win back and give all resources to Narisha in addition to helping and protecting each other. Narisha made fine work out of it. And they were now finally at it. It was almost time. If was strong enough, they would lose. If not, then they would be able to reclaim their land. The enemy probably had the same thoughts. Wow, so that's what it was hiding. Xian looked at the Leground region that was still very far away and began to realize what he had been sensing until now. To the north of the Leground region, there was a small well on the way to Sky Mountain. It was a small, ordinary well that was located near the creek of Leground. It was a historical ruin that gathered a small number of archaeologists and historians, but even they didn't pay much attention to the well. Next to it was a small shack. A woman was looking at the well in the back. She looked very rough and was very tall, broadly built like a man. She was like a lioness. She kept looking at the well while mumbling something. No, maybe she wasn't looking at the well as she was closing her eyes. After a while, she laid down on her back on the spot. She looked very tired. Okay, so I beat him now. About 3 are left inside. She looked tired, but also accomplished. She then stood back up and sat down in front of the well. 7 during 170 years, and there's 3 more. I can still enjoy it for 100 more years. Will I be alive till then? The woman spoke and closed her eyes again, concentrating on the well. At that moment, she opened her eyes suddenly and turned to the foot of the mountain, over toward the Leground region. Something powerful was walking in her direction. Oh, wow! So there are still interesting people left other than Groin. Groin was too busy occupied fighting Harijans in the north, so she had no choice left but to fight the ones inside the well. There was no one powerful enough to fight against her. Fighting the ones inside the well was pretty fun after all. But it couldn't match a real, physical fight. What was more exciting was that these 2 powerful figures were on par with her own power. It was amazing that they had hidden it until now. Wow, I didn't really expect much, but they really slacked off. If these figures managed to come here while hiding their powers, it meant that her kingdom had lost the fight. They probably retreated into a corner of Leground, hoping she'd be able to get rid of them. Ha, okay. I would have snapped their necks off for doing that, but I will let it go since I haven't had some fun in a while. The woman, Stantel I, moved into her shack and began watching over herself. She was a bit tired from fighting the one inside the well. However, there was still time before they would arrive. She had enough time to rest. She loved fighting against the strong, but she hated losing. She needed to win and she always did. And that was exactly what she planned to do. Chapter 58, Ruler of Legrand. These Banders are so troublesome to talk to. They never listen to anyone, and never will. Rant from unknown years ago. The city in the Legrand region was empty. It was a large city, but Tehran's great generals had already evacuated all of its people. They all knew well of the person living not too far away from here. They weren't sure what King Narisha had in mind, but if he prepared a force powerful enough to fight Stantel I, the city was sure to be left in ruins when the fight began. She wasn't one to care about the petty lives nearby, and that's why the people of the city were evacuated. The forces of both Tian and Tehran placed themselves miles away from, waiting for the main fight to begin. The two elders were now crossing the empty city of Tords. Yes, what have they done to our land? We must build anew. As they arrived at the small well, a female human greeted them. Hee. You're here. Stantel, was it? So, will you fight here? Of course not. I have to play with the well once I finish dealing with you two, so it can't be destroyed. Oh, do you guys also go in there once you die? Haha. I see. We shall move further then. Right. Maybe I should have gone down myself. I thought you guys didn't care about the well. Both sides didn't want to destroy the well, so they began moving down to the city. After they were far from the well, about 10 miles away, they would start the fight. Fighting in the city meant the destruction of the city and the loss of lives, but they didn't care. Xian, who was looking towards Legrand, frowned. Ugh, look at those crazy bastards. Why are they coming down? Fight up there. The three people quickly moved 10 miles into the city and stopped right in the middle. The problem was that the place was only 5 miles away from where the Tian forces were stationed. If they fought there, the chance of his father getting involved was 100%. 5 miles was nothing in a fight of Banders. Xian realized what made him feel uncomfortable. The world is large, and there are so many who need to be beaten up. The only problem was that it wasn't easy this time around. He wanted to solve it by talking things out, but he knew that wasn't possible. Xian then charged towards Legrand, unleashing his full power from within. Ha ha ha! Shall we start now? Hey! Stantel, who was excited to start the fight, turned in shock towards the walls of the city. The two elders were also looking at the same direction in disbelief. A terrible, vicious force of power was approaching. And definitely wasn't friendly. What have you guys done to bring such a terrible thing here? Stantel, who had resided by the well for 200 years, thought she didn't have anything to do with this and asked a question. Karatra had already heard of a powerful Paharajan in Tian Kingdom who could be stronger than him. But the great elder did not heed the warning. He figured it was impossible for an ordinary man to compare to the true power of a superhuman. It didn't make sense that a 17-year-old boy was stronger than a 400-year-old warrior. The one in front of them was at least 230 years old. However, the great elder now realized he was wrong, and so was the information from his people. This boy was not just stronger, he was an unimaginable being, even to him. The three of them looked at each other for a moment and turned toward that direction. If this being existed, there was no way anyone else could become the most powerful. It needed to be dealt with. Besides, this being wasn't approaching with a friendly attitude anyway. Stantel pressed down on the jewel in her wristband. The wristband began making strange sounds, and Stantel's body was covered with light. Armor of the 7 stars. The great elder gasped. Stantal was covered by a powdery substance floating around her in various colors of light, but the Great Elder identified it as armor. There was a limited number of weapons that Paharijans could use, and they were even rarer than Paharijans themselves. That armor was one of them. Don't pretend that I was the only one hiding something. Come on, bring it out. Unless you want to die without having the chance to use it. The two elders created a void in front of them and reached in. The Great Elder took out a ring while the second elder took out a wristband. Stantal's eyes widened in shock. Those were items she had been searching so hard for but couldn't find. I didn't understand why I couldn't find it all those years. So it was because of you guys. Okay, we might be able to stand a chance then. The elders equipped their items without a word. The second elder's wristband began to shine with a golden light while the Great Elder's ring let out black waves. They all turned to the same direction again, where a young man was now walking toward them. Upon his arrival, the boy glanced at the three of them and said, "Hey!" All three of them listened intently to what he had to say. "Fight somewhere else." The man was pointing to the outside of the city. Xian's first intention was to drive them out of the city, to a part of the mountain where his father would not get dragged into. However, as he unleashed his power and closed in, something welled up from within him. Xian could barely hold himself back. If he fought them here, it would mean the death of his father. He had given his father but his father might not run away. As he reached his destination, all three were ready to fight. Xian thought his sword was one of a kind, but the weapons held by the three were also very powerful. Where did they get those? Xian spoke slowly while pointing toward the mountain range. Go away. Fight somewhere else. The woman covered in weird fog, spat, "Ha! What if I don't want to?" Xian's patience snapped at that moment. And he succumbed to his instinct. Was taken out from his necklace, and he immediately swung it at the woman. Chapter 59, The Great Swordmeister. As the sword swung at Stantal, the powder that was floating around her gathered at the striking point and formed a shiny thin plate. A terrible crashing sound was heard, and Stantal was thrown toward the direction that Xian was pointing at a while ago. She flew all the way down to the mountain, past the well. The part of the mountain where Stantal landed was destroyed as if a meteor had crashed there. Stay right there. Xian then jumped toward the same direction. The Great Elder and the second elder looked at each other. If they left her alone, there was no possibility of even surviving. The second elder mumbled quietly, and the space where the two elders stood began folding like paper. After it finished, they disappeared. The two elders reappeared at the crater beside the mountain. Stantal staggered as she stood up from within. Ugh, what is that black sword? She spat blood from her mouth and stared at Xian. There was an artifact that protected the user from all attacks and strengthened the user's attack, hence the reason why she didn't dodge the black sword that he swung at her. The consequence wasn't what she had expected. The power of a 10,000-ton weapon in addition to the momentum and Xian's bander, struck her with full force. Even though her artifact absorbed most of the damage, she still felt the shock as if she were hit by a meteor and was flung away. Even if you are that strong, I won't make this easy for you. Stantal mumbled as she charged out. The Great Elder activated his ring. The great artifact, darkness covered the Great Elder's hand. Within that darkness was something even darker. It wasn't an illusion. It was a weapon that was meant to devour everything it touched. An attack meant destruction as powerful as magic. It was named after the war god as the devastation left behind after using this weapon was like the war god had passed through. The Great Elder followed behind Stantal, toward Xian. The mountain was now being destroyed. The bright figure moved through the mountain at lightning speed, while a darkness quickly followed, attacking from behind. The second elder, who was a distance away, was able to see everything that was happening. He noticed that the black sword was destroying everything. He had no time to waste. He activated his wristband, named after the mighty sun god Gran Ra, as the power of the wristband rivaled the god. He began channeling Exer into his wristband, and it began to shine with a bright golden light. The second elder activated his highest attack magic. Meaning small sun, it did nothing fancy, it created fist-sized spheres that just burned the opponent. It was so powerful that even Paharijans could not avoid it. They began appearing by Xian to burn him alive. Xian seemed to be bothered by it and kept swinging his sword, but there were too many spheres appearing around him. All the lights now covered the mountain as it continued to be destroyed. Soldiers were looking at the mountain, or what was left of it. The mountain before was now almost destroyed, only half of it was left. Zagran, Colin, and the two great generals could not say anything. They all knew stories about Ra banders, but they didn't realize the sheer power they wielded until now. Ha! Zagran was speechless. He had become a grand bander at the age of 50. He believed he had accomplished a great feat and was proud of himself. There were some grand banders that were stronger than him, but he believed that he would be able to defeat them as he got older. After he became a grand bander, Stantal IV invited him to meet someone. As they arrived at a small shack beside the Leyground region, he was greeted by her. There she stood. It was a shocking experience. He remembered how petty it seemed that he was a master warrior who was trying so hard. He was even ashamed that he was once a master warrior. Meeting her was an eye-opening experience. He then realized what she was felt toward him. Disinterest. Apathy. He was like an insect compared to her. The distance from master to grand bander was much closer than the difference between him to her. There was no way he could reach that level during his life. That was when Zagran became humble and stopped making a fool of others. He understood he wasn't good enough, so he focused on his training and earned him the nickname, Invincible. However, this was the first time he witnessed Stantal fighting. And she was having a hard time, even when teamed up with two men of similar power. Those two men seemed to like the weapons that Narisha had prepared. But they were now fighting together, against one man. Zagran sighed as he watched the destroyed mountains. The other great generals had the same look on their faces. The four of them came to a stop when Xian stopped swinging his sword and backed away. Two of the mountains in Sky Mountain Range had been completely destroyed. They were far from being okay. Stantal's floating powder was now dull, with bruises all over her body. The armor would regenerate, but it was slow and could not keep up with the damage. The great elder was in worse condition. His right hand that had the ring was broken and it was being held together by using bander. The second elder looked okay but was hurt from overusing his exer and was now bleeding internally. Xian was standing with a bruised cheek, which he was caressing with his left hand. That was the spot where he got hit by Stantal. You know. I thought, maybe, this time I might feel the danger of dying. The other three looked confused. They were fighting for their very lives. Although they were not really successful, they thought Xian was also having a hard time. You three aren't enough, though it was a little dangerous. When can I break this barrier? I thought I might make it if I gave myself a handicap while fighting, but it's not working. I'm done. Xian then began using a. At once, the plain sword that previously didn't radiate any magic began shining. Xian, too, was covered with light, but there was no color. However, thank you for cooperating. Let's finish it now. The three looked grim as they watched Xian's power grow even stronger. The battle at the mountain stopped. There were no more explosions or sounds of fighting. When the people became curious about what happened, a person appeared. He was walking while carrying three people on his shoulders. He first visited the Terran forces. Everyone knew he was the main culprit for the damage to the mountain and could not even speak a word. When the man reached the great generals, he threw down a woman from his shoulder. Stantal I. Zagran moaned. He quickly checked her vitals, however, she seemed okay. I'm going. The man began to move so he could return to the Tian side. Who are you? Zagran asked as everyone froze. They were so terrified by the man that they could not even speak. I'm Xian. Oh, and the Leground region is now under Tian rule. Don't touch it, okay? Don't let her come near it either. The owner has changed. It was casually mentioned, but no one could object. Then he was gone. Take them. Great Elder. Second Elder. The third Elder whimpered and checked to see if they were okay. He sighed in relief when he found that they were only bruised and injured but still alive. It was not a moment to be thankful for, but the third Elder truly appreciated the outcome. Oh, no. It's all right. Handle the rest with Narisha. Xian shrugged and turned away, then moved over to his father. Father, we're done here. We can go back now. Oh, yeah. Let's go. I told them to never come back anymore, so they won't. But I'm not sure if it's all going to work like Nara. I mean, like what the king said. Everyone was shocked. So this man was Count Roman's son? They all thought he was 1,000-year-old Bandar. But the son of Count Roman, how old was he? Count Roman was also very confused, but he did not want to reveal his thoughts to his son and began chatting with Xian. Besides the swollen cheek, he looked okay. After examining Xian for a while, Count Roman noticed something different. Oh! Xian, what's that ring and wristband? Are you making a hobby of collecting jewelry? That thing too? Haha! Xian laughed without answering. Chapter 60, The Great Swordmeister. I thought that was the worst day of my life. However, it was only the beginning. The world was large, with lots of madmen, and strong men. And a lot of those needed beating up. Excerpt from Tales of Xian von Roman. Tian was undergoing festivities. King Narisha had accomplished an amazing feat half a year after becoming king, invading the Leground region. Terran Kingdom accepted Tian's ownership of the Leground region, allowing Tian to redraw a new border around Leground. Once the process was finished, it would inevitably shift the balance of power towards Tian. Everyone was excited, and amidst the excitement was an unbelievable rumor. The birth of a great swordmeister from the Roman family. Some speculated that it meant Cain von Roman, while others guessed it was Ryan von Roman. Then, the rumor subsided. Great Swordmeister was a title that wasn't even given to Swordmeister Kirain. And there was only one person remaining within the Roman family, which was the 17-year-old Xian. Of course, that didn't make sense, so people just considered it a myth or an exaggerated rumor. The rumor of the newly born Great Swordmeister was soon dismissed. King Narisha had been very busy. He only had to look over significant matters that needed his attention, but that still tied up his time. They now had the Leground region, so all its laws, systems, and everything else had to be resolved now. They were given the right to rule over the Leground region as promised and was made an ally. What Narisha wanted from the region were the resources and people, so he had no interest in their sacred place and the well. After setting up a new border, the king sent Swordmeister Kirain and Kalagol to watch over the new border. There was no telling if Terran would wholly give up on the land. It was only matter of time for the title of the strongest in the Seven Kingdoms to belong to Tian. Sharon was having a hard time in their war against Khan Kingdom. After losing a lot of forces at Khan Tian, they were having a hard time advancing into the Khan Kingdom. However, it was speculated that, in a year or two, Khan Tian would be swallowed whole. At that time, Tian would have completed its infrastructure, and the Eurasian continent would then have the two strongest nations and 4 other nations. The most important thing now was to stop relying on Xian. The king had not felt the power of a Bandar until now. He now considered it to be too dangerous. So, you wish to go travel? Yes. I think it's about the right time. It sounds like a good idea. Xian was discussing with his father in the Roman mansion, located in the outer part of the capital. He had been pondering this idea for a while. He enjoyed the life in the capital, but it was boring. That was why he thought about traveling. The idea came from a novel he had fun reading when he was young. He had always wanted to try it, but he was too lazy to do it at first, and all those other things that popped up held him back. But now he had enough money saved, and his family was no longer in danger. He wanted to give the armor he picked up this time to his father or brother, but that armor would crush the user if they weren't strong as a RA bander. In the end, he gave to his brother, so it was okay. This was the best time to leave. Count Roman agreed to the idea at once. He and his wife had done all they could. Now Xian needed to learn and experience new things out in the world. The Count didn't know how powerful his second son had become and didn't know how responsible he had grown. The fact that nobody knew of such a powerful man showed how careful Xian had been. He should travel out in the world and experience more things. The Count nodded. Good. I'll support you with anything you might need. Is there anything else? No. I can just go. Oh. I need a map and a good place to start. I see. What's the purpose of this travel? Well, eat good food and see good things, I guess. Oh. And one more thing. I want to see the places where RA banders used to live. Xian thought of the purpose of his travel so that it wouldn't be boring. He was curious about how the other RA banders lived, and how powerful they were after fighting other RA banders. He also wanted to check if any others had obtained the like he did. Then I suggest you go south, to Brashan. Kiera is also a nice place, but I heard it's not a good time to visit. Something seems to have happened there. Brashan. Yes. It's one of the 7 kingdoms. That's where the great emperor's original kingdom, Broxian, was located. I heard it's beautiful and they have great food there. It's a popular destination for nobles. Oh, and that's also where the famous Sun Sword Liviath lived. Xian became interested. He remembered that a lot of main characters in the novels he read found love in Brashan. Good, I should start there. Oh, and Xian. Yes, father. Count Roman halted, seemingly embarrassed to continue. You have been doing very well. I am very proud that you have grown into a fine young man and are responsible for such great power. Oh, haha. Father, you're making me embarrassed. Xian also became embarrassed, but the Count continued, you don't have to sacrifice your life for the family. And I also hope you learn to use your power to help others if it doesn't badly affect you or others. It might bring you another kind of joy. Understood, father. Xian nodded. It seemed reasonable to help others if he or others wouldn't be badly affected. Shtantal, capital of the Terran kingdom. The enormous palace displayed the kingdom's power. It was a palace with no king. Their king had left this place after building it and stayed in the Leground region. It was back when her descendants ruled over the land as surrogate king. But the king had returned after 200 years. Shtantal IV looked at Shtantal I who was lying down on the bed. It's been a long time, my king. Haha, yes. I was beaten up good this time. He even took my armor. What a brat. She was ranting, but she didn't seem upset at all. Shtantal IV couldn't still believe what happened. She had become a grand bander at the age of 30 and she overthrew the old Terran king. Then, she became a RA bander at 60 and had lived to this day. That was what he knew of her. There was no enemy strong enough to fight her, she was like a god. Shtantal I looked at him and smiled. She knew what he was thinking. If it were before, she already would have ordered his death for being rude, however, she decided to stop that. It was because she remembered what the brat said to her after beating her up. He looked very different once the fight was over. Hey! Yes, my king. Did you look into that brat? Yes, as ordered. He handed over the report by Terran's intelligence. Shtantal I read through it and suddenly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. He was what? Only 17 years old? Oh my, this is crazy. She couldn't believe it. He was living peacefully even with such great power. There were a few times when he used his strength, but it was nothing compared to his powers. That was when she understood why Xian said that to her. It wasn't a threat, it was his way of life. So, what is he up to now? Is he going to become a general of Tian? He is preparing to travel. Travel? Yes. I think our intel reports that he wants to enjoy his youth. Ha 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 ha. It had been so long since she had laughed so hard. The man in front of her wouldn't know why she was so happy. She felt like as if she was stranded for years and she finally found another stranded human. It was near impossible for a RA bander to meet other RA banders. Find out where he is going. Hey! Stuntel IV blurted out his thoughts and quickly stopped. He knew any slight mistake in front of her would mean his death. It's okay, hee hee. I feel good right now. She spoke, smiling. Then, Stuntel IV asked, are you not going back to the Leground region? She looked at the man as if she understood what he was saying and replied. I can't. Those men that I fought with, they have already positioned themselves there. I can't get through them if they defend from that place. But... You fool, give up. We can't touch that place anymore. They're too strong. Rather, you should pound on those Sharon kids. Sharon. Yeah. And you know that Tian has him. He's not like me. He still cares about the world. What will you do if he comes to defend it? Stuntel IV gave up at that moment. He had seen the recordings. It was like a fight between gods. Even his great generals refused to invade the Leground region because of Xian. Good. I'll rest for another week and then move out. Find out where he is going before then. Yes, my king. She smiled as she thought about Xian. Chapter 61, Vash. Do we lack human feelings? No, we have more feelings and ways to express it. It's just that you are not worthy of the effort. Caracal, to people complaining that he wasn't looking after them. A border city of the Brashan kingdom, located by the Karen border. Brashan had a total of 3 Sharoas, and one was located in. It was important because of 2 things. One was that it was a good place for tourists to visit as it was an important trading post. The other was that it was where the Roland family, which created the Brashan's greatest warrior, Sun Sword Liviath, resided in. It made the city very popular with people. That was where Xian arrived through Roa. This is great! He shouted as he took a step into the city. He was packed very lightly, he had no bags and only wore very light clothing and a shining necklace. Xian caressed the necklace, carefully. A red light shone, and Xian's hand was left with a small map and a memo. So, the first place to go is the Roland family's training ground. The Roland family had fallen ages ago, and their property was now available for public viewing as a tourist attraction. It was a popular location to visit as it had a famous mark made by the Sun Sword Liviath. Hey! You! A beautiful voice shouted out. Xian clearly heard it, but he ignored it since couldn't be meant for him. He had no one that he knew here. However, the voice was so beautiful that he wanted to see who it was. He held back because it might make him look foolish. Hey! The one wearing a stolen bracelet and comfortable clothing to go for groceries. Hey! He was sure that he was the only one with such clothing. Xian scowled after turning around to see the owner of the beautiful voice. He wasn't wholly wrong since she really was beautiful. He also knew her, but he wished he didn't. Ugh! Wow, what's with that face? You seem really excited. It was the lioness woman he beat up in the Leground region. What was funny was that her voice was very beautiful. Her voice and her actions are so ill-fitting. Xian ranted inside as he looked at her. What is it? Why did you call me? Oh, why such coldness? Didn't we touch each other's bare skin and all? You were so wild back then. I love a wild man, you know. He he he. The woman smiled brightly at Xian. She must be mad. Xian grimaced and replied, but he did so with his voice lowered, afraid that someone would hear them. Yes, we did do that. Your right fist touched my left cheek. Yeah. Exactly. It's called fate. And you sound so polite. What happened to you? The woman glanced at Xian from top to bottom and side to side. Xian felt like prey at this moment, a deer standing in front of a lioness. Aren't I stronger than her? This is weird. Xian thought that he was too gentle with this woman, so he decided to chase her away. Well, you are much older, so I can only be polite. Maybe I was rude back then because I was so mad. At that moment, the woman seemed to be slightly upset, but she kept her cool. Ha, ha ha. Ha ha ha. Okay, well, I guess you can be my little brother now. Brother. Hey. Xian was confused. He didn't know who she actually was, but she had to be very old to have gotten such power. How can he, at the age of 17, be her little brother? Is she like me? There was no telling if Xian was the only one who became powerful at such a young age. She looked only like her early 20s, so it seemed possible. Therefore, Xian decided to ask her age politely. How old are you? The woman was furious, but she gritted her teeth, still smiling. Ha, ha ha. We are not that much apart. I'm a genius, you know. Okay, let's leave it at that. Why did you come for me? Xian's reaction upset the woman, but she remembered her purpose and replied, Oh, I lost my home because of someone, so I had to leave and travel around the world. I was thinking of teaming up with you. Ugh. He did feel sorry for that, so he couldn't reject her outright. However, as he thought about it, he found no reasoning behind it. Wait, I can just compensate you. Why do I need to travel with you? Call me Steel. Okay, Miss Steel. So, why do I have to travel with you? You won't? I will be nice and quiet if I travel with you. Hey? Of course. I was going to enjoy traveling alone. Stantel, or Steel, smiled viciously at his reply. I won't be nice and quiet if you won't travel with me. What? It was the first time he had seen such a woman. He had never been threatened after using his powers. I guess she needs more beatings. After the last battle, Xian had learned to use some of his power without losing his personality. He placed his hand on and appeared. He began stretching his arms as he swung his sword about. Steel flinched and took a step back. Hey hey, hey, hey. Relax. Why do you hate the idea of us traveling together? Aren't you lonely? Hey? Why would I be lonely? Xian asked. I was so happy to see you. It has been such a long time since I met a human. Hey. She had all sorts of people around her, but Xian realized what she really meant. Xian was one of a kind who still considered humans as humans. Other RA banders did not and felt very lonely once they became powerful. Xian felt somewhat sympathetic and turned to Steel. So you won't cause any trouble, right? Of course. I can be very gentle and quiet. She did not mention that she had already been quiet for nearly 200 years. She didn't want to disclose her actual age to Xian. Okay, I understand. However, I'm warning you, you better not create any trouble. Once you trouble me, it will mean goodbye. Hehe, threatening to say goodbye when we just met. What a cold man. Xian did fight with her, but he did not have any ill feelings towards her, so he accepted her company. So, where are we going? We're going to the Roland family's training ground. Oh, and you can call me by my name. Okay, Xian. They headed out towards their destination. The Roland family had fallen. The reason for it was because Sun Sword Livieth was too powerful. The birth of the Sun Sword was accidental. He was a genius who was born into the family and learned everything easily and quickly. However, he had a problem. He was so smart and superior that he had no way of teaching what he knew to those who were not at his level. He had no idea why people needed to learn how to use Bandar when it was as natural as breathing for him. He had no idea why he needed to practice with the sword when he could just use it however he wanted. The family prospered until Sun Sword Livieth reached the age of 80. He was still a Grand Bandar at that time and had interest in his family. But when he, Sun Sword Livieth, became a Ra Bandar, he immediately left his family. Without its leader and successor, the Roland family began to decline quickly, and the mansion was sold. The Brashan kingdom then purchased it and opened it up for the public to view the traces of the great warrior, and it had now made a good profit from the mansion. A lot of warriors who were at the barrier paid the expensive entrance fee of 200 talents to look at the trace of Sun Sword Livieth to try and gain ideas of how to break through. However, Xian wasn't interested in breaking his barrier, he was just curious about how other Ra Bandars lived. As he and Steel walked into the mansion, she spoke softly, "Sun Sword Livieth, it has been a long time since I heard the name." Xian looked at her strangely as she sounded like she was reminiscing over old memories. Sun Sword Livieth was a man that was over 300 years old, but Steel seemed like she remembered him. "Do you know him?" "Yet. He wasn't a Ra Bandar when I was 10. I saw him at the royal festival." "What's with that look? I even fought him once." "Ugh." Steel realized what a blunder she had made. "Oh, your idea of not much difference was in the hundreds? I'm 17, not 170. Ha, ha ha ha." Steel laughed awkwardly as Xian sighed. "It's okay. It's not important. Haha, anyway. Tell me if you have any questions. I know more about him than anyone." That would make the whole visit pointless, but Xian decided to enjoy the mansion as his purpose was to relax. Besides, Steel paid the entrance fee, so it didn't matter to him. They had now arrived at the most famous spot in the Roland mansion. It was the trace left by the Sun Sword Livieth, right after he became a Ra Bandar while training at the training grounds. It was Chapter 62, Ra Vash. It was the trace left by Sun Sword Livieth. When Sun Sword Livieth didn't return from the training grounds to eat, his family came to check on him out of concern. However, he was already gone, and there was only the trace that he had left. His family frantically searched for him, but he never returned to the Roland family. People speculated that the great warrior felt empty after he became a Ra Bandar, and after leaving a trace to teach his family, left them to find something that would interest him. The Roland family was confused, but they quickly understood what they needed to do. They needed to observe the trace and learn the power of their greatest warrior. It was the only way to preserve their family. However, the Roland family lacked talented individuals. Not only that, they were threatened by others that wanted the trace. After continued attacks from outsiders, they fell and disappeared into history. Was a rare spot that visitors could actually feel the trace of a Ra Bandar. That was what drew in warriors from various countries. Brashan was a neutral kingdom, so anyone from any nation was allowed to visit. There were a lot of warriors in front of the was on the hill behind the training grounds. It was a few giant streaks that looked like the slash of a bear's claws. What made it special was that a Ra Bandar had left it. "Arg! I just need to overcome this bottleneck, and I can become a master. Is Grand Bandar really only for the chosen?" Many warriors moaned and lamented as they examined the traces. There were even those who had resided here for a few years. However, they all stayed within the training grounds in fear of ruining the actual trace. Xian looked at the trace for a moment and scowled, while Steel watched his expression change, smiling. "What is that? I told you to ask me first. I should have done that." Tell me about it. Xian turned away from it and looked at the people with sad eyes. Then, he noticed a kid. A boy, looking barely over the age of 10, was serving food and drinks to those who were training here. He carefully delivered drinks to the angry warriors and then stared at the trays, unmoving. It seemed he had some stories as the dining knife that he held in his hand was flinching. Everyone has their own story. Xian stopped paying attention, but Steel was different. She wasn't interested in the boy until she realized Xian was looking at him and decided to talk to him. Hey, boy! What are you doing here? The boy was startled as he turned around. A tall, beautiful woman was looking down at him. He blushed and mumbled, wanting to return to the restaurant, I was, just, watching. I heard it was a trace from Sun Sword Livieth, so. Oh, no, no. I know you have questions. I can feel it. Steel continued, you see that man? He is a powerful swordsman. Don't you have questions about swords? How did you know? The boy replied in disbelief as Xian sighed. Anyone who had watched him waving his knife while staring at the trace would know. I told you, I can feel it. Go ask him to help you out. Ugh, say no. Come on, say no. Xian believed the boy would not accept such a strange offer. However, it seemed that her offer was very tempting. He sighed as he observed the boy carefully coming toward him. So, you are here because you couldn't break through the expert barrier, but you didn't have money to pay for it, so you got a job. Xian asked Decaron, who was 12 years old. The warriors around them looked mildly surprised. If he was at the barrier to expert at the age of 12, it was an impressive feat. Half of the people here were probably not even close at that age. 12 years old. I was a master back then. Xian didn't want to ruin her memory by telling her what level he was at that age, so he held back. So, that's why you were looking at it? Yes. I want to become strong fast. He looked average for his age, but there seemed to be something more to him. After staring sympathetically at him for a while, Xian whispered something to him. It was an excellent chance to see if he would enjoy helping others just as his father advised. The boy looked shocked after listening to Xian and continuously glanced between him and Vash. Then, he started to shout as it sank in. I can't bell. Quiet. Quiet. Xian quickly covered the boy's mouth, but the boy looked discontent. Why aren't you letting me talk? You shouldn't worry if what you say is true. No, that's... Xian was momentarily lost for words, and the boy shouted, Don't lie to me. What do you mean Vash is nothing? I better train something else rather than wasting time looking at that. Ugh. Father. Helping others ain't easy. Ha 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 ha. My lungs. Ha 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 ha. Xian grabbed his head while Steel laughed madly next to him. What does that mean? Did he say that? All the warriors around were staring at Xian as they started approaching him. Why I didn't let you talk was because of this. Xian couldn't be angry at the boy who realized what he had done. Hey! What do you mean by that? Hey! A warrior who had stayed here for over a week confronted him. To say that the trace left behind by the great Sun Sword Livieth was nothing, what was he saying about those who were training here? Xian decided to explain. He felt bad for these people who were staying here by paying 100 talents per night. If I help these people. Okay. Let's relax. He realized that he first needed to gain some respect before these people would believe him. So, he released his power and stood up. The warriors who were approaching all flinched and stopped. They all felt something coursing through them. I meant what I said. That's nothing. Xian declared as he looked around. One of the warriors, afraid that his time spent here was all for nothing, asked Xian, then, what is that thing? That, ugh. That's just a doodle. It's not made out of some profound insight. It's just a plain doodle created out of boredom. Hehe, did you hear that, boy? It's pointless if you keep looking at it. The warriors turned grim. They all felt that a person with such strength had no reason to lie about it. The truth about it was just a doodle, a trace left by Sun Sword Livieth. However, it didn't mean anything and definitely wasn't intended for his family. Sun Sword Livieth just felt everything was so pointless after becoming a Ra Bander that he randomly made some markings while pondering on a hill before leaving. It was like an ordinary person doodling on the ground with a wooden stick out of boredom, just much bigger in scale. Xian and Steel knew this right away once they saw it. The warriors were shocked and divided into two groups. One group consisted of the people who came here on a whim or had no expectations, which meant they left easily. The other group consisted of those who were desperate and came here as a last resort, who couldn't leave just yet. However, the boy's reaction was different. If he was on the verge of becoming an expert, it was only a matter of time. It would be normal that his disappointment was less than the other warriors, but it wasn't. The boy looked like his life had just ended. Xian, who couldn't think of any reason why the boy would be that desperate, suddenly thought of a possibility, and asked carefully. "Is your last name Roland?" The boy nodded silently. Decoran de Roland was the descendant of Sun Sword Livieth. He barely managed to keep his family name due to his bloodline. That was why his despair was so great. Xian stared at the boy for a while and then turned to Steel. "What? You said you fought with Sun Sword Livieth before, right?" "Yeah, it's been a while though." "Make a trace on that hill. Something easy to understand." "Hey? Aren't you being too nice?" Steel asked in shock. There were no superhumans who showed sympathy toward common people. Whatever she did was because she figured it might be interesting to see Xian's reactions. "It's nothing much, and I don't have anything to lose. Also, I'm a good son that listens to his father." "That would mean Count Roman." "Oh, what did he say to him?" Steel became curious, but she didn't bother to ask him now. Okay, but you owe me this time." "All right. I know you talked to him intentionally a while ago. I'll consider this even." "Ugh." Steel began flexing her hands as she approached the hill. "Let's see, to allow even kids to understand." She then began concentrating tremendous power within both her hands. She couldn't exactly copy Sun Sword Livieth's. He had his own, and it only worked for him. However, it wasn't hard for her to leave something for low-skilled warriors to understand. At that moment, the sword skill that was never made for anyone else to understand other than Sun Sword Livieth himself, was copied by Steel's hands against the hill. The boy was mesmerized by the beautiful that Steel was casually making. Chapter 63, Trace of the Sun. "Thank you so much." "No. Ugh. I didn't do anything." No. You've done so much for me. I can learn from it every day now." Xian turned to Steel awkwardly as the boy looked at him with respect. Xian and Steel were touring through the city with Decoran from the Roland family. After Decoran found out that Xian was here to tour around, he volunteered to show Xian around Lenorva. Decoran was born and raised here and had experience as a tourist guide. Xian reluctantly accepted, and that was how the three of them ended up walking around the city of Lenorva. "This place is called. It's a really good place, but outsiders don't know about this. Kuran, the master and chef, is really talented." Xian was immediately interested. "Shall we eat here? I'll treat you guys." Decoran too. "Hehe, I don't mind." "Why, thank you, sir." The three entered the restaurant. It was not crowded and the food was good, so the three of them enjoyed their time. While eating, Xian managed to find out a few more things about Decoran. 1. His family was on the brink of being wiped out due to poverty. 2. Decoran was doing his best to keep his family alive. Decaron was so talented that he had self-trained without a teacher to almost an expert, while he worked for money to keep his family alive. However, since Xian and Steel were more talented in that regard, so they didn't mind that much. After a while, Decaron seemed like he wanted to ask something. What is it? When asked, Decaron barely managed to force out his question. How long are you going to stay here? Maybe a week? I love this city of Lenorva. I still have lots of places to see. Decaron then quickly continued, if it's not too much to ask, can you please teach me about the sword while you are here? Xian shook his head. Oh, no. I'm sorry, but I would rather not. I see. I'm sorry for troubling you. I guess it was too much. Decaron looked disappointed, and so Xian quickly added, no, it's not too much. It's just. I was never taught, and I've never taught anyone before. Hey. Decaron looked doubtful and made a face as if Xian was just making excuses. It's true. I tried to help my brother before, but it didn't work out. Even Ryan could not understand a thing Xian said. Xian didn't believe this boy was more talented than his brother. Haha, of course. No one will understand us. Steel laughed. These geniuses had a thought process that no common people could understand. They did things their way because it felt natural for them. It was same for Sun Sword Livieth, Steel, and Xian. I believe there's nothing that Sun Sword Livieth left for his family? Like a sword art or anything. No. It's because it's pointless. Anyone without that same talent of his won't understand, and if one has such talent, then they won't need to be tutored. Oh. Decaron looked grim. All of his family's 200 years of effort had just been proven to be a waste of time. They did their best to learn the ways of Sun Sword Livieth even during their hard times, but these people proved that it was all useless. Boy, isn't that why I made a trace for you to learn? On the hill? You can learn from there. Oh. Decaron brightened up, and it eased Xian's mind. He did not want to see someone in despair. Then, Decaron suddenly became concerned and turned to Xian. I didn't mention it before, but there's one thing that Sun Sword Livieth left behind when he visited our family about 100 years ago. Hey! Wow, did he? Xian and Steel were surprised. It was amazing that A.R.A. Bander took an interest in his family and revisited. Xian was also interested at unexpectedly finding the trace of A.R.A. Bander. Boy, you are pretty brave to tell us that. What if we decide to take it away? I just figured you wouldn't do such a thing. Decaron always had been quick to figure out what people thought. After talking about Sun Sword Livieth for a while, he realized these two had absolutely zero respect for his ancestor. It even felt like they were looking down on Sun Sword Livieth. He had been hiding the artifact left by Sun Sword Livieth until now. There was no way to protect it as his family was too weak to defend it. However, these two seemed safe, that's why he told them. They could not decipher it for the past 100 years anyway. It felt better to take a chance and show it to these people. Unfortunately, as expected, these two only had a look of interest, not greed. Would you take a look at it? My home is not too far away. Well, I guess if it is okay, I will take a look. Yeah. Let's see what old man Livieth left. Ha ha ha. The three finished their lunch and followed Decaron to his home. It's here. They had arrived at a rundown house. The once powerful family was now left with nothing. However, that was what saved them from looters. Besides, it didn't matter to Xian and Steel. They didn't care if it was a palace or a mansion, it was all the same to them. Decaron guided them in and introduced them to his mother. Mother, these are the ones that helped me yesterday. I'm Xian. Steel. Welcome to the Roland house. I don't have much to offer, but please make yourself at home. His mother looked haggard and lethargic. Go to your room and rest, mother. Come this way, please. Decaron showed them to the cleanest room of the mansion, and then went down to the basement to get the artifact. He returned with a small box soon after. It was so ragged and plain that no one would pay much attention to it. Once Decaron opened it, however, something out of place emerged. It was a thumbnail-sized stone that glowed. The surface of the stone had carefully engraved lines above it where a shiny particle was revolving. Also, the stone itself, which was opaque, had something inside that was continuously moving. It seemed understandable why the Roland family kept it a secret. If it were known to the public, this rundown mansion would have already been robbed a long time ago. Xian examined it for a while and then spoke, "This." Decaron swallowed his throat and listened. "I have no idea what this is." "What? Did Sun Sword Liviath really give you this?" "Yes. At least that's what our record says. Sun Sword Liviath sent someone to deliver this to us." "That's weird," Xian mumbled, and Steel agreed. It did not have any traces of a Ra Bander, there was no sign of any Bander or A. It actually had continuous movement of Exer from within, which made it feel as if a magic priest had created this. However, he couldn't even guess what was inside. Although one thing was for certain. It seems like it was made to be eaten. To eat. Decaron's ancestors spent over 100 years on deciphering the purpose of this artifact, but the fallen family had no such ability. It is well made. Only someone with above average skills can notice, it keeps sending signals to eat it. I'm not too sure, but I think it's made to increase power or something. Decaron turned to the stone. After looking at the trace on the hill, he had learned something, and by concentrating on the stone, he felt the kind of signal that Xian mentioned. Decaron was impressed. So Liviath, his ancestor, did not abandon his family after all. It was unsure what it was, but it was left by a Ra Bander and had the possibility of being a powerful item. Steel, however, was skeptical. He's not that type of a person. After once fighting Liviath back at Sky Mountain, Steel understood what kind of man Liviath was. She couldn't believe that he left such an item for his family. However, she wasn't familiar with him, so she didn't say anything. Besides, it didn't mean much to her and Xian, even though they weren't sure what the stone was for. After a round of discussions, the sun had set, and both Xian and Steel went back to their inn after promising to meet up the next day. When Decaron was left alone in his room, he looked upon the stone and pondered. He recalled what Xian said. "I'm not sure what it is, but it seems fishy. I would advise you not to eat it." However, Decaron couldn't resist as he stared at it. His consciousness also felt like it was talking to him as he stared at it. "How long will you keep training? You need to revive your family. Your ancestor left it. There's nothing wrong with it. You can become powerful." Decaron then reached out as if he was controlled and swallowed the stone. On one of the islands of, a famous retreat location east of the Brashan Kingdom by the Kiaran Sea, a mansion stood on the island, not too far from the city of Lenorva. A man, who was enjoying the sunlight in front of the mansion, woke up immediately from his sleep. "Oh, finally ate it then? Sun Sword Liviath must be having so much trouble. His descendants are so disappointing." The man grinned as he stood up from the chair and turned towards the west. Then he was gone. Chapter 64, Trace of the Sun. Xian and Steel arrived at the place where they had promised to meet with Decaron, but he did not turn up. They waited for some time, thinking he was running late, but it proved fruitless. Xian knew the boy wasn't the type to renege on his promise, so he became bitter as he commented, "I guess he ate it." "Yeah, but you did what you could. Don't mind it too much." The stone had the effect of luring a man with a certain level of power. They weren't sure what it was created for, but it was certain that a stone with luring power was not something good. That was why Xian had quickly altered the stone to lessen the luring effect. Since that was the case, it was probably Decaron's choice to eat it. Therefore, it was out of his hands. Well, since we don't have our guide anymore, I guess we can enjoy our date. Hee. Ugh. So our next stop is the city plaza where Sun Sword Liviath's weapon is stuck. The sword from him, was it? It was so. Not as good as mine though. Granzid. It must be a good weapon if you say that. It was a weapon that Sun Sword Liviath had left with when he disappeared from his family. It didn't have any special power, but it was made out of an ore called from a meteor, which allowed it to store the power of its user. That was why it was able to use Liviath's energy, which was already powerful when Liviath was a Grand Bander and became famous. Nobody expected to see the weapon as RA Banders who left society never returned. However, it was found stuck in the middle of the city plaza 100 years ago. What was interesting was that it was placed right in the middle of the plaza, but nobody saw it happen. The only certain thing was that Sun Sword Liviath did it. All of Brashan was excited. They figured it meant the great Sun Sword Liviath was still looking after them. All the Grand Banders knew that it certainly wasn't the case, but they did not know what the meaning was behind it, and it seemed terrible to spill the truth and crush their hopes. There were attempts to steal it, however, they all failed. Nobody was able to remove it. Even the Grand Bander tried and failed. As Xian walked to the plaza, he felt something strange. The people in the plaza seemed agitated also. Steel also sensed it and concentrated to hear what was going on. Oh! Xian, it seems like has been stolen. Or gone. I wonder who took it. What? Xian felt disappointed. Everything he wanted to see was now gone. Don't be too disappointed. I'll tell you all about him. Ugh. I still wanted to see it. But what can I do? Let's move on to the next destination. Xian took out a map from and pointed to. However, Steel looked uninterested. Can't you see the whole city easily without going to the tower? It's a bit hard for me, but I'm sure you can do it easily. Yeah, but it's for fun. Don't you understand that? So, he can really do it, she thought. Xian could not reveal his true intention, that he expected a romantic meeting like in the novel he read, and quickly walked away. Steel shrugged at Xian's answer and just followed. After Xian returned to his room, he turned to Steel, who was not going back to her separate room. So, what was Liviath like? I don't think you need to mind that perverted old man. He's weaker than you. How do you know that? Didn't he live long? Yeah, but he lost to me, so. What? Xian was confused. Steel was very young when Sun Sword Liviath had become a RA Bander. Xian automatically assumed that Liviath, who was much older, was probably stronger than Xian. Steel grew excited and began talking. Yeah. About a while ago, I fought him at Sky Mountain. Xian remembered coming across a report of fallen meteors at Sky Mountain about 150 years ago but decided not to mention it. Why did you fight? Because he wanted my well. I didn't want to give it to him, so we fought. Ugh, why couldn't you guys share it? The well had no owner. Xian shook his head. I never let anyone take my stuff or stuff I want. No one. Steel looked Xian up and down as she spoke, giving him the chills. He changed the subject. So, you won. Okay, what happened to him after? I don't know. He took a bucket of the well water and ran. I'm the slowest of the RA Banders, so I couldn't catch him. He might be dead, or alive. RA Banders are difficult to find if they decide to hide. I thought there were only 2 RA Banders left before I met you, and then I met those other 2 a while ago since I heard Sun Sword Liviath was dead. I see. We are strong, but we cannot know everything that happens in the entire continent. That was true. RA Banders had enhanced senses that allowed them to detect a wide range, but the number of such superhumans was too rare. They also chose to fight in extremely remote parts of the world, which made news about them more obscure. I guess that's true. Yeah, so you understand why I was so excited when I met you? You should be nicer to me. I believe there's only 5 of us left now. She counted herself, Xian, the 2 from the Legrand, and Groin from the Great North Wall. However, who knows? We don't know if some are hiding out there. As you said, they are hard to find if they decide to hide. Yeah, but if we don't know they exist, then it's the same as not existing. Steel smiled as she spoke, and Xian sighed. He then asked a different question, so, what was his like? Oh. Yeah, he had some talent in that. It worked well with his too. The energy he had was one of a kind. I won because I had the upper hand in some parts. Was he that strong? Yeah. It was a long time ago, so it was around after I barely had become a RA bander. I still feel the burns from it back then. You want to see it? Ugh. Xian jumped back as Steel posed to take off her shirt. She cackled, and Xian realized she was teasing him as there was no way for wounds to be still left on a RA bander's body. What are you doing? I won't fall for your prank. Haha, I know you want to see it. I felt you were trying to take a look by using your bander. And no. I'm an educated gentleman from a noble family. Haha, okay, okay. Xian felt his travels would become even harder as he looked at Steel. Ha, it's very uncomfortable. How many years have passed? I feel like I have become an idiot. Decoran de Roland, or what used to be him, was shaking off the dust from his sword as he walked on the road continuously ranting. That idiot stuck it in too deep. Nobody could have stolen it anyway. It would have burned them to death. The sword contained his full power and would have burned alive anyone trying to steal it, but the man sealed it in the center of the plaza. It's really unexpected that Stantel is still alive. Even though the demeanor had changed, he retained the memory of the Decoran boy. That was why he was surprised. He remembered getting beaten up by that beautiful woman. It had been 220 years after his disappearance according to the boy's memory, so Stantel was probably over 230 years old. RA Banders had an increased lifespan, so it wasn't impossible, but so did not visit her in all this time. Stantel's location was well known among all the RA Banders. However, was so unpredictable that it was useless to try and understand him. Damn it, so he only killed me. Decoran swung his sword to the left. At once, all the trees on that side burned and quickly became ashes. A man walked out from it. Why are you hiding? It's me. Haha, long time no see, Livieth. I ran here since I sensed the seal being broken, but you looked too weak to be real. The man addressed Decoran as Livieth and taunted him for being weak. I didn't expect my bloodline to be this weak. After 100 years of idiots, I still revived through a stupid kid. He made sure that the stone only worked on beings with above average talent, but he still didn't understand why such an ordinary kid ate it. That was why even with his full power from his sword didn't wholly restore him to his old self. But wasn't it good to have insurance? Yeah. I guess so. Thank you for that. It made it easy to get my sword back too. Then it's time to pay the debt. Sure. Lead the way. The man smiled and jumped into the void. Decoran, or rather the reborn Livieth, followed. Oh. I left that back there. It won't matter. The man pondered for a bit and then dismissed it, leading Livieth toward their destination. Chapter 65, Mark Aaron. After Xian and Steel finished touring through the city of Lenorva, they moved towards the east. They were now traveling to the east coast of Brashan. It was where Xian felt like visiting, and Steel did not care where they went, so their next destination became the large city of on the eastern coast of the Brashan kingdom. Has it been a long time since you saw the ocean? Yeah. I never went to the ocean other than for official business. Official business? You know, like war, or pirate hunting, that sort of a thing. However, the ocean is great. You don't have to clean out the corpses. You can just destroy the whole ship. Haha. Xian sighed as he thought she looked like a wild animal when she spoke of such things. Hey? Why are you looking at me like that? Aren't you the same also? You never spared anyone trying to kill you, right? Maybe you're right. Yeah, exactly. I just did it on a larger scale. As they talked about various subjects, their carriage had nearly arrived at their destination. After going over the hill, they were greeted with a full view of the ocean in a large city built by the coast. It was one of the most popular trading posts on the eastern coast of the continent and the best resort. This bustling city full of life was famous for two things. First, it was the center of trade that connected Kiera and Brashan, with hundreds of ships visiting each day. Second, it contained one of the top 5 resorts that nobles wanted to visit to rest and relax. The northern half of the city was a trading hub, while the southern part of the city was built to fulfill the needs of visitors from all around the world. Brashan was a neutral kingdom that allowed nobles to purchase retreat houses. The supply of such houses was scarce, and all the inns were always full. Even when it was not peak season, the city was full of people. However, right now was the busiest time of the season, when the huge festival was going to start. That created problems for the unexpecting Xian and Steel. You have no rooms too? Yes. If you don't make reservations ahead of time for the Lei Job season. The employee of the inn looked as if Xian was to blame for attempting to rent a room without any reservations during this season. Everywhere's full. It's good that it's festival season though. Xian liked that it was a pleasant time to visit, but the problem of not having any available rooms was frustrating. Other than Xian, there were a lot of other people that weren't able to rent a room. Hehe, I've told you. I can solve this quickly. I just need one word from you. One word. Ugh. Xian flinched at Steele's declaration. It seemed like she had a plan as she looked extremely confident. Xian knew she would bring it up again at every chance if he asked for help, which was why he was holding off. However, at this point, it seemed impossible to find a room. Okay. I surrender. Please, Miss Steele. Ha ha ha. Okay, if you insist. You should thank me for accompanying you. Sigh. Xian sighed as he followed Steele. Is this the right place? Yet. After contacting someone using the long-distance messaging center run by the Exalted Magical Council, she began traveling down to the southern side of the city. After passing all the retreat houses of nobles on the coast, she walked through an empty private beach. Then, at last, they stopped in front of an enormous mansion. It occupied a considerable area in the corner of the southern city, and with the sky-high price of the land here, it was unimaginable how expensive this place was. Miss Steele. I might only have enough money to stay at a restroom in this mansion. He did earn some money when he worked in, but it wasn't much. Don't worry. Some kid I know lent this place to me for free. Some kid you know? Yeah. Xian remembered the sign outside when he entered the property. Warning, this is the private property of Shtantal IV of the Terran Kingdom. Any trespassers will be put to death immediately. Some kid, hey. Xian shrugged and turned to Steele. Let's go in. Steele walked into the mansion. Miss Steele, this place is really huge. Isn't it? Yeah, you don't need to thank me too much. Then, I assume there's plenty of rooms. Yeah. I heard there's 99, but I'm not sure. And the people here, other than the employees, are only you and me. Yeah. No one will dare to use the place while I'm here. So, why do we have to stay in the same room? Xian asked Steele, who was rolling around on a huge bed the size of a small yard. Oh. It's the rules. I rented this place, so I have no choice but to follow the rules. I guess you forgot. Let me remind you then. Steel flicked her finger, and an employee walked in and greeted them politely. I am here at your service. Yet. So, this room is the only one we can stay in, right? Yes, ma'am. Xian frowned at the instant answer from the employee. Is that really true? Yes, sir. I saw like 30 empty rooms on my way here. Those are being used for storage. What storage? We store chairs, beds, tables, and drawers. Doesn't that make this a storage room? No, sir. Ugh. All of the employees sided with Steel, and Xian thought they looked more like slaves. He sighed as he had no other place to stay in the city. Hehe, it's a special case. Don't worry about it. Steel grinned at Xian. Okay, I guess there's no choice. Let's go take a look at the festival. Xian figured that at least the bed was large enough and prepared to go out. Was an annual festival held in Mark Aran to celebrate the legendary hero, who opened up a sea route between Kiera and Brashan. The road between the two kingdoms was long and perilous when taken by land, but it was much quicker by sea. However, the sea was full of Harijans that attacked anyone trying to sail through. A lot of Bandar users and magic priests attempted to clear the way, but they failed. Finally, after a Grand Bandar failed and was killed in the attempt, everyone else gave up. However, Lei Jaob managed to succeed. How he did it was a mystery, but he managed to find a route that allowed people to travel freely without being attacked by Harijans and spread the news. The starting point of this route was Mark Aran. When the route was established, Marjoran's prosperity was destined, and the annual festival named after the hero was then held every year. Says the booklet. Interesting. I heard the name before. I think it was around when I was born. Was he a R.A. Bandar? I don't think so. You can hide after becoming a R.A. Bandar, but you can't hide the fact that you became one. Anyone who became a R.A. Bandar was already talented before they reached that level. It was bound to be known if they wandered around trying to become a R.A. Bandar. Then he might be an Xer, or something. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Besides, if he were a R.A. Bandar, he would have opened up way more routes and not just only one. Here, try this. It's good. Steel picked a skewer that originated from Mark Aran and shoved it into Xian's mouth. Xian took a bite and nodded. If it were a R.A. Bandar, all the Harijans would have died. I want to visit this place. A cute show of rokuums. I think we may have to stand in line though. Do you know any kids here? They seemed to be extremely popular, so Xian asked, just in case. It's okay if you don't have one. Hey? Why are you looking at me like that? Xian ignored Steel's frown and quickly moved through the crowds. Chapter 66, Lei Jaob. Rokuum was a small, puppy-sized marine animal that lived by the coast of Mark Aran. Despite looking cute, they were predators who moved quickly inside the water that were able to subdue any human while swimming. The Rokuums in the show were different. They were trained to act appealing and cute in groups, which gained fame from people. It was always packed with people who wanted to see them. The show, which usually took place 2 times a day, increased to 4 times a day during the Lei Jaob season. It's so cute. That's adorable. Everyone cheered the cute Rokuums doing various tricks. Xian was one of them. Wow! That's so cool. Miss Steel, isn't it amazing? Look at them. Wow! Steel barely managed to refrain from making Xian shut up and sit down, so she gave him a skewer to eat. Ha, ha ha. Hey, you know what this skewer is made out of? Steel asked. I don't know. It's good though. What is it? Xian replied while munching on the meat. Steel made an evil smile and answered. Rokuum. Ugh. I'm just joking. Xian scowled at Steel and turned back to watch the show. After Xian fell silent, she smiled and began watching the show. To Steel, she couldn't find any difference between Rokuums and humans, but it was her first time watching the show, so it was interesting enough for her. On the stage was a young man who was working hard to make the Rokuums do various tricks. Is he the trainer? Looks like it. He's an Xer. Xer. They both commented at the same time, but what they said afterward was different. So, he knows how to communicate with animals. Seems convenient. I guess Xers are out of jobs these days. Doing these kinds of things. But won't it be convenient? I think it might have a lot of uses. Xian imagined himself flying around on a cool flying predator as he spoke. Haha. Maybe if it's enough to tame Harry Jans. I guess that's the most you can do if all you can tame is animals. But he looks like he trained hard, he can control almost 20 of them. Xers with the power to control animals was rare, but it was deemed useless. Everything that was possible to achieve by using animals was also possible just by using Xer. The only use that power might have was to control a Harrigan, but it was known that Harrijans were impossible to tame. At that moment, they felt a slight tremor through the ground. It was so mild that the ordinary people did not notice it, but Xian and Steel did. That was man-made. Maybe it was fireworks? I have a bad memory with fireworks, but fireworks for a festival could be different. Xian frowned as he remembered his Guarantia days, but he became excited as it would be his first time watching fireworks at a festival. Fireworks, eh? It's been a long time. What I saw before was really spectacular. Where did you see it? When I went hunting down pirates, they were all hiding. So I fired an artigan from a distance, but they had a huge gunpowder storage. It was one of a kind. Ha ha ha. I guess that was spectacular. Xian considered himself lucky to be stronger than Steel and began moving towards the opening ceremony of Lei Jaop as soon as the show was over. Lei Jaop, the pioneer of Marg Aran. It was a man who had lived hundreds of years but was still veiled in mystery. It was better that the man was cloaked in mystery to idolize him. The lighthouse shaped like Lei Jaop located at the northern part of the city was part of such idolization. Light is coming out of that Lei Jaop man. That's nice. The Lei Jaop lighthouse was over 30 feet tall, and people could enter from the heel to go up to the head. Once they reached the head, they could activate the talic stones to shoot lights out from the eyes. No. It's missing a bit. I would have made the light come out from the mouth, like the legendary Dragona. Oh, that seems like a good idea too. Yeah. You know, maybe I should have tried to become an artist. But I was too powerful to do anything else. I didn't know I had something in common with you. I couldn't do anything besides sword fighting. Even all the teachers gave up on me. Haha. Oh, I'm sorry, Xian. I was a genius at everything else. It's only that I was too good at fighting. You traitor. As the two of them moved closer to the ceremony, they began feeling uncomfortable because of the large crowd. Xian, why don't we watch it from the mansion? We can see it all from there too. I wouldn't travel around if I was going to do that. That's just scanning. Yeah, but, look at this. I guess it's the fate for a beautiful woman like me, but what would have happened if it wasn't me? Steel spoke as she grabbed the wrist of a male passerby, and snapped it in two. Arg. UB*TCH. What are you doing? The man grabbed his broken wrist and rolled on the ground in pain. Xian's eyes were cold, he had seen where that hand was trying to grope. You saw what happened, right? I'm keeping my promise. Yeah. Just don't kill him. Hehe, I'm not that savage. Arg. What a liar. If he didn't say it, her kick would have ensured that the man ended up at the head of the lighthouse. He considered it lucky that it ended only with broken bones, but Xian didn't feel sympathetic as it was the consequence for that man's bad behavior. He felt bad for the man's friends who were now picking a fight with Steel. You mad woman! What have you done to my friend? Look at this B*TCH. She just snapped his wrist. I don't know. If Steel was a master or grand bander, her energy would have repelled these ruffians. However, RA banders were undetectable. I'm going to get some skewers so you can take your time. Yeah, go ahead. Steel, who had been stressed out while following Xian around, decided to relieve her stress and began walking toward the group. Don't worry, kids. I'll go soft on you. So, you didn't kill them, right? Xian asked as he munched on the skewer. The two of them were sitting down right in front of the place where the ceremony was going to be held. It was possible for them because people began distancing themselves from Steel after witnessing her graceful destruction of that group. At least it allowed them to watch the ceremony from the best possible location. Don't worry. They were bander users. Don't all bander users need to experience some beating up? I experienced that when I was 30 years old. I would never want to experience that, but bander users. Yet. They asked me if I knew who they were while they were getting beaten up. So. I wasn't interested, but they told me anyway. What was it? March. March. Mark Aaron Peacekeepers. Yet. Xian, how did you know? It wasn't me. I think those people said it. Xian pointed to the armored men behind them. There was no crowd around them anymore. Steel, however, looked very excited. Hee. Miss Steel, a word please. Xian held back Steel, who was about to jump in and whispered, Miss Steel. Yes, Xian. Call that kid who lent you the mansion. Now. Isn't that what's good about power? Steel stared at Xian in surprise. ARA bander thinking of alternate methods to resolve the issue rather than a show of force. Power? Nothing was greater than their own power, let alone political power. Does he hate using violence? Steel soon realized that she had just been overthinking things again. You can beat them up after the ceremony is over. It might get cancelled if you fight now. Ha ha ha. Okay, okay. We can do that. That was a request that she could accept. Steel became satisfied and walked toward the peacekeepers. Go and call. We are sorry about what happened. It looks like the mercenaries that we hired made a mistake. It is our fault that we couldn't watch over those we hired. We have fired them and fined them as a penalty. I apologize on behalf of the Mark Aaron peacekeepers. The man who looked like the captain bowed deeply, and the men behind him followed. Steel was surprised at the sudden turn of events but decided that it wasn't too bad. Okay. You can go now. When she returned to Xian, he handed her a skewer. Good job. Violence should be the last resort. Did your father teach you that too? No, that's from my mother. That's when Steel began to realize. So, they chained the monster up well. Since Xian was young, he had been trained in the human way of doing things. That was why Steel wanted to teach him the way of powerful beings. It seemed preposterous for such a powerful being to be chained up like a puppy. RA banders needed to live different lives, just like how he acted back in Legrand. Such insolence, such pride, such violence. Steel wanted to find those things and show them to Xian. At least that was what she needed for her mate. However, it didn't need to be rushed. She was going to take it slow like his parents did. Chapter 67, Lei Jaop. The ceremony of Lei Jaop. It wasn't just a regular ceremony. There were plenty of talc stones on the pedestal at the top of the hill by the coast. Below the pedestal were merchants, politicians, and nobles of Mark Aaron wishing for safe passage for another year. They were all who had profited from Lei Jaopora. Everyone in Mark Aaron made profits from the route, but these people especially so. As people gathered to activate the shrine, the elixir began flowing through talc stones that were piled up on the pedestal. Xian and Steel were sitting on the closest seats that allowed them to witness it closely. So, it wasn't only for memorial purposes. Let's see. That's what the booklet says. He could have been a magic priest. The ceremony looks similar to their ways. I think offerings might work better. Those talc stones. I'm sure there were others who thought like you before. Some people in Mark Aaron thought the same. They wanted to save using talc stones, and under one merchant's strong persuasion, they decided to do the festival without talc stones. After the ceremony, the route was safe for almost a week, and there were no Harijans. Merchants became proud and shouted. Look! After tens of years, no more Harijans are trying to attack. And until the news that all ships had been sunk reached Mark Aaron and Kiera, a total of 930 ships that had set sail had been destroyed. It was the time before communication artifacts that resulted in such large-scale damage. The cost of the damages were thousands of times more than the use of talc stones. People were infuriated at the result of not listening to Lei Jaop and burned the merchants alive, seizing their properties to restart the ceremony. After that, no one brought up the idea again. So that opens up the sea route somehow. I guess so, but no one knows how. I see. Let's see if there's anything in the booklet. Steele looked at Xian, who was scanning through the pages and remembered the report she read about Xian before coming here. That's interesting. He didn't seem to be the type to like reading. Xian, do you like reading? Hey? No. I just don't have to memorize things if I have this handy. It's perfect for me. Haha. I see. Steele began to realize that she was overcomplicating the things that Xian did. Hey, stop looking at it and watch at the ceremony. It's starting. Oh. Xian put away his booklet and turned to the front. Exer that was spilling out of the talc stones began collecting in the front of the pedestal as it swallowed the exer while emitting a weird light. Then, the pedestal began to shake. Nothing happened. Right, but it is interesting. It looked like nothing happened, but the pedestal was emanating a massive flow of exer. The flow, however, was not headed toward the land as it went down underground and out to the sea. So that is what drives away the Harijans, I guess. I'm not sure though. I don't think that's enough to go all the way to Kiera. No magic priest was able to discover what made it work. It would need a complete breakdown to actually understand what it did, but obviously, the people of Mark Aaron wouldn't allow that to happen. They could not risk it being torn down and losing its power. That was why the power of the pedestal remained a mystery, and yet no one complained. It provided enough power for Mark Aaron. It allowed Mark Aaron to be the only one with, so the mystery actually helped them anyway. But it's so boring. I thought some beam would shoot out and kill all the Harijans on the route or something. That's not something even you can do. The route was very long, it ranged over thousands of miles. No top-grade magic had such a great range of attack, save one. The magic that destroyed the Empire. The magic that was activated by 15 great magic priests of the Empire destroyed the entire Empire. It also killed all the Harijans and Kal gulls that had invaded the land as intended. However, that was just a legend. No one was left to prove it. It was now considered a hoax or fairytale. Hey? You can't do it too. No one can. I can do it. What? Really? Steele was shocked. She couldn't believe that Xian was able to divide the sea from here to Kiera with a strike. That wasn't at the level of a superhuman, that would make him a god. What, so the can be used for such a thing? Xian's claim froze Steele. I'm just joking. Haha, it's my revenge for a while ago. Steele blamed Xian's power, making such claims sound possible. After they finished watching the ceremony until the end, it was already night time. Today was only the beginning, and the wave was going to shoot out to sea for 10 more days. That was how long the festival would last. Let's go back. You don't have anywhere else to go, right? Yet. It's been a good day. So, we're heading to for lunch. Xian looked at the map and headed to which was listed in the "This restaurant used a special" costly spice called lajin to flavor its seafood and earned its fame. The food was so popular that a lot of nobles made reservations. A mansion employee had already made a reservation, so Qian and Steele casually walked towards the place. I should make a kid I know somewhere. It's convenient. Yeah, it does make things convenient for sure. I do have an old man I know. He thought about King Narisha, but it didn't feel right to ask for such a petty request, so he shook it away. The restaurant was located at a high part of the city, towards the north where the coast was visible, and that helped with it also famous. It was a great place to enjoy lunch and the view at once. The road to the place was through the bazaar, so Qian and Steele bought some snacks to eat along the way. As they walked through, Qian noticed people gathered around something. They looked like they were avoiding what was inside. He wanted to ignore it, but he had to pass it to head to his destination when he saw some familiar faces. Bastards, how dare you attack our friends? You sirs tried to harass my friend first. But how can you beat up a man like that? Hehe, now you should feel how to get beaten up. Qian looked inside. There were familiar faces on both sides. Chapter 68, One Who Dreams of Becoming a Hero. It was those people who were beaten up by Steele yesterday. They were surrounding a young man and a woman. Isn't he the man from the show? The man being cornered was the man from the Rokuum show. It looked like he had beaten up 2 or 3 men with a club-like weapon he was holding onto, but he was cornered in the end. And there was a woman who looked like she was in her early 20s with an infuriated look behind him. She was holding onto a small dagger. It looked like the group of men tried to harass the woman and it turned into a fight. She looked cute, so it was understandable. They were glancing around to see if there was a way to escape, but they couldn't find a pathway, so they were trying to fight back. Nothing to see here. Buzz off. Right now. Hey, what's going on? What, arg? Men who were chasing off the onlookers jumped up as they found Qian and Steele. Interested, Qian spoke up. You gentlemen work hard to become the evil of society. Are you guys trying to create more work for the Mark Aaron peacekeepers? Yeah. I don't think they have fully healed from yesterday. I told you Qian, this would have not happened if I did it right yesterday. Yeah, I didn't think they were that strong. To do the same thing after getting beat up just yesterday. Qian thought these people had such strong determination. Ugh. The men began backing off as they watched Steele. As soon as they started backing away, the woman ran out and hid behind Steele. Hey! Lam Ran! Come here! She figured they were afraid of Steele, so she hid behind her, but that was the wrong move. Oh well. It doesn't matter. Let's go now. Are we almost there yet? Yet. We're almost there. Hey! Hey! No. You can't just go. Help me. The woman grabbed Steele's waist. Oops. Qian gasped internally. Hey? Is this a human body? The woman, who expected the body to be soft, was shocked when she felt the body was like a steel pillar and began examining it. As she reached up, she saw Steele, who was looking down at her. Eek! She screamed and fell down on the ground immediately. Oh well. Qian shook his head. It was a mistake to try to use Steele. Steele squatted down and looked at the woman. Hee. Hey, aunt. I mean girl. Do you know what it means to touch others without permission? She was too afraid to speak properly and she could barely shake her head. It means attempt to assassinate. So it means that you have made a great mistake. How does it come down to that? Qian sighed. Even if she hurt herself while holding onto Steele, it wouldn't have made a scratch on her. To teach you not to do that anymore, I will show you. Miss Steele, you will make her pee on herself. Let's go now. We'll be late for lunch. You're too nice, Qian. Xian stepped in and Steel mumbled as she stood up. She glanced around as she felt unsatisfied and the mercenaries ran away at once. Thank you very much. The young man named Lamran spoke to Steel. Steel looked uncomfortable as she had unintentionally helped them. Let's go get lunch. Xian quickly guided her to the restaurant before she became even more uncomfortable and Lamran took his woman partner somewhere else. It was a dark night and the two people were closing in on the pedestal. They were going to the hill by the pedestal to be exact. There were guards everywhere, but no one paid much attention to the hill a few hundred yards away by the pedestal, so these two managed to go to the place without any interruptions. Lamran, come on, the woman told Lamran. Lilia, it's dangerous here. Be careful. Did you forget what I do for a living? This is easy. Lilia quickly climbed up a huge boulder and jumped over. Lamran shook his head and also climbed up the boulder. But, are you sure it's here? Yeah. Everything he said until now was correct. I'm almost done preparing too. I just came to look today, so let's take a peek and leave. Okay, okay. Lamran looked at Lilia apologetically and spoke. Thank you, Lilia. I really do appreciate it. She was a popular adventurer due to her special skill. Lamran was extremely thankful for her help. Yeah, don't mind it. It's not free anyway. Don't forget it. Haha, I know. It was really dangerous today. The mercenaries were strong too, but it might have been better to fight with them. Lilia didn't specialize in fighting, so the situation they were in was really dangerous for them. However, after meeting the woman's eyes, she realized it would have been 100 times better to fight the mercenaries. Lamran smiled bitterly. He was an Xer, but he was too weak. That was why he needed to fulfill his goal. Lamran. He was an ordinary kid living at a fishing village near Margarin. He had a dream to become a hero and travel around the world, but reality was brutal. He had no money or any sort of hidden power. All he could do was help his father work at a bazaar while he daydreamed. One day, he came across a fish as he watched the ocean. He thought out on a whim, without any intention. However, an amazing thing occurred. The fish moved to where he wanted it to move. He was so excited when he found his power. It seemed like the path to becoming a hero had opened up for him. Lamran then began training hard. He tamed birds, animals, fish, and all kinds of things. After he was able to control his powers, he came out of his home. But when he left home, he was again struck by reality. Hey, look at him. He attacks with a tiger. Haha, that looks interesting. I play with boars. Warriors that he had never seen when he was at his fishing village. His power was nothing compared to those grand banders. Scouting with bats? You can just use, you know. Magic priests were everywhere and they all had power and knowledge that Lamran provided with animals. It was more efficient too. Lamran felt depressed. His skills were exceptional. He had a way to control over 20 animals and had a variety of shows to perform. He also trained in sword arts as he was a special kind who could also use bander, although it wasn't strong. However, no one needed him. He traveled around the world with friends like Lilia, but the more he traveled, the more he learned about his limitations. And after he lost all confidence and returned to his home, Margarin, to start an animal show. He didn't have a problem with the income. In fact, nobles loved the show and it allowed him to gain a lot of income. Life was more prosperous and peaceful. He now was able to eat well and he had a nice house. But he wasn't satisfied. He didn't want to rot in this place. That was when someone came to him and showed him hope. Lamran was given another chance and the opportunity was pretty close. He had no intention to let this chance go. Chapter 69, One Who Dreams of Becoming a Hero. Nothing is gained without challenge. But nothing is lost without challenge. Chance and danger come to you like a flip of a coin. It's not you who can choose which side. Famous Chancellor Rigashev of Sharon. The man was very mysterious. He did not show his face and his body was covered by a mantle. Lamran would have disregarded him under normal circumstances. He knew it was dangerous to interact with mysterious beings as he learned it back when he was working as an adventurer. Yet Lamran could not refuse to talk to him. Additionally, after he talked, he became mesmerized. Not once had he shared his deepest thoughts to anyone. He was too ashamed of himself to admit that he had failed to achieve his dreams. Moreover, the man knew about it and asked him. Lamran looked at the man, confused. Then he began telling Lamran something he did not know about himself. After that, he felt something stirring from within. As he became excited, the man explained the path he needed to take. Lamran was curious at first about who this man was and his purpose, but as he listened more, it became pointless. What was important was that he now had a way. And it wasn't hard. It was really close actually, and only he would be able to do it. That was why the man came to him. It was only something he could do. A lot of parts were suspicious, but Lamran could not refuse. It was the last chance to seize his dreams once and for all. And it was now nearing time. After checking on it with Lilia, the preparation was almost complete. It only needed 2 more days. Lamran shivered in excitement. He was going to be a hero. Xian. Yes, Miss Steele. Steele spoke to Xian who was lying on a hill, looking down at Mark Aaron at the bottom. Don't you train yourself? Hey! I've never seen you train before. That's why. RA banders were hard to find. Part of it was because they were not interested in society, but a large part of it was because they were only interested in one thing. To find something challenging. One of easiest ways was to find someone that was the same. RA banders loved the idea of challenging themselves from long ago to become stronger. It was good to find another superhuman or 6-horned Harrigan to fight, but it was hard because it was so scarce. Even Steele was taking her time because she had Xian who had become her prime interest. When she was back at Legrun, she trained all day long. I'm at the limit. Limit? How do you know that? You've been a grand bander, right? Yeah. What was it like before becoming a RA bander? That's of course, wait, you. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Maybe he can really divide the sea. Steele was genuinely surprised. The barrier that stood at the end of the expert level from the beginning was close. It only took a bit of an effort for anyone to achieve. The one for masters was wider than that. But if one became a master, one would be able to see the Grand Bander barrier with great effort. At the Grand Bander level, it was extremely large. Even with lifelong training, it was rare for Grand Banders to even see the barrier before dying. But the RA Bander barrier? Even 170 years of training wasn't enough for Steele. She believed it just didn't exist as she just kept getting stronger and stronger. So, that research was true? There's another level after RA Bander. Research. The Magical Council once reported some research they found from data from the Empire data. That there's another level after RA Bander. It wasn't sure who recorded it, but it was well protected. But everyone scoffed it off, considering it as foolish research, not knowing the power of a RA Bander. They are smart to know that. Xian praised the researchers, but Steele became curious. Don't you want to break that barrier? Is there any way? Xian quickly answered it without hesitation. There is a way. I know how. What? Then why aren't you doing it? Steele shouted in shock and all the grass surrounding them was plucked out by the force, which Xian was covered with. Ugh. Oh, sorry. I'm just curious. Why aren't you doing it then? To go beyond that level. Steele became so curious. It wasn't because she wanted to try it. There was no telling if she would be able to do it. She just wanted to witness the birth of a that no human in the thousands of years of history had managed to become. Oh, that! Xian began explaining. You need to overcome a near-death experience. Yet. And you've never experienced it in your life. Steel had such talent, but she had countless experiences where she nearly died. It was probably the same for the other RA banders. Such power was not left alone in this world. They were attacked and they tried to stop it before it became too strong. Xian was very special in this case. Haha, who can do that? Steel thought Xian was a bit of a jerk. Well, unless I come across such experience without knowing, why would I put myself in such danger? But he was right, but Steel was disappointed. Haha, you look like I should be placed in such danger. No, no. Haha, what are you talking about? Steel denied it, but Xian sighed as he already knew what she was thinking. I will probably run away if that happens, but if it really comes that I cannot run and I might die, you should run away. Oh, are you worried about me? Steel looked surprised. No, you'll stand in my way. It felt refreshing to be considered in such a way. She was always considered as a disaster or destruction itself. But it made sense. If there was a time when Xian was in danger, she wouldn't stand a chance. So, is it complete? Lilia asked Lam Ran. He was standing at the front of a small hill, concentrating. Lam Ran seemed too concentrated to respond and a change began happening in front of him. The part of a hill was being lifted. As the crack began to grow in size, it began to tear apart and something jumped out from it toward Lam Ran. It was a mole-like animal, but it was the size of a human thigh. You dug the ground up by using these animals. Lilia examined the animal while asking. Yet. These are called. They live underground. They're cute. So, that tunnel is connected to the bottom of the pedestal. Lilia asked as she watched the animals running away as soon as the magic lifted and turned to the pedestal. Yet. There were enough kukurans to do the job, so it was quick. Farmers usually killed these animals since they destroyed the crops. But Mark Aaron did not have many farmlands and thus these animals were left alone. He needed to reach the back of the pedestal. The pedestal was heavily guarded as it was a vital piece for the city's growth. It also had all kinds of detection magic and machines that sensed any nearby bander or Xer movement. Lam Ran's power didn't use Xer once the order had been made, so it was easy to dig the tunnel to the back of pedestal. Lam Ran let out a breath and turned to Lilia. The first step was cleared. It was now time to believe in his friend. Let's go, Lilia. Yeah, it's been a long time. The two moved into the tunnel and the entrance was covered up by the kukurans. Chapter 70, One Who Dreams of Becoming a Hero. Lam Ran wanted to finish the tunnel quickly. As a result, Lam Ran ordered the kukurans to make a tunnel just enough for a person to fit through, which Lam Ran and Lilia had to endure. After a while of traveling through the tunnel, they arrived at a wider cave. It was a cave that had already been in existence. Ugh! Lam Ran, why did you make the tunnel so small? Are you going to carry me around if I injure my back? Shhh, quiet, Lilia. Their voices couldn't be heard from outside, but Lam Ran became worried and asked Lilia to quiet down. Wu, so what do I need to do here? We need to find a way. They were at the cave as the mystery man had said, but it was only the first step. There was still a long way to go. The second step was to go through this cave. Lam Ran wanted to dig a tunnel straight to the bottom of the pedestal 0L, but the ground in this area was made with hard rocks that the kukurans could not break. The mystery man then told him of the existence of the cave. It had formed naturally over time. Yet he still told Lam Ran that he needed to get help from his friend to get past the place. Lilia, I trust you on this. Okay, hee. This is my specialty. Lilia began moving up ahead. Ha! Lam Ran, you're dead if nothing comes out from here, Lilia frowned. Lam Ran looked at Lilia apologetically. The cave wasn't just complicated. There were a few inhabitants living here. In fact, they created this whole cave system. These giant crab-sized ants fed off the minerals and hated lights, so they weren't widely known. Lamran and Lilia had come across these monsters before, so they immediately knew that the cave had these monsters. They became very careful in advancing. These monsters were very vicious. They were weak, but they overwhelmed invaders with their large number. The queen controlled them, so Lamran had no power over them. This was where Lilia's skill shined. Her ability as an Xer was being a. It was a common Xer skill. It allowed the user to choose which way to go when thinking about the purpose. It told the user the best route to take for such purposes. It was a common skill, but the level of power was different for each individual. The finest were recruited by countries and were well respected. Lilia wasn't that powerful, but she was above average in terms of her skill and was a trusted companion of Lamran. With her power, they were able to avoid the ants and they finally arrived beneath the pedestal. As the skill required such high concentration, Lilia was dead tired when she arrived. Whoa! Finally here! Lilia let out a sigh and slumped down on the ground. Lamran became scared. Hey! We might draw the ants. Lilia looked comfortable. Don't worry. My instincts say this place is safe. The ants will not come here. Lamran looked around. This place looked different from the cave they walked through. It was shaped like a large cube that was surely not a work of an ant. There was something that repelled the ants from coming in here. At the center of the room was a round pillar that pierced through the ceiling. This pillar. Lamran remembered the part of the pillar that was sticking out from the ground from the pedestal. It was where people piled up talc stones for ceremonies, so he knew about it. However, unlike the top part, the bottom part here had weird lines engraved on it and there were blue lights flowing through the lines. The bottom part that stuck out at the top was touching the ground at seawater level. The water was shaking along with the pillar, and this shake coming from the pillar was surely connected to the seawater that went out to the ocean. What is this thing? It seemed like the room was about high as sea level since the seawater was not filling up the entire room. The hill where the pedestal stood was above 40 feet from here. It was understandable why nobody knew of this room's existence. Lamran realized that was not important. He had time to spare, but he wanted to do it quick. As he thought his life would change forever, he was too excited to slow down. After looking upon the pillar, he left Lilia at the back and walked toward it. After crossing a bridge that laid above the sea water, he was now at front of the pillar. There was a small, nail-sized marble stuck on it. It was shining with blue light. After watching it for a moment, Lamran pinched the end of his finger slightly with his sword. This step required his fresh blood. It was why the mystery man needed him. He was ready to give him any price in exchange for what he would earn from this. He then moved his bleeding finger to the marble without hesitation. Then the pillar began to shake and the marble began shining even brighter. Lamran could not hide his excitement. It was time. It was time to get his hands on the artifact. It was time to reclaim what he deserved as a descendant of the great pioneer, Lightnovel. Xian and Steel turned to the pedestal in the distance as they felt the tremor. Steel asked, "Did you feel that?" "Yeah. It looks like it's..." Steel tried to speak but Xian said it first. "The fireworks are starting." "Haha. So that black pillar had fireworks inside. How exciting!" Steel ignored Xian and looked at the pillar, but she couldn't understand what the movement of Xer was about. "I'll have to keep an eye on it." Steel then began dragging Xian, who was overly excited at the fireworks, to the restaurant where they had made a reservation. The light that filled the room subsided and Lillian looked toward the pillar in shock. There was now a huge door open at the pillar, large enough for a man to walk in. Lamran was walking through the door as if he was being mind-controlled. "What is that?" Lilia became curious and decided to take a look inside the pillar. But the inside was empty. There was just another pillar within that came up from the ground to about the height of a human chest with something placed above it. It looked like a crude crown made out of bone. This doesn't feel good. Lilia became uncomfortable. It was a part of her skill. If she saw something that was above her level or something so petty that didn't need such consideration, she could not sense anything out of it. That was why she held on to the dangerous woman back then. She was too dangerous for her to sense the danger of it. Not sensing anything could only mean one or two things. But Lilia couldn't stop Lamran, whom she liked very much. She just wished it wasn't a bad sign. What is it? Liviath asked the man next to him while he trained. He needed to train to find back his power to repay the debt. It wouldn't take long. Nothing. I just left something back there. I came to take it back, but I forgot while I was resting. Ha, good for you. What did you forget? What is it? Liviath looked at the man with a disappointed look. Margarin. Liviath, you will become like me if you live long enough. Memory fails me, you know. You mean, that crown? Yeah. How did you know? You talked so much about it when we first met. You said you created a quick route by using it. Oh, did I? Yeah. But someone took it. Hey? So it wasn't much of a thing then. Liviath turned back, losing interest. What happened now didn't really matter to him anyway. The man was similar in that regard. But it's not going to end up well if they use it. Then he decided to forget about it. The crown was important, but what he needed to do afterward was more important. Chapter 71, Deep Sea Island. Xian was eating with steel. The streets of Akulan were famous for having a lot of good restaurants. People filled the streets even when it wasn't Lei Jiop season. Xian looked at the island as he ate the baked clams. Why won't the fireworks come out? You must have really looked forward to it. I can't deny it. He was really looking forward to it as the booklet said it was spectacular. However, it seemed like it wasn't today. Xian then stopped and looked toward the pedestal above the hill. He heard there were a few days until pedestal would stop. But all the exer that was being sent down was now being reflected out. And the waves coming out from it had stopped. So this. Lamran was impressed. This crown was the artifact that facilitated the existence of after all these years. Lamran grabbed the crown and placed it on his head. Nothing happened. He then remembered what the mystery man said to him. If you get hands on the artifact, let it drink your blood. Only a descendant of Lei Jiop can use it. You need to prove that you are the descendant. He was scared of the mystery man for knowing so many details about the crown, but it would surely grant him so much power that he wouldn't need to worry about it anymore. He then took off the crown and touched it with his still bleeding finger. The crown turned red, then changed back to its original color. At that moment, the flow of exer into the crown stopped. The waves that moved out from the crown, to the pillar, and to the sea also stopped. The mystery man did not tell him this. The room was left with only silence. Lamran became uncomfortable and turned to Lilia. If this decision was dangerous, Lilia would have sensed it. But she looked tired, not scared. Lamran became relieved. It was an outcome that even mystery man did not have knowledge of. Lamran then felt at ease when he realized that the mystery man wasn't so powerful after all. He turned to the crown to put it on his head again. Then an amazing thing happened. His senses expanded. Actually, he could feel every living being's senses with his brain. Ugh! It gave him a headache, but he got used to it. It seemed that the crown had narrowed its power so that Lamran could withstand it. If a powerful being used it, the crown would be more powerful. However, that did not matter. The power belonged to him now. He couldn't feel the humans, but he could feel every sense that the other living things felt. It was as if he could hear as they did and see as they did. He could see the food that the fish were seeing and the taste of crops that the cucurans were eating. He also felt the rage of the Laruntaches that were charging into the room. Thousands of Laruntaches were now rushing toward the room once the pillar stopped working. Lamran wasn't worried. His power to control now exceeded that of their queen. It was as if his power was made for this artifact. It was a good chance for him to test out his power. Lamran issued an order through his head. No, that wasn't right. These Laruntaches were another. Thousands of Laruntaches, or Lamrans, began attacking the other Laruntaches that Lamran could not control. A few of them came out in front of Lamran and Lilia while thousands of them erupted in a fight. What's going on? Lilia jumped up and took out her dagger. It's okay, Lilia. Lamran spoke and the Laruntaches began piling on each other and laid themselves flat in front of Lilia, telling her to hop on. Lilia turned to Lamran. He was walking to her with a crown that was glowing red. Let's get out of here. We can get out easily now. Lamran was now using the Laruntaches to open his way through the ground. He was delighted. No one could stop him now. Now he could become like the man who was once his companion who put him in despair. Lamran was so happy as he moved out of the cave with Lilia. Then he became curious. This power was beyond imagination. But why did the mystery man let him take such power? He did make him promise one thing. To help him when needed. It was going to be fulfilled, but Lamran became curious and he asked what the man would do if he was betrayed. Then the mystery man gave his answer. He began mumbling something and told Lamran to repeat after him. That way, they could not turn their backs on each other. Lamran accepted it, but he became curious about another thing. What was that pillar for? And how did it maintain? Lamran decided to let that question go unanswered. The mystery man reassured to him that nothing would happen. Lamran questioned every other thing he said, but he didn't question the man's last statement. It wasn't going to do anything and if it harmed no one, he was right to take away this crown. He was, after all, the descendant of Lay Jaob, a rightful owner of this crown. He was reborn. Nearby sea coast of Marg Aran. Something was approaching Marg Aran from the sea. It looked very slow, but the actual speed was very fast. The only reason why it looked slow is because it was too large. Meant Deep Sea Island in ancient words. It was the name of the monster approaching Marg Aran. It was a bit of an exaggeration for it to be called an island, but it was so huge that it fit the name well. It was infamous back a few hundred years ago, but no one knew its name anymore. This monster gained its fame after killing the Grand Bandar that tried to open up the sea route through the Kiara Sea. The only reason why it was forgotten was because it didn't cause any problems during those few hundred years. They didn't think much. This deep sea Harrigan only had one thing in its brain. It was a simple order, but the effect was powerful. The Bakuran did not remember when its brain was filled with the order, but it needed to follow it. For hundreds of years, it kept eating everything beneath the surface. After continuous work, no monsters entered its territory. The Bakuran had no enemy that could kill it. As the new season started, the order that made it protect the water weakened, but another order invaded its mind. It followed the instruction. It was what the monster did continuously for the past hundreds of years. Once it returned to the starting point, the first order began to fill its mind again and the rest of it was rinse and repeat. But something was different this time. No more orders were coming to it. With no orders, its instinct began to fill its mind. It was an instinct that had always been blocked off by the order. Luckily, the starting point of the route it always traveled to had an abundant number of small food. They were above sea level so he couldn't eat them before, but there was no order to stop it from doing it this time. Thus, the Bakuran began traveling toward the city. They were small, but there were a lot of them. The Bakuran was hundreds of years old, so even it could walk on land now. The monster was quickly moving toward the beach. Chapter 72, Deep Sea Island. Lamran and Lilia were thinking about what to do next. Lamran calmed down and he had already hid the crown in his bag. He felt powerless when he took off the crown, but it was only matter of putting it on, so he felt relieved. So, what are you going to do? Lilia, who looked uncomfortable, asked out of concern. Maybe I should visit the wall. I think I should tame a Harajan. Treasures called for trouble. Lamran earned the powers, but he wasn't stupid. A few animals were not enough to protect the treasure. He needed to have at least a Harajan protecting him to stay safe. That was when it would really begin to show its worth. However, there were no Harijans on the continent. That was why he planned to visit the wall to get a powerful Harajan under his control. Why? Isn't there a Harajan below the sea? Yet, but there are no more Harijans left nearby after Lajayapura was opened. I see. I don't know, I can't wish for it, but I wish a strong one would show up just like that. I can tame it then. Haha, Lamran. Life isn't that easy. They looked at each other and smiled. Lamran acquired great power, but there were still a lot of things to do. After almost 10 days, Lajayop was nearing its end. There were some small problems when they found out that pedestal stopped working, but the festival commenced normally as if nothing had occurred. However, this was to keep the people from being terrified while the festival was being held. Xian felt that magic priests and bandar users kept visiting the place. But it didn't matter. Xian and Steel were going to leave soon. Xian was enjoying his dessert by the beach. This dessert that came from Kiera was so good that Xian decided to eat lots of it when he visited Kiera. While watching him, Steel asked, "So, where are we going next?" "I'm thinking of going to Kiera by boat from here." There was nothing to look at on the road on land. Mark Aaron was too far from any other place to visit. Therefore, it might be better to move over to Kiera and use the Roa to go to other places when he was done. Kiera. I've never visited that place before. Yet, well, it's at the end of the continent. Tehran was located at west end of the continent while Kiera was at the east end. Let's take a cruise ship. I think it's good to enjoy the view and all. Mark Aaron had tons of cruise ships for merchants and nobles. It provided safe and comfortable travel across the sea. It was known to have a lot of interesting things to enjoy while on board. Xian was really looking forward to this cruise ship experience. It was very annoying to run across the sea anyway, so Xian decided to make a reservation for the cruise ship when they returned to the mansion. Then he turned to look at the sea. Didn't they say monsters, or something like that haven't appeared for hundreds of years? Yeah, that's what I heard too. It's only a matter of time until it comes, especially at that speed. Something vicious was charging toward Mark Aaron Beach while destroying a few ships in its path. It was still far enough so only Xian and Steel could sense it, but it was only a matter of time. Xian felt something wasn't going as planned. Why did the pedestal stop all of a sudden? Marquis Talruk asked Babil, the second-grade magic priest, who was examining the pedestal. However, he couldn't understand what had happened. The pillar itself was refusing any flow of Exer and he was not allowed to take the pedestal apart to examine it. The bigger problem was that they did not know how Lajayapura worked and were unsure of the outcome. The only thing they knew was that this pedestal blocked Harijans from coming near Lajayapura. You should strengthen security first. I think it's easy to say that we are just heightening security since the festival is about to end. Yes. I will do my part on that, but you should do yours. That wasn't necessary. My lord. We have trouble. What's going on? The Marquis responded as he looked at a bandar user who was running toward him. Messages have come from the ships. 7 ships have sunk on the Lajayapura, my lord. The artifact that allowed communication magic was only installed on the huge ships. This meant that 7 large ships had sunk, along with many more smaller ships. The Marquis tried to keep his calm. He needed to stay calm so that all of Mark Aaron would not fall in chaos. How, Did it happen? The message reported that something large like an island swallowed it as a whole. And it's approaching our direction in full speed, m'lord. Damn it! The Marquis could not hold him back. It was not important to find out how the pedestal worked anymore. He knew what happened when the Talak stones were not used, and even then the problem did not come onto land. That was why he wanted to solve this problem without letting the people feel terrified. But it was too late. Evacuate everyone to higher ground. The festival is over. Dispatch all peacekeepers and bandar users. Do it now. Yes, m'lord. Stop all ships from departing the harbor and send a message to Kiera to bring all their ships back to their docks. We do not know when this problem will end. He needed to do everything in his power to prevent the disaster from happening. Arrest any fearmongers and evacuate the civilians into safety. Now, hurry. Yes, m'lord. The Marquis then turned to the magic priest. Babil, you must act quick. I will support you in any way I can. And you must flee if it becomes dangerous. Understood. Everyone, make it quick. The Marquis then began to return back to his castle. Worst case scenario, he needed to ask for reinforcement from the kingdom. I didn't expect. Lamran turned grim as he watched Mark Aaron fall into chaos. He already sent Lilia among the evacuating people to keep her safe. He did expect something to happen, but he just turned a blind eye to it. However, he never expected the result to be this bad. Surely his crown had affected the monster in some way, and it kept the peace at La Jayapura. It was sure that taking of the crown was related to the monster approaching the city. Do I have to bring it back there? There was the possibility of it going back to normal, but that meant Lamran would return to his old self. He could not resist the temptation of the power he had already tasted. Then an idea struck him from within. To save Mark Aaron, and prove himself to become a hero. An idea that didn't need him to travel all the way to the Great North Wall. I shall tame him. The crown allowed it to control such a monster, and it would definitely work for him too. He was, after all, the descendant of the great La Jayob. No one knew he took the crown anyway, and he destroyed the cave when he came out. If he managed to tame the beast, then it will allow him to become a hero. It also meant he will become the conqueror of all the seas. However, he needed to be closer to use the crown as he wasn't yet familiar with using it. As the monster approached, it would become his slave. Lamran then waited for the monster to arrive at the beach. If it came into sight, it was time. So all the ships have stopped. Xian spoke as he watched at the chaos at Mark Aaron. The peacekeepers were working hard to keep the order, but the people were terrified and the civilians were fighting against each other to run out first. There were no ships that dared to leave the shores when the monster was approaching from the sea. Ugh, some fish ruined my plans. Xian sighed. He now needed to make a choice. Take a land route. Run across the sea. Change the destination. Kick out that fish and force the ship to depart. The choice was already made. He needed to take the easiest route. To him, number 4 was the easiest. Besides, once the monster arrived, it would be easier to kick it out than follow it in the sea. Therefore, Xian decided to drive the monster out. After that was done, he planned to ask Steel to ask some kid she knew to have the ships depart and move on his way. That fish would be no problem once he boarded the ship. Xian then began making his move. Chapter 73, Responsibility of a Hero. The Bakuran felt two sensations coming from the beach as it arrived. One was terrifying while the other was uncomfortable. Both of these beings were present at the beach. The terrifying one was as if it was looking at its mother form. It was the feeling that one would get when facing an unmeasurably powerful being. That being was now threatening it. Fortunately, however, it looked like a land dweller and seemed to have no intention of following the Bakuran out to the sea. And for the uncomfortable feeling, this felt like the one that kept giving it orders. The only difference was that it was much weaker, but it was trying to subdue the Bakuran completely. It was trying to keep the Bakuran under its feet. Having been invincible from where it came from, Bakuran felt annoyed and irritated at that fact. It was a dilemma. Should it run? Or fight? The terrifying being was too dangerous to fight, but the uncomfortable one wasn't something it could dismiss. The Bakuran decided to stay at a distance where it could run away and sat there for a while. Why isn't it coming closer? Lamran let out a sigh. He was now back at the room where his crown was located, sending his orders to the monster at the sea. There was no worry of being discovered as his exor was being sent out to the sea by the crown very stealthily. The reason he came here was to hide from the peacekeepers. He was trying his best to subdue the monster, but it was resisting. It seemed like it might work if the monster came closer, but it stopped a few miles away from the beach. Is it afraid of me? That was the only reason he could think of, but that was troublesome. He needed to subdue the monster. Fearing him wasn't enough. Lamran focused harder on the crown. He was now becoming familiar with using it. It was only a matter of time for the monster to bow at his feet. I will be the hero of Marg Aaron. And when the time came, everyone will love and respect him. Hee. Xian, so how is it going? Steele smiled at Xian, who was obviously irritated. That guy's quite smart. It wasn't going as he planned. Xian didn't want to startle the people, so he sent his power out to the sea. He wanted to do things right, so he sent out the strongest energy wave to make that fish fear him, and that energy was powerful enough to make a six-horned monster like that run away. It must have felt Xian's power as it stopped approaching, but it wasn't running away. It did buy some time for people to run away, but they were even more terrified. The monster wasn't close, but its sheer size was enough to scare everyone watching from the high ground. It looked like the monster was waiting for its lunch to come back to the city, so Xian couldn't ask the ship to depart. Are all Harijans like that? Xian had never seen a Harijan, so it was somewhat interesting. Animals should prioritize survival, but that monster wasn't running away due to its hunger. Xian began to ponder. He expected the monster to run away at once, but it wasn't working. Ugh, why isn't that guy running away? Steele looked at Xian with a strange look and asked, Hey, why aren't you killing it? Killing it because it's blocking my way doesn't seem all that nice. Yet? But it killed humans. Who cares? He needs to live too. I see. Steele came to know more about Xian in the recent days. He didn't care if the target was a human or a Harijan. The only thing that mattered was if it invaded his space. Invaders were punished severely while others were spared. In turn, Xian didn't like invading others' spaces. Even now, Steele would have killed the monster already only because it blocked her way. Superhumans needed to be like her. Wherever a superhuman went, they needed to exert their power. That was good for everyone. Xian was having a hard time because his boundary was too small. He was too locked up in protecting his way of doing things. His power was between the level of a superhuman and a god, but his conscience was still at the human level. Nonetheless, it was fun watching Xian getting irritated, so Steele decided to just watch. So, you're just going to wait it out? He won't run away, right? It seemed like Xian's patience had run out. He decided to beat up the monster and unlocked his power to jump out the window. There was some distance that required him to use some power to catch up. But at that moment, the monster began fleeing at an incredible speed. Ah! Xian was dumbfounded. It seemed like the monster wasn't just staying around. Surely the monster figured it was a safe distance. It was half correct though. Since the monster was already far away, Xian stopped in between. It was so fast that it seemed like the island had disappeared. Yet the problem was the aftermath of the move. As it ran at full speed, the sea was shaken up and there was a tsunami. The tsunami quickly swallowed the beach and the whole city. Every ship that was docked at the Marg Aaron harbor was destroyed and the entire city was swallowed in whole. It happened so fast that it couldn't be stopped. I'm sure there are no ships left. Looks like it. And I'm sure no one will try to set sail with that monster alive. Probably not. So we have no choice but to go by land. The road to Kiera by land was very long. That was why Xian wanted to take a ship, and the only ship large enough to travel to Kiera was at Mark Aaron. The monster destroyed his choice. Xian was furious, but it was too troublesome to follow the monster to get revenge, so he began to prepare to travel by land. Xian gritted his teeth as he watched the monster watching the island from the sea. It came back to the sea as Xian did not follow him out, and it ran if Xian tried to come out to the sea, only to return when Xian began preparing to leave. It seemed like the monster was now very relaxed. There was no way to determine its expression, but it sure looked like it. The monster was now using its tail or weird backbone-looking part of its body to send a wave toward the beach. Part of the city was destroyed each time the monster flicked its tail, and the once beautiful city of Mark Aaron was now laid in ruins. I can't stand it anymore. His patience ran out completely. Father, I did best I could. Xian touched his necklace and took out Chronophan. It was bit far to slice up the monster, but it looked like it was possible. He could kill it, but he couldn't catch it. The distance forced Xian to use all his power that would definitely kill the monster, but he was left with no choice. If you're lucky, you will survive with your tails cut off. Steel, who just came from somewhere, grinned at Xian, who was pulling out his sword. Oh, so you made up your mind. I've waited long enough. Look at that bastard. The monster was flailing its tail from a range where it could run away. It looked like it wasn't scared anymore. Yeah, but isn't it too generous to kill it at once? What do you mean? It won't even know what killed him. It needs to realize what it did. Yeah, but it runs away too fast. I have a good idea. You'll thank me once you hear it. Xian turned to Steel. He was angry, but he still hesitated on killing the monster. What is it? Steel began to explain, and Xian looked at her in respect. It was a brilliant idea. Wow, it's incredible. When did you prepare all that? Haha, it's nothing. I should do it now. Thank you. You're welcome. Xian began making his move. Chapter 74, Responsibility of a Hero. Steel was curious. Xian had no experience in dealing with a Harrigan, so he just assumed all Harrijans were like that. It was strange to Steel, however, who had a lot of experience fighting Harrijans. These monsters were vicious, but they prioritized their own survival the most. There had to be a reason for the monster to stay by the beach. No Harrijans dared to goad the stronger being. Steel realized it had to do something with the stopping of the pedestal and examined it, finding something underground. After destroying the ground to walk down, she met a familiar face. It was the man who tamed the Rokuums. She wasn't sure why he was here, but one thing was for sure. This guy was the reason for the Harrigan staying by the beach. He was so focused that he did not even realize that she had entered the room. Who are you? How do you know about this place? The man was alarmed, but he calmed down after a few smacks. Steel asked him why he was here, and he confessed everything. So, you are here to tame that monster? And you thought it was going to work soon? Why, yes, look at him. He must be terrified of me. Damn it, if it only came closer, I would have saved Mark Aaron. Tame. The artifact he was wearing was very powerful, but the artifact depended on the user's powers. This man's power was just enough to make the monster angry. Steel finally realized what had been going on. The monster was extremely terrified of Xian and wanted to run away, but it was also angry at this man. So it didn't want to just run away without killing him. The monster was probably infuriated that such a weak man like him wanted to take control of its mind. Hee. This man would have been stoned to death if the people of the city knew this. Steel could barely hold back her laughter at this wannabe hero who just destroyed the city and started thinking. Wow, good. We need a hero who can save Margaret. Do you think you can tame the beast if we take you closer to the monster? Yet. I'm not sure if you've realized it, but I am really powerful. Okay. I can do that. The only problem was the distance. To Steel, this was the crown's problem. It used too much of the user's brain that by trying to use powerful magic, it occupied too much of the brain, making the user dumb. To accept such a suspicious offer, the man's brain was already damaged quite a bit. It may be useful, but the artifact was not a good one for a human to use it for long. Yet it didn't matter for Steel as he was useful for her purposes and took him back to the mansion. Then she proposed her idea to Xian. Okay, Xian. I'll make other preparations. You just need to create what I asked for. Sure, so, you will get the bait. Yet. Or do you want to my job? I can do yours. No. You can wait here. Xian could not think of a way to find a bait to lure the monster, so he accepted it and went to the beach to create what she requested. There was plenty of materials as all the ships at the dock had been destroyed. After Xian moved to the docks, he began taking off every anchor and chain off the damaged ships. As he gathered enough of them, Xian then began linking all thick chains into one really long chain. He was done with a fishing line. It was time to create a fish hook. Xian then gathered all the anchors he piled up and began molding it all into one. He needed to make a big hook so that the monster could not run away. After a while, he was left with a giant fishing hook. All that was left was a bait. Where is she going to get it though? He decided to return to the mansion to find out. I think I saw him somewhere. Oh, yeah. You have a good memory. I barely remember him. Well, I did like his show. So, why is he here? What do you mean? I said I'll prepare, right? Yeah, but you said you were going to prepare a bait. Right. How is it? Xian, I didn't force it on him. Steel quickly replied as Xian frowned. Don't lie. He looks beaten up already. Humph. That's for another reason. He did volunteer for it. You want to see it? Steel then turned to Lamran who was still focusing toward the sea, and woke him up by calling to him. So, are you ready to become a hero? Yes. If you only take me to him. I'll control him and bring peace to the city. After seeing him, Xian called Steel to the corner of the room. He looks weird. It's because of that crown. It dumbs people down. No. We can't use a live person as a bait. Really? But he's the reason why that monster's still here. Steel began to explain what she found out. Xian now understood why the monster was still at the beach. Humph. So, both of them are fault. That monster and Lamran, but this guy really made a mess. He was the reason why the monster did not run away when Xian made it terrified, and it would lead to the destruction of the city eventually. Hehe, we are not going to kill him anyway. You aren't going to kill either of them, right? Don't worry, he won't die. Besides, that monster is here because of him. Isn't it fair for him to take care of it? Xian nodded. It was, after all, Lamran's responsibility to try mend his actions. Okay, let's do it then. Good choice. They began to prepare for the final stage for ultimate fishing. Xian ran toward the monster floating in the middle of the sea and it fled as it always did. Unlike the first time, it was now taking time to run away. Xian began to ponder. It seemed like a better idea to just take off the crown off from the man and let the monster run away. But he decided against it. Lamran and the monster were both responsible for this mess and they needed to pay the price. Xian began to make his preparations once the monster ran away. There was a small island nearby, so Xian took out his fishing line and the hook from the Nitsmatan. The hook had a hole big enough for a human to step inside and a door to close the person in. It was all possible because the hook was that big. Xian then put in Lamran whom he carried here on his shoulder and closed the door. He would stay safe in it as it was created with precision by steel. After Xian finished putting Lamran in, who was still so focused on the crown, into the hole, he then dug up the ground to bury the hook inside and laid the chain across the ocean before he came back. Is it done? Yet. Good, shall we hide then? You know. Hey. Fishing is a really an annoying hobby. Xian and Steel finished their job by hiding their power from the chain. They would still be revealed if the monster got too close, but the chain was long enough so it looked okay. The Bakuran eyed the beach suspiciously. After it came back from running away, the terrifying being was no longer present. The Bakuran was still being careful, but there was no sign of it. However, the uncomfortable one was now much closer. Bakuran started thinking. Did it need to run away from this very suspicious situation? But the uncomfortable one was too close to just ignore it. The Bakuran then began approaching the one. There was still no sign of the terrifying one. Even if it was hiding, there was still some distance for him to run away. Then Bakuran took a bite into a chunk of dirt that was letting out the uncomfortable wave of energy. It decided to just run away after crushing it with its mouth. At that moment, the monster felt something weird in its mouth. The Bakuran tried to crush it, but it became stronger with a strange power and resisted. It felt that something was wrong and tried to run away, but the terrifying power exploded from the beach, pulling it toward the beach with tremendous strength that it had never felt before. Chapter 75, Responsibility of a Hero. Hiya! Xian unlocked his power as soon as the monster took a bite at the hook. The monster would have run if it wasn't for the chain, but it couldn't anymore. Xian began sending Bander into the chain and pulled it with all his might. The tug of war between the monster and the small human began. Under the law of physics, even if the human was much stronger, the sheer mass of the monster was enough to drag the human off the ground, but the sand which Xian was standing on didn't even move. Steel was surprised. This boy was beyond her imagination. It didn't even seem like Xian was the same as a Ra Bander after all. Ignoring all those laws of physics, a Ra Bander had no way to control the way one ignored the laws of physics. It all depended on the Ra Bander's power and they. Steel could have won the pulling war, but even she would have been dragged out to the sea. She was thinking of helping Xian if that happened, but she had nothing to do. Wow, this is pretty fun. Ha ha ha. I guess this is why people do fishing. The monster was now running rampant as it couldn't break free from the chain. If Xian didn't protect Lamran with Bander, he would have been crushed to death by the force of the movement. But he probably was feeling enough pounding even then. As the monster was dragged in, the depth grew shallower and the tremor destroyed all the nearby islands. One roll to the left and there was a crater on the beach, and one roll to the right destroyed an entire island built for a vacation mansion. It all was being witnessed by the city of Mark Aaron on higher ground. Oh gods! This is terrifying. It was as if an island was being dragged toward the land. However, the rage was becoming less powerful. The resistance was becoming weaker as the monster was dragged closer to the beach. Xian was now pulling the monster with more room and the beach was left with a huge trace of the monster being dragged in. Everyone felt a chill run through their spines. As monster was dragged up from the sea, they were able to see the monster in full detail. It did look like a marine animal, but it had 6 legs that could have been used to walk the lands and it was breathing with its large mouth. People thought they were safe when they moved to higher ground, but that was not the case. Then they noticed the 5 big horns and 1 small one growing on the monster's head. The monster was on the verge of becoming a 6-horned Harrigan. This was, without a doubt, the monster that killed the Grand Bander a long time ago. Then people became curious about who was at the other end of that chain. Was it Broxian, the legendary emperor, who had returned to save their city? Even though they could see the unmoving Harrigan on the beach, they couldn't come down. They were now more afraid of the person at the other end of the chain. They could not do anything but watch the monster and their half-destroyed city. Yeah. Xian opened up the monster's mouth. The monster had no sign of resisting as it only rolled its 8 eyes. It tried to resist when it was far away, but the sheer terror made it freeze and it was unable to think. The monster also remembered provoking Xian, so it did not dare to make a move. Xian took out the hook from its mouth and opened up the door to take Lam Ran out. He was unconscious but still alive as Xian had protected him. He was covered with bruises, but it seemed okay as he was still tightly holding onto the crown. Xian thought about taking the crown, but he figured it was useless as the artifact made the user dumb, so he decided to leave it be. After putting Lam Ran aside, Xian turned up to the fish he just fished up. "Ha, you have a job to do now." Xian mumbled that Steel was really a genius and began to walk up to the monster with a chain. The fish, Bakuran, could not dare to move. At least Xian didn't seem to want to kill him. "Oh, I almost forgot." As Xian walked up, he stopped in the middle and summoned his Chronophan. "You need some beating up first." "We're finished." "You sure have talent in fighting." "Is that a compliment?" "What I just did is a craft." The Quran, or fish number 1, was all bruised up with chains wrapped around its back. It wasn't done to capture it. At the top of the chain was a small steel box the size of a small house. The chains were wrapped around to affix the box on the back of the monster. It was created by molding the hook and the leftover chains by Xian. "Anyway, thank you, Miss Steel. How did you think of using him to travel across the sea?" The box was for them to stay in while Xian and Steel traveled across the sea on the back of fish number 1. The monster would repel any Harijans and would probably be faster than any ship. If they needed to eat, this fish was the best among any meat available, so that was also solved. They just needed to take some part of the meat next to the box. Harijan meat was known for its taste and it tasted even better if they had more horns. Xian was ashamed that he hadn't come up with the idea first. If he killed the monster, he was left with no choice but to walk to Kiera either by land or sea. "I told you, I'm genius in every way." "Then you should have made that box also." "Hey, don't you know about teamwork? I gave you an idea. It's your job to do the labor." "Whatever. But it does look crude." The steel box was made larger than what Xian originally intended. It was because Steel wanted to keep the enormous bed from the mansion. Xian liked the bed too, so he agreed and made the box larger. "So, what happened to that Lam Ran?" "He wasn't okay. The peacekeepers took him." Xian felt bad, but it was Lam Ran who brought this upon him. The damage that Mark Aaron received was too great. There was the entire destruction of the beach, the city near the coast was half destroyed, all noble retreat homes were destroyed, and the pedestal had come to a stop. The last part of the damage was the biggest. Mark Aaron was no longer able to work as a trade center and it would lose its charm as a tourist location. It had no way to regain its fame with no Lei Jayapura. It was lost by a young man's foolish action. The peacekeepers began investigating the accomplices of that man as they could not believe a man who ran a circus at the city would know the secrets of the pedestal. But Lam Ran's brain was dumbed down to that of a child, so it proved to be impossible. The bigger problem was that placing the crown back on the pillar didn't work. All the magic priests from the area gathered to solve the mystery, but they failed to find a resolution. Mark Aaron was under despair. Marquis Talruk thanked the gods that he still had his people, and he tried his best to rebuild the city, but the future didn't look too bright. Xian then stopped thinking and kicked fish number 1 to haul the supplies. Fish number 1 then began using its tentacles near the tail to haul the supplies onto its back. "He's smarter than he looks." Fish number 1 looked terrifying, but it acted like a small puppy. Harijans are smarter when they are stronger. Dumb ones can't survive. "Oh, I see. And everyone listens when they get beaten up." "Right. Let's go then." Xian and Steel hopped into the steel box and kicked Fish No 1's back, and it began swimming across the sea, allowing the box to sit above the sea surface. I have no idea how this works. Babil let out a sigh. They couldn't find anything out about the crown. The person who could have known was now too dumb, so it was impossible to ask. I should get some sleep too. All the other magic priests were already back in their rooms to sleep. They placed the crown on the pillar and went away. After a while, a strange swirl appeared at the front of the pillar and a hand came out from it. The owner of the hand looked at the empty space in front. No, there was something this mystery man could see. Quest. Use Slay Job's descendant to get your hands on the unusable crown. Reward, 380,000 EXP. Good. The mystery man, Kal Kirat, smiled. She was so excited when she saw the reward the first time, but she didn't dare to use the item herself because of the terrible effect it had. Besides, the crown needed Lei Job blood to change its current command and reset it. That was why she came up with a complicated scheme to get her hands on it, to make Lamran get his hands on the crown and reset the command. The command to keep Lei Jayapura open wasn't of any use to her. It all worked perfectly. The command was reset and she was watching over Lamran with her ability, so she was able to find the crown quickly enough. There was another reward. He was here. Kal Kirat thought about getting revenge by hurting his family, but she gave up after hearing advice from the Great Elder. Family doesn't mean anything once you reach that level. Don't take it lightly and just aim for the man. It was from the Great Elder, so she believed it to be true. His voice trembled a bit, but it probably was because he was excited for her to fulfill her people's long-sought goal. This crown would surely work as her tool of revenge. The man had no way to utilize the crown, but Kal Kirat knew she could utilize it to its full potential while minimizing the penalty with her skills. She then took the crown and disappeared into the void. Chapter 76, Axare. This guy is quite comfortable. Steel was impressed with fish number 1. The feel of its back was one of a kind. She first figured the movement was going to be rocky since its massive body had to move, but the monster smoothly swam across the sea. It was so big that it wasn't even affected by the waves. The steel box that was tied down did not move at all. Should we take him onto land also? I think he has legs too. Xian felt the fish flinching as he spoke. Isn't he too big? But if you're up for a world invasion, I would welcome that idea. Oh, right. If this monster walked onto land, Kiera would bring out their Artigan to shoot it at the monster. That part was okay since it would only kill fish number 1, but then Steel would start destroying the entire nation and Kiera would be wiped out. Xian decided to let fish number 1 go once they toward the end of Lei Jayapura. Good work. You can go now. Xian came to like the fish because of the comfortable ride and meat it provided. Therefore, he let it go without any hard feelings. Miss Steel, we will walk from here. Yeah, but wait. Hey. Let's get some more meat. It's so yummy. Steel offered to take more meat from fish number 1. Miss Steel. Yeah. You are a genius. Hey, fish number 1. Stop right there. The distance to their destination, Kerbal, was still a little far. It seemed like a nice idea to have the meat to eat while they walked above the sea. What happened? Have you been communicating with Mark Aaron? Damn it. What in the world happened? Near the end of Lei Jayapura, the city, Kerbal, was also in chaos. Mark Aaron lost all of its contacts right after it sent a message to stop all ships leaving the dock. The city of Kerbal was in distress, but it was only the start as the chaos would only grow larger if they heard about what happened at Mark Aaron. Unlike Mark Aaron, Kerbal was already a prosperous city before Lei Jayapura. However, it became more prosperous than ever after the Lei Jayapura festival started. Kerbal was even considered the second capital of Kiera. All the goods came from Brashan, and people gathered to travel to Brashan. With the warm climate and beautiful scenery, the city of Kerbal was one of the best, only second to the capital of Kiara. The city was famous for a lot of things, but there was one in particular. The black market. Every city had their own black market, but the one in Kerbal was special. It was huge, and with the vast amounts of money coming and going, the nobles knew of its existence but allowed it to continue operating. The people involved in the market were too powerful, and the bribes that were given to nobles were substantial. After that, the black market was considered a specialty attraction of Kerbal. Oh! We should visit the place after grabbing a room then. It should be fun. Xian and Steel were munching on the fish meat. The meat was stored within, and it would last for a while. Fish number 1 had to leave with a large chunk of its back sliced up. Will this place fall like Margarin? I don't think so. It was already a large city before. It did profit from Lei Jayapura, but it didn't rely on it that much. Then the city won't really take any damage. Yet. There will be some damage though. But Miss Steele, do you know how to get to the black market? It was famous, but it was still hidden. It was not like the visitor's guide booklet told travelers where to go. No. I've never been here either. You look unworried about that. Haha, but it will be easy to find. Steele took off a piece of clothing. She was now only wearing a thin, short-sleeve shirt, revealing her curves. Now, after this. Steele felt people's attention shifting to her as she began walking into the crowd. Argh! My wrist! You crazy B***tch! Did you see that? Let's ask him where to go. Steele dragged a man back to Xian. It should be here. Xian glanced around an alleyway after he followed the directions from the man. The black market was so large that it had multiple entrances and this was the closest one from their rooms. Xian and Steele walked into the restaurant that the man told them about. As they walked in, the owner greeted them grumpily. A guest. Krana meat and liona steak. Humph. Come this way. The owner then led them to an underground passageway below the restaurant. It's cheesy. Why do they use such code words? Xian whispered. Hee hee. Isn't that part of the fun? After they walked down, they faced an iron door. You can go in from here. Have fun. The owner then returned while Xian and Steele walked in through the door. As they opened it, they were now in a vast underground alley. They had reached the black market of Kerbal. The black market was started in a basement in the back of a building and began expanding its area until they eventually joined each other to form an extensive tunnel network. As it grew too large, people then built a building on top to conceal it. The black market dealt with everything that wasn't legally allowed. Smuggled weapons, drugs, items, talc stones, it had everything. And the most popular item of all was the slaves. The Kiara kingdom still had slaves. It was illegal officially, but people still traded and kept them secretly. This was where the most significant number of slave trades were held. The black market wasn't just some market that people shouted about. It was crowded but somewhat subdued. The people who made purchases here wanted to hide what they were purchasing, so they tried to keep it as quiet as possible. Xian and Steele looked around as they walked through the alley. There were all kinds of fascinating things that Xian had never seen, from fascinating creatures to mysterious weapons and illegal potions. It had everything. The black market was a good place for mercenaries to shop around. If they were lucky, they would be able to purchase a good potion at a cheap price. It usually had bad side effects, but the mercenaries who always put their lives on the line did not care too much about it. As Xian and Steele walked in further, they came to the market where the slaves were being traded. It's a slave market. Xian and Steele glanced in that direction, but they were uninterested. They look clean. They won't sell if they look dirty. It's the same for everything. Oh, right. But they don't look special. Did you expect to see beautiful women or non-human races to pop up there? Xian turned his head as Steele guessed what he thought. Some fairy tales say that's where the main characters find their partners. Xian had no intention to buy one, but his dream had been shattered. The people sold at a slave market were one of two things. They were either too poor that they had to sell themselves or they had a debt that they could not repay. Both were the same in the regard that they were helpless either way. The novels said that beautiful women or powerful non-human beings were sold at slave markets, but that wasn't realistic. Those were sold directly to people with power. That was why the slave market was the gloomiest place in the black market. It was full of chained up, hopeless people. At least they were washed and clothed with decent clothing that made them look less like bums. Humph. Let's move on. Xian then decided to move on to the next stop, but he came across a familiar scent. He could not remember where he had smelled the scent before, but he quickly began chasing it. Confused, Steele followed. Chapter 77, Axare. Where have I felt this before? Xian thought for a while and then remembered. It was when those Arancals warped him into a different dimension. The place that he was put in for a moment had the same kind of smell. Xian began chasing the smell. After a while, he came to a small box. Looks weird. He couldn't figure out what it was made for, but it looked weird and had a strange hook on it. Xian decided to buy it. After all, he was here to shop. How much is this? That. The rough-looking man who was selling his items turned to the man who had asked the question. It was a pale-looking man with a beautiful woman next to him. It was a very unusual combination, and so the man was alert. He knew from experience that he always had to get away from any unusual stuff to live a long life and decided to take care of this fast. The man was pointing to a strange box that he had acquired while ago. It was about the size of a thin book, and he wasn't sure what it was made for. He tried opening it, but it didn't budge. So he just kept it, hoping that some weirdo would purchase it. 5 talons will do. He didn't want to get involved, but he also needed to make a profit, so he inflated the price. 5 talons, Xian scratched his head and thought it wasn't that expensive. So he touched his necklace and summoned 5 golden coins. What? The man looked shocked. That kind of artifact wasn't something just anyone was allowed to have. Here you go. Goodbye. The man kept his calm, took the money, and bid farewell. Xian, why did you buy that? Steele asked curiously as she watched Xian putting the box into Nitsmatan. I just smelled a familiar scent. Scent of an ex-girlfriend? I thought you never had one. Do you have to say that? And it's not like that. The man watched the two leave, closed his stall, and left. It looked like they were probably too powerful for him to handle, since carrying that kind of artifact with such a combination meant that it had some power. But he didn't need to fight them. He just needed to sell the information and take the money. Third-grade magic priest Riff was walking along with Li Menu. Li Menu, why the sullen face? Because. Are you that depressed about the slave market? Gosh. Riff held his head. His friend had a strange sense of righteousness. His friend must have felt sympathetic toward those slaves. If he didn't do something, his friend would surely try to something to set them free, like buying them, so he decided to warn him. Focus on our mission. We have a job to do. Master Decadwin said we can use whatever amount we need, so it should be okay. Haha. It was as expected. He would have agreed if there was some talented individual or a beautiful woman among the slaves, but to free hundreds of dumb people who could not save themselves from poverty? Still, that would not hurt his friend. In fact, he was treasured by the Magical Council. The feats he had achieved in the short amount of time was great. Riff wasn't the same as him though. He would be punished for not looking after his friend. So Riff decided to persuade him. Good, let's say you bought them. But what then? Send them home. They don't have a home. That's why they're here. Then, take them with us? Then what? If we free them, they'll get captured before leaving the city wall. So, if you buy them, you have to take care of them for life. If they get sold, they at least solve their problem of having a home. Go buy them if you can take care of them until the end. If not, give it up. I hope he will give up now. Li Menu always emphasized morals or righteousness. However, this seemed like enough for even him to understand. Okay. Woo. Riff was relieved. Good. We need to find something here, remember? Right. Li Menu smiled bitterly. He came here right away when he heard that the object was found at the black market. He gave up hope after losing it, but he still clung to the hope of finding it. After using the power of the magical council to investigate, he heard a similar object was being sold at the black market. He needed the object as it was essential for his next step. He needed the information in it to change the world. Only he could recognize the object, so he had to come all the way here. Good thinking. But this place is really huge. They came right after they heard the information, but they didn't expect the market to be this big. We'll just take it slow for a few days and. Riv. I found it. Hey. Li Menu began walking faster. Hey. Where are you going? So, you don't know what it does, but you still bought it. Steele was examining the box that Xian bought. Yeah. It was cheap, and I have a good feeling about it. Haha. Steele thought that Xian's feeling wasn't all that accurate, but she too was curious about what the object was, so she decided to stay quiet. It doesn't seem to work with Exer, or Bander. It didn't seem like an ordinary box. An ordinary box would not require expensive glass as a material. And if glass was used to create the box, then it should have shown what was inside. In contrast, there was only blackness, and it was also too thin to store something in it. It might be an artifact from the old empire. Then it should react to Exer, but it doesn't. Steele quickly lost interest as she had no idea how to determine the purpose of the box. Xian also wasn't interested in its purpose as he just bought it on a whim, so he was about to put it back into when someone stopped him. Excuse me. Hey. This scent. Xian turned and found a man standing behind them, followed by a few others who had barely caught up to him. Do I know you? Xian asked as he did not recognize him. It was their first meeting, but he had a similar scent to the box, so Xian was interested. I am Li Menu. The box you are holding. The man looked like he was in a hurry, so he could not carefully explain. Yeah, this box. That is mine. Riff was dumbfounded by Li Menu's words. It was as if he was trying to start a fight. However, he was lucky that he talked to Xian, not Steele. If it was Steele, his spine would have been broken in half already. Xian was a self-proclaimed gentleman who wished to sort things out by talking. Xian thought there must be something behind it and decided to listen. Can you explain what is going on? Oh, I'm sorry. I must have gotten ahead of myself. Xian thought that he was right, there was something to it. The box you have, it's something I lost a while ago. Can you please sell it back to me? Oh, I see. Xian smiled, and Li Menu's face brightened. Yes. I can pay whatever the amount. It's okay. Hey? Do you not need to be paid? Xian realized the man did not understand him, so he continued, No. I mean I'm not going to sell it. What? I mean, I don't need money, and I bought it because I wanted it. I'm not selling it. Li Menu was troubled. He needed the object for himself and the project. Even if he was a genius, he couldn't memorize all the details. He needed the information inside the box. Yet, the man in front of him just declared that he did not want to sell it. Does he know what the box holds? Li Menu couldn't believe that to be true, but he asked anyway. Do you know what the box is? No. Haha, I would be using it if I did. Then why aren't you selling it? Because I want to keep it. Li Menu couldn't do much. It was the man's property now, and he didn't want to sell it. There was nothing else he can do. But, I really need that. Li Menu, let me handle it. Riff, after becoming frustrated, stepped out. It looked like these guys were trying to rip them off and Li Menu was falling for it. It was time to show them the power of the group. Riff decided to show Li Menu how to solve the problem. Chapter 78, Axare. Good day, sir. I am Riff, a third-grade magic priest from the Exalted Magical Council. Yes. I am Xian. Riff narrowed his eyes as Xian didn't seem to be bothered by the name of the Magical Council. If he was just some ruffian, he should have backed off the moment he heard the council's name. The council's headquarters was located in Kiera, but its power stretched across the entire continent. It looked like they weren't bothered. Riff wanted to check to see if they were involved in some powerful organization. Excuse me, but are you affiliated with any organization? Organization? No. Xian told the truth as he was no longer part of. Steel was barely holding back her laughter next to him. It looked like the boy wanted to pressure Xian by using the name of their organization. The name of the Roman family should have been enough to make them back off, but Xian was answering them so naively. However, Steel had no intention of interfering. Let's see how long your patience will last. As she expected, Riff began to act tougher as he considered Xian to be a common ruffian. The object you took belongs to us. It was sold at the black market after we lost it. It should be considered as theft, but we will consider the fact that you purchased it, so we will pay you what you paid for it, and we will take the item into custody. He. Steel was quite amused at Riff, who didn't realize he was putting his head into an alligator's mouth. Riff finished talking and glanced at Li Menu, thinking Li Menu should learn from him. Xian watched Riff for a moment and spoke, "What will you do if I won't give it to you?" "Then, we will need to use force." Xian was relieved. "Oh, that's good. I didn't feel like beating up a man who wanted to sort it out by talking. Thank you." "Hey? What arg?" The fish number 1 meat that Xian was chewing on was thrown at Riff before he could finish talking. The meat that was held by Xian was no longer food. The meat thrashed Riff as it was smashed into pieces and Riff could not think correctly. The people at the back, including Li Menu, didn't dare to intervene and only watched on. "Woo! Shall we go, Miss Steele?" He. "You are too nice." "Well, it's not like he deserves to die. But I can't eat this anymore." Xian and Steel began walking away, and Li Menu quickly blocked them. Wait. Are you thinking about using force to take the object too?" Li Menu shook his head quickly as he already saw what had happened to his friend. "No, is it true that you do not know what the object is?" "That's true." "Then, I'll teach you what it is for. It's not something that should be just kept as a collection. Please, let me have, at least the information inside. It's very important to me." Li Menu did his best to convince the man. The others that were watching on were dumbfounded. Li Menu just revealed all the secrets he had which Xian could have used against him. Everyone had given up hope, however, Xian answered differently, "Okay, if that's what you need." "Thank you. Thank you so much." Li Menu realized Riff's approach had been wrong and frowned at him. "Will you visit our place then? A few repairs and a recharge will make it work." "Humph. Xian, what will you do?" "Sure, we can go. It's not a hard thing to do." He was curious about the object anyway, so it was a good suggestion. Thus, Xian agreed. Steel was also curious about what the object was for, so she followed without objection. Li Menu took out something from his backpack the moment he returned to the room. It looked like a repair kit. Xian curiously watched Li Menu working on it. The room had Xian, Steel, and Li Menu. Riff was lying unconscious in another room, and Steel insisted on staying together with Xian. Then, I'll start. Li Menu carefully began dismantling the back of the box. Oh! The inside of the box was more complicated than it looked. After fiddling around inside, Li Menu took something out from it. What is that? Oh, it's called a battery. But it's not usable anymore. Why is that? The energy from within, it's what provides the energy to make this machine work, but there's no more. Oh. So it's like a talc stone. Yes. So I can replace it with another talc stone and Li Menu placed the talc stone powder in various places and used many valuable metals to replace the various parts. After a while, he covered up the box and pressed on a mysterious part of the box. The glass then began to shine. It worked. Li Menu seemed excited to see that the box was working. Oh. Is it working now? Yes. Can I remove the information from inside? It's not going to take long. I will teach you how to use this afterward. Yeah, take your time. Ha ha ha. Xian felt good about acquiring a fascinating object, so he laughed. Li Menu then took out a small crystal and put it on the machine. Then the crystal began to shine. It's fascinating. Yes. I created it to move the information from the box. Li Menu answered while blushing. The red bar within the crystal began to shoot up, and it soon turned green. Then Li Menu took it off and put it into his backpack. Then he took out another crystal. What is that? This. I made it before. We can't use that box anymore because I took out everything. Hey! Xian looked at Li Menu as if he had deceived him, but it didn't seem like it. Li Menu quickly continued to explain to Xian, you wouldn't have been able to use it, because it was made in another language. I'll replace it with our language. I see. So what is the purpose of the box anyway? Xian began to ask his questions as the critical steps seemed to be finished. Oh. I forgot to explain, didn't I? That. I guess you can call it a book. A book. Xian looked confused as he turned to the small box. It didn't seem like it could contain a few pages of paper. That is small, but it can easily contain thousands of books. The information in this crystal isn't that much, but it still has enough that no ordinary man can finish reading it all. Maybe it's like. Xian couldn't understand how it worked, so he compared it to his void storage. I'll show you how it works once the transfer is complete. Li Menu smiled as he spoke. He had achieved his goal, and knowing Xian wasn't dangerous made him feel relieved. As the machine was reactivated, Li Menu began explaining to Xian and Steel how to use the book. His mission was complete. He thought it might take longer to find the object, but since it was done much quicker, he decided to teach them well. So, is there a name for this thing? Xian asked. Oh. Call it ALLA. It's in ancient words. It means all-knowing God. Haha, it's exaggerated, but I just thought it was a good name for it. ALLA. Xian was pleased with his new belonging and eagerly learned how to use it. Steel, too, seemed to be very interested, so she quietly watched. I'll be going then. Goodbye. Xian was very satisfied with his, and Li Menu also left with a smile as he had obtained the badly needed information. Xian, do you like it that much? You saw it too, right? This thing is like a treasure. Xian was throwing away various guidebooks and booklets from Nitsmatan. He treasured it before, but it was now useless. However, obtaining ALLA wasn't the only reason why he was excited. When Steel was out somewhere, Li Menu whispered to him, hee hee. You are of age, so if you go here, and here. Look. Oh. Oh ho, oh ho. Xian remembered what was stored inside and smiled in a perverted way. He he he. Hey? What's with that smirk? He he. It's nothing. Li Menu. So, you obtained the information. Yes, Master Decadwin. I successfully acquired it with your help. Li Menu was talking to the council at the first grade magic priest Decadwin, whose image was shown, looked delighted. Good work. Good work. That crystal will be vital to help finish our magic rune. Thank you. You are our treasure from the sky. Li Menu, come right back. Treasure from the sky. Li Menu smiled, thinking he was sent here by the sky after all. I will move by Roa then. Yes. The magic rune will soon be finished when you return. Stay safe. Chapter 79, Hope of Kerbal. The similarity between beauty and weakness is that both are good to take. So don't touch them. There's a reason why they still walk unhinged. Kirkan the Bandit King. Black Serpent was one of the three organizations that ruled the black market. One of its leaders, Spin, stared at the man who was reporting to him. Void artifact, a beautiful woman and some weakling. Yes. Aren't they good targets? Did you take care of the fool who came to sell the information? Yes, sir. A void artifact was created from high-grade magic and many metallic stones, thus making the item valuable no matter its capability. With a beautiful woman by its side, it seemed lucrative. That's what this fool is probably thinking. It was why the man ranks so low in their organization. A beautiful woman walking around without a guard had to be treated with caution. Fools were all over the place, and they would have already tried to do something to her. If she was able to walk freely through the black market, it meant she knew her way around. The world was large, and there were plenty of powerful men. The weakling might not be a Bander user, but he could be an Xer. However, that didn't mean he was going to give up on it. There were always people foolish enough to wade in without any thought. Hey, do you remember the Kekuraks? Yes. Smugglers in the Eastern District, right? Yet. Wasn't the leader an expert? That's right. Give him this information. Don't let it spread to other places. Hey? What are you going to do if he takes it away? You idiot! He's not going to flee and lose all the profit from this place because of one artifact. The Kekuraks were not big, but the profit was still huge. They would never give up their spot for just one small artifact. Oh. Right. I will do it right now. Spin sighed. The man was very loyal but too dumb. How long will I need to train him so that he can think better? Spin then started walking to the district to figure out how to distribute the new drugs that had come into their possession. I guess there's no more of these things. Xian looked disappointed. There were some artifacts hidden within the items being sold with unknown values. Xian didn't care much about them as he was too obsessed with what he acquired the other day. He now didn't even bother to take a look and just sensed the energy waves. Did you think the market would hide some legendary sword or something? Well. It had XRA too, didn't it? Those kinds of things won't be here because it looks valuable even at a slight glance. Darn. I guess I won't find a present for my brother here. That Ryan boy. Yet. He wanted to give the stuff he had, but Ryan's power would be absorbed the moment he touched any of Xian's items. The items that RA Banders used were not something anyone, including Grand Banders, could wield. Should I look for it later? Is he a master? Yet. Something like, an armor that strikes lightning to anyone who touches him. That sort of thing should work. Or one that summons me when he faces any danger. Lightning would be much better for the attacker than Xian being summoned. Steel thought it was good to know that Xian cared a lot for his family and continued following him. Suddenly, someone bumped into Steel. Ouch! Hey? What's going on? The man that ran into Steel was rolling on the ground, and some other men quickly tended to him. Miss Steel. Oh, How can I dodge when he runs up to me so suddenly? That was a lie because Steel would not allow someone to bump into her like that. People began gathering and whispering. Hey, stand up now. Don't be a weakling. Ugh, no. I'm not, ugh. It seemed like that man didn't have good intentions when he bumped into Steel. She definitely would not let the man go without a beating. This seemed like it was enough for them to realize that they should back off, but the man who looked like the leader of the group shouted from behind. Bastards! You should apologize when you bump into someone. Xian decided to apologize. The man really was in a state where he needed an apology. Sorry about that. What? Is that all? You can't just say sorry and be done with it. We need compensation. Is he dumb? He should have realized that Steel wasn't the one to be messed with when he saw his man not getting up by just a bump. Yet the man didn't seem to be bothered. Xian decided it would be better for him to take up the problem. It seemed better than having Steel beat up all these men and send them to a hospital or graveyard. He happened to have another piece of meat that he was chewing on, so he decided to use it again and walked up. Hey, what is that? Is that the compensation in your hand? Ha! But, come to think of it, that looks like enough. Hey! Xian became confused as the man suddenly changed his attitude. Xian hadn't done anything yet, and neither did Steel, who was grinning behind him. But he found out soon enough. Hey, Baldy! I told you to stop doing that, didn't I? A red-haired woman was walking toward the scene. No. I wasn't doing anything. They bumped into us. I was just going to get an apology. Yeah, right. You remember what you did a few days ago? No. I changed my way of doing things after that. Haha. These bastards are here again. Kakarak cursed to himself as he saw a group comprised of a man and 3 women coming toward him. This group of people appeared a week ago. They looked suspicious, so he and his group didn't approach them for the first few days. But when some fool pickpocketed the man didn't realize he was being robbed. No strong warrior would let that happen. The rumor spread quickly. Everyone began aiming to claim those beautiful women as their prizes. But they were mistaken. It was those women who were dangerous. They looked like angels, but they had the heart of demons. A man from Ritukel touched softest-looking woman's butt and was nearly beaten to death. He was sent to the hospital for bone fractures throughout his body. His group's hideout was ransacked, and the group then began shopping at the black market with the money they looted. Kakarak managed to survive with a few beatings as he was only interested in the man, but if he tried to do something to the women, he would probably end up in the hospital too. We're going to stay here for a while. If you pick on weak people again. No. It won't happen again. We're just trying to keep the peace of the streets. Boys. Let's get back to work. Kakarak quickly called his men and disappeared. Xian considered that it was good that it was solved and thanked the group. Thank you. It's been solved. Yes. Be careful. This place is filled with bad people. It's dangerous to walk around. Ha! Steel burst into laughter from the back. She was disappointed that it didn't turn into a fight and was now dumbfounded when such weaklings were warning them to be careful. Hey! The red-haired woman then turned to the woman behind the man. Ugh! She always was proud of her good looks, but the woman at the back was even more beautiful. Her skin was fair, and she was tall with long arms and legs. As she turned around and returned to her group, she became more irritated as Kelvin, the guy from her group, was looking at the woman with a mesmerized look. Ugh! Where are you looking it? Kelvin! No. No please! Rina, please! Rina began dragging Kelvin by grabbing his hair, and the other 2 women disappeared with them. Hee. Miss Steele, you look proud of yourself. I thought you didn't care about humans. Victory is always a sweet thing. Xian nodded. Those 3 women were beautiful, but steel was one of a kind. Li Menu, is it now finished? Decadwin smiled as he watched the magic rune. Yes, Master Decadwin. I just needed the information, but we do need a large amount of energy for it. Was there a change to the formula that I was not aware of? Li Menu was a genius, but he was still young and untrained compared to a first-grade magic priest. He did play a vital role in this project, but he couldn't grasp the whole picture as such. Don't worry. We made the change because we found a way to get more energy. We will be installing it near Outer Kerbal to solve the disaster with Lei Jayapura. Li Menu was reminded of the city of Kerbal and the disaster that it faced. It seemed the magic rune was going to be a great help to the city. It's a good idea. I think it will show the best result. Decadwin then walked out of the room, and Li Menu was left alone to review the information on the magic rune. He named it because it didn't have a name yet. It was magic on a different level of power than Roa. If this were created, Lei Jayapura would no longer be useful. It was going to bring hope to Kerbal. Li Menu began to focus as he was filled with hope that the warp gate would instill hope in many people. Chapter 80, Hope of Kerbal. Hey, where are you going? Liviath shouted at the man. Liviath, did you hear that it's finished? Yet. It was close, Liviath said in relief. He needed to fully activate the rune, and he barely managed to regain his power in time. We are installing it at Kerbal. Kerbal? The place at the end of the shortcut. Yet. Liviath looked confused. Why there? That place is too crowded. It's because people know it as a stronger version of Roa. The shortcut has been destroyed, so they are putting it there to use instead. Liviath then understood what was going on. Oh. So it's being put there to connect Kerbal and Marg Aran. Yet. It's not something that can be covered up. It's too big, and think about the number of Talak stones and people needed for the work. Liviath then became curious. I get it. But where are you going? You're not needed. The runes were made by magic priests, and they had no part in it. Only Liviath was needed to provide the required energy. I want to test it out. I need to know if it works so I can decide to use it when I need it. Okay. You'll know later. Liviath still couldn't understand, but he turned away. The man wasn't one to do something without reason. After they were done strolling through the black market, Xian was back on a Kerbal road. After looking into various places, Xian was surprised that Kerbal was calm and peaceful. It had been enough time for Kerbal to hear about what had happened to Marg Aran, but it seemed like it did not bother them that much. However, Xian soon found out the reason. The Magic Council, they're amazing. What about them? You know, Lei Jayapura was destroyed. Right. So, they are installing a teleportation rune between here and Marg Aran. Hey. Steel became confused. She was once the ruler of a kingdom and had interest in Exer, so she knew her way around it. Roa was already impossible technology that was only made possible by digging up ancient texts and documents. Yet it did not allow a large number of transportations made at the ports of each city. The sheer cost of Talak stones would prove to be disastrous. Steel thought there was something else going on and began to listen. She needed to look into it. Ropal, a small fishing village on the northeastern coast of Brashan. Kirat was walking along the coast of Ropal. A status window was alerting her constantly. Quest, important acquaintance. Stay at Ropal, a small fishing village north of Marg Aran. Reward, 0 EXP, friendship with Kirat had never received such a quest. It seemed like there was nothing to be earned from such a quest, however, she followed it anyway. The status window never lied to her, and it didn't seem dangerous. Kirat was frustrated. That was why she was walking along the beach to calm herself down. Can I kill him? She first thought she would be able to kill him if she was prepared, that was not the case. She ran to mark Aaron once her showed that it was dangerous, and she positioned herself on higher ground where the evacuees and watched what Xian did. He was fishing up an island. It wasn't like he beat up the monster. He was just pulling the six-horned monster by using pure force. He didn't look all that tired either. That was when she realized that she needed to find another way. Woo! She sighed as a voice came from behind. Oh, you were here. But how did you know to wait here? Hey! Kirat turned around quickly. She had all sorts of detection and sensing skills invested to ensure her survival. However, she did not realize that someone had crept up next to her. A brown-haired man was grinning at her. Say, girl. You have the crown, right? Kirat became tense as soon as she heard it. It's okay, don't be afraid. I made it, so I know where it's at. I just followed the signal. Kirat quietly activated her skill. Activating. A more powerful skill than it allowed Kirat to view more details on the target. After looking through the status window, Kirat couldn't believe what she saw. You. Hey? Girl, what did you just do? The man looked surprised, but he still grinned. He then realized something and spoke, oh. I wondered how you found the crown and waited for me here, you're connected to. Kirat was shocked. Haha, don't be so surprised. I just have all sorts of experiences. I saw it once before, so that's why I know. But this changes my plans. The man began thinking. He was just going to take the crown at first, but he now wanted the girl. The connector of Axare wasn't common. He only encountered it once throughout his long life. She would surely be a great help. He then decided to take her with him. Hey, you want to go with me? What? Kirat was baffled by the unexpected offer. I'm not forcing you. My motto is to, okay. If you're unconvinced, look at whatever that you're looking at. You should see it since you're the connector of right? The offer is good too. Kirat looked into the quest window that popped up and all of the other connected quests. After looking into it, she realized that she now had a chance. Okay. I will go with you. You will have good compensation, good pay, and hey? You've already decided? I'm not done yet. I'll listen to it later. Haha, okay. But we have a training period. You need to do some work for me first. Let's go. The man smiled. Kirat also smiled, satisfied that she now had a way to get her revenge. Chapter 81, Hope of Kerbal. Li Menu was excited by the fact that the great magic rune that was going to be finished soon. He was sometimes sad for living in this world, but he enjoyed times like these. It connected two spaces. It was a miracle that was not possible in his world. Li Menu was proud that the science he brought and the magic here combined to create amazing things. Li Menu, you look overjoyed. Decadwin spoke to him. Oh, Master Decadwin. We just need the energy source now. Li Menu pointed at a small tower far in the middle of the rune. But, the energy that's needed initially is too great. Li Menu seemed concerned. Don't worry. I found a way. Li Menu was still questioning the possibility. The energy needed to start this magic was impossible to prepare even in his world. It needed a power that rivaled nuclear power levels. Li Menu. How long has it been since you came here? It's been about 3 years. Decadwin was one of few who knew about Li Menu's secret. It had been 3 years since he came to this place. A lot of things happened, and Li Menu proved himself to be able to rise to such a level. He was lucky that he met the higher-ranking individuals of the Magical Council. So, you've never met superhumans? 3 years wasn't enough for him to meet such beings. Yes, I've only heard of them through stories. Superhumans. Beings that he found out through the books. Yet he could not consider them seriously as it didn't seem realistic. Haha. You should look carefully with your recording device this time, then. Li Menu became confused, but he soon realized what he meant. Are you saying, a person is going in there? No, not a person. It's a superhuman. Li Menu was dumbfounded, but Decadwin grinned. Your job here is done. It's time for the magic. You should return to the council. Li Menu nodded. He acknowledged the fact that he had been a great help, but it was now time for magic to play its part. Middle of Kiara Sea. There was a small boat in the middle of the sea where the Harijans infested after the destruction of Lejayapura. But this ship, without a sail or paddle, sailed through the sea at an incredible speed. Harijans also didn't attack it. Where are we going? Kirat asked the man. The man, who called himself, answered. Kirat knew the man's name was different since she saw it with, but she decided to not ask him about it and called him Lejayop. We're going to find the experiment target. What experiment? We made something this time. A friend asked me to help out. So why do you need a target? The magic needs to kill a sixhorn with ease. I need to test that out. Kirat couldn't believe what she heard. Then. Yeah, we're going to, oh, you saw it too, right? That? We're going for his mother. He's crazy. Kirat examined the Bakuran's status. It was level 203. If it weren't for Xi'an, the east coast of Brashan would have been left in ruins within a few days. But its mother? Harijans grew stronger as they got older. It meant that the Bakuran's mother was much stronger. After hearing the information from Lejayop, a window popped up. Quest, bring 2. Get help from to tame the deep sea in the Kiara Sea. Find and bring it to reward, 3,900,000 EXP, decreases by 90% when helped, gain temporary control of I don't want to die yet, Kirat answered after glancing at the status. The words were normal, but the information it contained was brutal. She had no power to tame such a beast. Hehe, Kirat, I didn't bring you here to let you die. I have a way. What do you? Oh. Kirat turned to the crown she was holding. Yeah, that crown. It's really good stuff. It was so hard to create, and I almost died trying to get the materials for it. The crown did not show much information. Will this be enough? Of course. I told you, it's good stuff. Lejayop grinned and continued, you're the connector of. You should be able to tame they. I'll help you too. We just need to bring it to Kerbal, so it should be easy. Lejayop then moved the boat. Kirat thought it was a good choice to follow him. She began to feel that she would have a chance at her revenge if she followed this man around. Xi'an was walking through the city alone since Steel disappeared after saying that she needed to look into something. Xi'an then found something interesting. It was the one man, 3 women group he saw back at the black market. Kelvin, you dumb fool. You've been robbed again. No. I just forgot where I left it. Ugh. What have you done? But we didn't have much anyway, you ate it all up. Shut up. They shouted for a while, then took out a flag from the bag and raised it. The blue-haired woman who was holding on the flag seemed embarrassed. Xi'an looked at them while chewing on the fish meat. It was common, but it became popular instantly. It didn't seem like it was possible to win since the women were all so powerful, but the only reason why was because they were all very beautiful. After looking at it for a while, Xi'an realized the man's necklace looked familiar. Where did I see it? Oh. Xi'an took out Axare and brought up the he was looking through yesterday and came across this artifact information because he really wanted it. Creation of the old magic priest to keep his loved one. Paired with a ring. Owned by Count Laruin of Karen Kingdom. Skill 1, summons a small lightning cloud to protect the user. A more powerful lightning cloud is created when added together with the user's Exer. Skill 2, if the owner faces danger, it summons the ring wearer. There it is. It was what he wanted badly. The blonde women had the ring, so it was the perfect timing. Xian began to approach them. He needed to join in before they finished up the arm wrestling contest. Rika, shouldn't we return now? Rina, we need to earn as much as we can. The blonde spoke to the redhead as she claimed victory against the 27th challenger. Good. Next, Rika was confused when a familiar face sat down in front of her. Hey? He's the one who was with that big-breasted woman. That's how you remember me. Xian sighed as Rika remembered. Oh, you're the guy from that time. What are you doing here? I'm just trying to participate. Xian thought he was being unfair, but he wanted the necklace so bad that he endured the embarrassment. But Rika mistook Xian's blush for something different and grinned. Hehe, I know I'm charming, but you shouldn't flirt with other girls. I'm not here to hold hands with you. Hey! Rika looked dumbfounded. How much can I bet here? Haha. Are you rich? Rika laughed. You can bet as much as you can. We don't have a limit. The blue-haired woman smiled as she spoke. Really? What happens if you can't pay out the prize? The blue-haired woman looked at Xian strangely. The attitude only meant that he was sure he was going to win. Their main job was to protect Kelvin, and they had memorized all the strong individuals in the continent. It did not include this man. The blue-haired woman, Kuren, smiled in relief. Don't worry. We'll pay with our belongings. Okay. You said it. Xian then took out all talents that steel gave him. Kuren, how much is this? It looks like it's more than 2,000 talents. All four of them looked at Xian with suspicious eyes. What, are you afraid? Ha, don't say we didn't warn you ahead of time. Rika, I don't feel good about this. Go away, Kelvin. Rika was challenged. She turned to Kuren, asking to see if she recognized him, but she shook her head. Xian was not on their list. You will regret this. So, you're up for it? Xian asked worriedly. There was no other way if they refused to take up the challenge. What, are you afraid now? It's too late. Come here. Rika snatched Xian's hands. Why am I always getting involved with rough women? Xian thought. But he had achieved what he wanted. Let's do it then. Chapter 82, Tasha Dagon. Hehe. When she returned to the room, Steel found Xian, who was grinning on top of the bed. What happened? You look excited. I found something nice. Xian showed her a necklace and a ring. Interested? Steel asked. Oh, isn't that the one from yesterday? From the Axare? Where did you get it? I found it on the road. Wow! You really are lucky at finding things. Hehe. Luck comes to those who search for it. Yeah, well. You don't hesitate to take things by force. You look excited too. What happened? Oh. It's not much. They were making something interesting nearby, so I paid them a visit. Them? Don't say you destroyed a few things. Xian was concerned as Steel's way of doing things wasn't normal. What are you talking about? I just took a look at that magic rune. I didn't want to destroy it yet. Steel smiled, but Xian became worried. Something really annoying always happened when Steel was excited like that. Sir Liviath. Welcome. Decadwin greeted Liviath politely. Liviath glanced at Decadwin and asked, what do you need me to do? It's simple. You just need to provide energy through your at the center of the rune. Next is on us. Good. That's simple. But will it really work? Is it safe? Liviath looked unconvinced. It was only a smaller size since it was a test, but it needed to be closed when the experiment was done. It was created per Sir Takian's blueprint and finished with the other world's knowledge. Takian really was smart. Where's Lei Jaob? He took in a new recruit, but he was successful. Oh! So they are bringing the then. Liviath looked at Decadwin with a surprised look. He knew about the. There was time when he went out to the sea to kill it, but he almost got killed. To tame such a monster. Good. So our new recruit is promising then. She wasn't a superhuman yet, but that didn't matter. So when are they coming? Tomorrow, at 2 p.m. Good. We'll make quick work of it. Liviath laughed. Miss Steele, you look more excited than yesterday. You think so? Yeah. It makes me more uneasy. Xian did not speak this out loud. It was because he found Steele's nickname while reading through Axare. Stental the First. Goddess of Disaster. Even without the book, there wasn't one case that ended nicely when Steele became excited. Now, she was more excited than ever before. Hey! You thief! Xian figured it didn't mean to call an innocent man like him, so he ignored it. But someone called out again. You! You who stole our necklace! Xian, you steal necklaces now! I won it fair and square! Xian turned back, and sure enough, that voice was calling him. What is it? Xian asked. I brought 20,000 talons. Give me back the necklace. Kuran! Stop! It was the blue-haired woman who shouted. The blonde and red-haired women were trying to stop Kuran. Hat! Xian, do we look like we're easy to pick on? Steele laughed. I'm sorry, but didn't you promise that you would pay with your belongings? And you made me choose 20,000 talons worth of items? I only took a necklace and a ring. You knew. You knew what it was. That's more than 20 million talons. Kuran couldn't continue since she was so enraged. She did say take what he wanted, but they did not expect for Xian to take away the. They couldn't even react at the unexpected turn of events. 20 million. Xian flinched at the price of the item and felt bad. It was true that he approached them, knowing what it was, but he needed the item. There was no way he was going to return it. Do you want me to help you? Hey? Miss Steele, I have no intention of beating them up. I know. You just feel bad because it's expensive, right? Ugh. Xian grimaced as Steele pointed it out. Wait here. Steele walked toward Kuran. Babies, you need that necklace to protect that boy there, right? Ugh. Yes, that is correct. Xian didn't look intimidating, so Kuran shouted and did what she wanted, but she couldn't stand against the woman in front of her like that. It felt like she would be ripped into pieces with one wrong word choice. I'll give you a resolution. If that necklace only serves to save him once, how about Xian here promises to help you all once when you face danger? Hey? Miss Steele, I can't follow them around 24 hours. Steele didn't seem bothered. 24 hours? Hehe, let me tell you something about the future. I don't think I want to listen to that. No. It's for your own good. You all will face a danger and come ask for help to Xian in about an hour or so. I guarantee it. Xian looked at Steele with concern. She must have seen something yesterday. However, the four of them looked unconvinced. They were afraid of the woman, but they had skills. They thought she meant she would come to kill them and Xian will protect them from it, but from the look of the man, that didn't seem to be the case. So, you made a promise. Xian, this is a good bargain if you don't have to feel bad about taking on such an easy job. Xian became relaxed. At that moment, Xian turned out to outer Kerbal. He then turned back to Steele and asked, was that what you were talking about? Wow! They must be in a hurry. Kuran couldn't understand what these people were saying. She became confused, but she turned around to the same direction that the man looked toward while ago. There was something approaching from far outside of Kerbal. Decadwin asked the other magic priests, has Lightnovel returned? Yes. He has evacuated to safety. Only his trusted people were left here. It was the least amount of people needed to activate the rune. Good. We'll activate the rune once Sir Livieth enters it and escape through the RA. Did you install the recording device? Yes. We have 36 devices installed on top of the hill. We have finished installing the measuring devices. Good. Let's do it. Yes, Master Decadwin. Decadwin led his magic priests and moved them to the vital points on the runes. Livieth was watching in the middle while yawning. Ugh, why do they need so many preparations? He had been standing there for an hour. However, he was excited to bring out his full power since he hadn't done so in a while. So I just need to pour power into this place? Hee. Livieth began activating his way, and everything from within began to change. His body began to change and reorganize itself. It was being recreated to fit the creation of from within. Then his body started shining brightly. Lightnovel would have been terrified if he had seen this. A man going through a nuclear fusion from within. The powerful energy raged through Livieth's body, but the energy did not go past the runes as it began to absorb it gregariously. Be careful. Watch closely and control your Exer. Decadwin shouted as vast energy stormed around the runes. Failure to control it would mean the end of their lives. After a while, the energy that came from Livieth filled the runes in rough but organized manner. It's done. Go, we will escape now. Decadwin began running away and Livieth jumped out also. The people were all gone, but the runes that were placed over hundreds of yards still shined in bright light. Soon, all light was absorbed into the center where Livieth was standing and a red sphere appeared in the air. No, it wasn't a sphere. It was a red hole. The hole began to grow in its size and became as large as a mile wide. The great magic, Hell's Gate was opened. Chapter 83, Tasha Dagon. The ancient word for the gates of Hell. It was named by Takian, the leader of the Great Magical Council. Hell did not exist. It was just named after it because Takian thought the space past the gate felt like burning hell, and thus named it as such. Takian managed to realize the existence of another dimension and managed to communicate with beings in another dimension accidentally. However, he had to give up on contacting the dimension for two reasons. One was that they lacked pure knowledge to open up the dimensional gate. Second was that these people from the other dimension would be dangerous if they had the chance to cross over. But, danger meant that there was a use for it. Takian pondered on it. The beings inside the gate were too dangerous let out. At the same time, if they made a gate big enough to put the target in, then it would surely kill them all. There were three vital points to this. It stops whatever being is sent from another dimension, weakening any possible incoming attacks. Beings will attack the attacker, so it can be used as an advantage. The gate can be closed at will, so it can be used to dump the target in another dimension. This was what Takian thought to handle the enemies, or the Harijans that were impossible to fight against. After doing the research with this in mind, Takian thought it would be like going into hell when going through this gate, thus naming as such. There was just one problem. The gate to connect two dimensions was never researched, so they lacked information. As Takian grew tired, a man appeared. Lightnovel. Claiming to have arrived from another dimension, Lightnovel was thankful that the council was protecting him. Takian was most thankful. He urged the council to fully aid Lightnovel's research. Lightnovel was very a smart man in his own world and was a great help due to the different knowledge he had. With that knowledge, was now finished. However, there were two questions. How effective will it be? Will it activate as expected? Those questions led to the test. It seemed like it might be little too much, so Takian decided to contact his old friends. They agreed to help. If the rune worked and successfully got rid of it would be a success. Hee. What do you think? Isn't it better to ask for your life now? Kelvin had been fainted long ago because of the giant flow of Exer coming from outer area of Kerbal. Kurin and the other two women were looking at each other with grim look. They couldn't figure out what was happening, but one thing was certain. They needed to leave the city. It seemed like there was still time. The power was great, but it didn't seem evil and it didn't affect anything yet, so it looked like it was possible for them to run away. Rina took up Kelvin on her back and the three of them decided to run to the opposite side of the energy. The sight of a gigantic mountain appearing from another side stopped them. "Oh, so you want to go that way? You should have started earlier." A mountain was screaming with a gigantic roar as it approached. It seemed like it was still miles away from the city, but it was still visible. It was coming directly toward the city. Ugh! Kirat grabbed the crown. Her head was aching really badly. "I can't do this twice." Has successfully resisted the decrease of intelligence. Has partially resisted the decrease of intelligence. Your intelligence has decreased and will be restored after 24 hours. Your Exer storage is at 35%. You have gained a 75% increase in effectiveness due to the title. Mysterious energy flows through you, increasing your body's regeneration. Exer regeneration increased by 550%. Mysterious energy flows through you, helping your effectiveness of using artifact by 200%. With all her activated skills and Lei Jaop's help, she barely managed to make it walk. It was barely possible because Lei Jaop had to fight with the Barracuda to make room for the mind control. Lei Jaop spoke from behind. "How is it? I know it's hard, but isn't it doable?" "Yes. I can do it better, but that won't do. I won't be a whole lot better anyway, and you need to do your part too. The previous connector was amazing. I think you can do better than him." Lei Jaop was a very talkative man. Kirat couldn't spare the time to talk. She was busy controlling the instincts being sent to her by the. All sorts of destructive instincts flowed through Kirat and she controlled it to guide the toward the part of Kerbal where the was installed. "So, we just need to put her into that hell gate." "Yeah. We'll see what happens next." Takian asked me to see the outcome. The was made at a much smaller scale this time. If the outcome didn't exceed the expected result, the magic would be scrapped. If it did exceed, then it would be made bigger next time. Even the experiment is unbelievably larger in scale, Kirat thought. These superhumans were different. It was as the Great Elder had said. These people did not care about humans. Even this experiment was being tested for fun. The reason it was being installed at Kerbal was simple. It was easy to take the Barracuda there to move the necessary ingredients over. They did not care if Kerbal was populated with millions of people. The man in front of her was no different. He would have killed her if she wasn't the. She was taken care of because she was useful. That being said, she did not care. She joined him because she could use them for her purpose and she didn't care about humans either. At that moment, a status window popped up. Quest completed. Reward, 270,000 EXP. Proficiency increased 2.5%. This wasn't over. Another quest popped up. Quest appeared. Chance of a lifetime. Will you accept? Yes/no. Kirat was dumbfounded by the quest, but she became overjoyed at the description. "Hey? You look excited all of a sudden." Lei Jaop asked. Kirat smiled and answered. "I'm just happy that we're here." "Oh, right. That's Kerbal. Good work." Lei Jaop nodded. Kirat looked at the red sphere in the distance. There was powerful Exer flowing through the sphere, but it didn't seem that dangerous to her. "Is it that dangerous?" Kirat asked, and Lei Jaop grinned. "You think she will walk into it if it looked that dangerous?" "Is created with everything taken into consideration. It's beyond your expectations." Kirat, however, smiled ominously at that word. Xian looked at the red sphere from distance. It was large, but there was nothing special about it. As he looked more closely, there was something inside. Some were few feet to few hundred feet. They looked all different, but they all had one thing in common. They all looked vicious and evil. It seemed like they wanted to come out from the sphere as they were clawing from within. The sphere was blocking the energy coming from the beings inside, but if it didn't, half of population would have gone mad by now. Xian wasn't worried about that side. No matter how evil it was, there was no way for it to come out of the sphere. The problem was the other side. The fish from a while ago was nothing compared to the one coming here. It was same type of six-horn, but the size and power was different. It wasn't tied up and coming closer to raise through the city. The coast was already being destroyed by the waves created by the monster. The monster's arrival wasn't obvious, but it sure looked like it was coming toward the red sphere. Xian turned to Steel and sighed. Goddess of disaster. This wasn't Steel's fault, but Xian understood the reason for the nickname and realized that he needed to do some work. Chapter 84, Tasha Dagon. Did you know? Steel replied, no. I didn't know about the other side. She expected the red sphere to create something more interesting, but it did not. She couldn't understand why it was created in the first place. Walking into it might have meant something different, but no one in their right mind would walk into it anyway. Instead, the gigantic mountain approaching from the sea was unexpected as a whole. I will lose. Steel grimaced. Even with she had no chance. Xian glanced at both sides and turned to Kelvin. What will you do now? I did make a promise so. Kuren looked at Xian with disbelief and spoke. What are you trying to do? Don't say that you're going to beat that monster up. Xian looked at her with a weird expression. What do you mean? We should run away. Why would you want to fight a monster like that? Everyone was dumbfounded at such a correct answer. It seemed like they were able to run away if that woman helped them. Steel seemed to think differently. Hey? Why aren't you fighting Xian? I might lose, but you can win. The four of them were shocked as they turned to Xian. Steel didn't look like she was joking either, and their faces became pale. Especially Kuren, she felt a shiver running through her spine as she had been provoking Xian until now. Xian looked at them and answered casually. With that? Oh no. It's not like I've got anything to do with that. What a character. Steel couldn't understand. Even she had the urge to try fighting with the monster even when she knew she would lose. She would have probably already gone to fight it if she didn't have her target of interest already. Xian would be a good match for it. She couldn't understand why Xian wasn't interested. After hearing them talk, Rika became angry and asked, are you saying you will not fight it even when you can defeat it? I can't say for sure, but probably. Won't thousands of people survive if you defeat that monster? I guess so, Xian answered. Many will die anyway if he decided to fight, but more will survive if he did defeat it. And you're not fighting it. You're so irresponsible. Rika and other women looked at Xian with disgusted looks. They were trained in chivalry from Karen's knighthood and they couldn't understand the strong not protecting weak. Xian didn't care. So you three are going to fight him? Then, I'll just be on my way. Are you going to stay here too? Miss Steel. Steel shook her head and smiled. Oh, no. I'm going with you, of course. You looked like you wanted to fight. Haha, no way. You cold bastard. Steel ranted from within. Good. So Miss Steel is coming, and you all are staying behind, right? Xian spoke casually and the three of them panicked. And no. I mean. Hey? Didn't you just say you wished to protect the city? Xian asked as he was curious as to why they were changing their position. We can't even rescue one person. Rika shouted. Xian replied coldly, so, you won't do it if you can't get good results. But anyone can do it if good results are guaranteed, right? I don't think that's taking responsibility. It's only when you do it regardless of the possible outcome. Wow, you've learned how to speak now. Steel was impressed, but this was possible since it was what Xian had been taught since he was very young. Besides, I'm not responsible for all those people. Why would I? At least I'm being responsible for the four of you. This was Xian's thought process. No, a man of your power must be responsible. Rina shouted with rage. You did learn well. I respect your righteousness. Xian spoke to the women who were speaking of same thing as his father. But you are mistaking one thing. Great power brings great privilege. Why does power bring responsibility? Power and privilege are the same thing. It's just that others wish for the one with great power to be responsible for a lot of things. I guess common people have no way to do away with such responsibility, but I can't explain too much. I'm not your teacher and it's my personal opinion. So, what are you going to do? Xian asked. There was not much time left if he wanted to run away with ease. They looked at each other and bowed. Help us. I knew you would say that. What was followed wasn't what Xian expected. Take Kelvin. We will stay behind. Hey! Xian was surprised. They just chose to honor their virtue over their lives. This isn't what I wanted. It wasn't because of the promise. It was because of his inner conscience was growing stronger. What are you doing? Go kill that monster. That's not enough. Just jump into that hole. One isn't enough. Go in together with that monster. His conscience tempted him even now, but he was barely ignoring it. It was really dangerous this time. He never feared death until now. Steel was worried about that gigantic monster, but that was because she couldn't feel the monsters inside the red sphere. That six-horn was like a baby compared to the monsters inside the sphere. Steel wouldn't last a second if she jumped into the sphere. Xian couldn't understand why it was even opened. Why was that opened in first place? It was too much to kill the six-horned. That was why Xian was pushing down his temptation. He wanted to ensure his survival. The city was in chaos. People were running in all directions for their lives. Xian scratched his head and found the resolution. Wu! Hey? What are you doing? Steel turned to Xian. He was walking out. Is he trying to help them? It seemed impossible to Steel, who had been observing Xian for a while now. Does he like them that much? Steel thought that was a possibility, but Xian's hand flew at that moment. Ugh! And three women who were walking toward city fell to the ground. Let's run now. Xian picked up the four of them like a pair of sacks and turned to Steel. Weren't you trying to help? You can just make it turn around. That was what Steel expected. She was sure that Xian wasn't going to pull his sleeves to make work of the monster, yet the monster didn't seem to be interested in the city either. It would only require a few smacks to make it avoid the city on its way to the sphere. Oh! Yeah, I did think about that, but it really feels bad this time. Xian did consider it, but he decided to follow his instincts. He did not want to go near the bomb. He wanted to stay as far away as possible from the sphere. Is it that dangerous? Yeah. And the owner of necklace is him. I thought it would be good to keep the promise to the owner. Xian could have let ladies follow their wishes, but he decided to keep the promise to the owner of necklace. The man's wish probably did not include the death of those three women, even at expense of the lives of the Kerbal citizens. So, you wish to save these four? Yeah. It's because of your promise, so you should take two of them. Xian asked Steel to share the work. No. I'll take them all. You do have good sense. Hey! Xian was surprised by the unexpected answer. I was going to help you, but you want to save these four, so I will have them be escorted to safety. Good luck. What do you? Steel began darting off into the mountain, to the opposite side of the ocean. Hey! Then a blue energy ray struck against Xian. Chapter 85, Apental. What is this? Kirat, what happened? Hey! Lei Jiao became confused as the Barracuda was enraged and breathed a fire attack toward the city. Lei Jiao looked at Kirat who had fainted. Oh man! He picked up the crown and put it on his head, but it didn't work. It seemed like the connection with Kirat was still intact. Lei Jiao couldn't understand what happened, so he picked up Kirat on his back. The Barracuda was now charging straight toward the city of Kerbal. The tremor was enough to destroy Kirat's internal organs if left alone, so Lei Jiao put her up on his back and jumped up. As he jumped up, something flew straight into the Barracuda and struck it. Lei Jiao was shocked and turned back. The Barracuda was thrown off and was dazed. Something was approaching from the distance. Oh no! He needed to avoid it or else Kirat would be dead if he got involved. Lei Jiao activated his wristband, and the area around it swallowed both Lei Jiao, Kirat, and the Barracuda's gigantic body passed through where they were. Xian jumped out as he watched his chronophon piercing the monster's face. The monster, which was the size of a mountain, almost fell to the side, but it quickly managed to stand back on its feet. The simple footstep created a large tsunami on the coast, destroying the half-intact Kerbal again. But Xian didn't care. The city was already done for after the first explosion. The monster used its 8 legs to lift itself and swung at Xian. It was much bigger than fish number 1, but it looked quicker. Xian struck his chronophon at the front leg. When the monster was struck by Xian's sword, it was pushed back as if it were hit by a meteor, but it kept coming back again and again. Why is this, still? Xian was amazed at his first fight with a Harrigan. One reason was because of its enormous power. The second was its viciousness. It was not a human, nor was it a superhuman. It did not learn anything and did not have Bandar or Exer. Yet it was very strong. 3 superhumans from Leyground weren't enough to fight it. Still, it was no match for Xian. That was what he couldn't understand. The monster should have known, but it kept charging at him as if it had met a lifelong enemy. Xian couldn't let the monster live when it was trying to kill him. He began sending Bandar into his wrist. A light began covering his entire body. Kill it! Kill it! Kirat couldn't think straight as the Barracuda's instinct kept invading her. She also felt all the pain that the Barracuda felt as Xian struck it. Now she was able to control the monster. The monster wasn't something that could be controlled by Kirat's power. So she decided to let the monster loose and only sent her own feelings. Her memory and feelings toward Xian. The monster was enraged at Xian in return. Its rage was growing stronger as Xian kept slashing it. Its rage was strong enough to overwhelm its survival instinct. It wasn't enough. That was why she needed to fulfill her quest. Chance of a lifetime. Your target is at the city of Kerbal. It is the chance of a lifetime. You should aim for the success for your revenge. Control the to push the target into the will close soon. Time limit, 15 minutes, 7:21/15:00. Reward, 420,000 EXP. Proficiency increased by 3.1%. Warning, do not enter the. You cannot return from it. Kirat didn't understand what this was, but she quickly realized that it was the red sphere that was now big enough for the Barracuda to go through. She wasn't sure why it would be so dangerous. So she used to look at it. She couldn't get much information out of it, but one line of description was enough. She didn't need to win. She just needed to push the guy in there. Level requirement, 399. Very dangerous. Do not approach. Ugh. Kuren opened her eyes as she felt the tremor and touched her head. What happened? She thought she was on her way to evacuate the citizens, but she couldn't remember anything else past that. Was I attacked? There was a possibility that the walking mountain could have done something. She then quickly looked around looking for her friends and found all of them nearby. What was interesting was that they were all awake but they were looking at another place. Kuren couldn't think to ask and tried to look to where they were watching, but a voice stopped her, forcing her to turn in that direction. "You're awake." It was Steel. She was grinning. "What happened?" "I paid for the necklace and the ring instead. I saved you 4 in return of the necklace that can save 1, so you owe me, but I'll let it go." "Necklace?" Kuren then remembered the bargain they made with them. She decided to ask again, but stopped. A large explosive sound came from the distance and she turned around to look at the scene her friends were looking at. It did pay off, right? Kuren couldn't agree more. The city where they were staying at was laid in ruins. It wasn't because of the gigantic monster. The monster was just rolling around as it was struck and beaten up into the city. On the other side was shining being in the sky. Isn't he marvelous? I hope he always lives like that. Steel mumbled as she marveled at the sight of Xian. Kuren realized it was the same, weak-looking man she saw before, but she couldn't agree with Steel. A man of such power should not live however he pleased. The fight was almost over. The sphere was now shrinking into nothing and the monster only had 3 of its horns left. It was barely breathing. The light in the sky seemed to realize this and was loosening its power. At that moment, the monster began charging toward the sphere. "What is that mad cow doing?" Steel spoke as she looked at the cow-like monster with broken horns and laughed. The sphere had shrunk too much, only the monster's head could barely fit. Needless to say, the monster was stuck with its head in the sphere. "What is it doing?" Something happened. At that moment, the monster's mouth fired an enormous amount energy into the sphere, something much stronger than the previous one that destroyed half the city earlier. And vicious energy began radiating from within the sphere. "Ugh! Arg!" The 4 of them gasped and screamed at once as they felt the energy and fainted. It was very far, but it still was powerful and Steel frowned. At that moment, something penetrated the crushing Barracuda's head and shot out from within. "What is that?" It was an arm. But it was so fast and so long that it looked like a red line. It snatched Xian up out of the sky. Then it pulled it back at an incredible speed and as it returned back into the sphere. Then the sphere sealed itself up, leaving only the headless Barracuda on the ground. Chapter 86, Apental. "What was he?" Liviath asked Lei Jaop. Lei Jaop looked concerned also. It wasn't any Ra Bandar they knew. There was no Ra Bandar that they didn't know of until now. However, that didn't matter. "It's okay. It went in there. It's as good as dead." The experiment was a success. They barely witnessed the power of but it was enough. Both of them felt the power of the monsters beyond the gate the slight moment when the Barracuda destroyed the wall. If the Tasha Dagon was open for a longer period of time, it would have been really dangerous. "We should let Takian strengthen the barrier. It shouldn't be destroyed that easily." "Well, it was attacked from here. It won't be destroyed from within yet, but we need to be careful." There were a few other things that needed to be fixed, but it was okay. They had seen the power of Lei Jaop then thought of another matter. Kirat. Kirat wasn't regaining her consciousness. He couldn't see the reason why. "I'm busy so I'll return first. Come back when you're done, Liviath." "Yeah. Sure. We earned a lot this time." Liviath answered and Lei Jaop agreed. They gained the results of and a now gone new superhuman. It was a shame that the Barracuda died so easily, but it was okay. After Lei Jaop returned with Kirat, Liviath began erasing the traces of the Tasha Dagon, but it seemed that he had used too much power. Someone was approaching. "I can't just run, I guess," Liviath mumbled. It was Stantal. Stantal landed on the ground like a meteor and looked at Liviath fiercely. "Hey, long time no see." Liviath remembered fighting against her, but he had no hard feelings and greeted her. It wasn't anything much and superhumans were too rare to make enemies with each other. Open it. Hey? What? Open it right now, you stupid old man! Stantle shouted in rage. What are you talking about? I'm not involved in this. Livieth shouted back. He realized what was going on. The superhuman that was beating up the Barracuda was someone she knew, but there was no evidence. He just needed to lie. Don't you lie, there's no one who can open that thing other than you. Besides, I saw you preparing it with your... Steel gritted her teeth. Ugh, she was watching then. He thought Stantle would not hide and peek, but he was wrong. I just provided the power. I don't know how to open it. Don't you see the runes that were all destroyed? Then bring them back here. Who made this evil thing anyway? That's not important. What are you going to do after you open it? Bring him back. From there. Steel couldn't speak. You saw what was in there. You want me to open it up? Livieth was right. Steel also felt what was inside when the monster destroyed the part of the barrier. Monsters had no feelings. It just looked as if it was looking at its prey. It was probably why it took Xian. It was looking at which was best for its food. If the sphere stayed open for a while longer, it would have been Livieth or Steel herself. She had no way to save Xian if the gate was opened. Livieth then spoke to her. See, you can't do it even if we reopen it. Besides, we can't do it anyway. Livieth was annoyed that he had to make excuses, but he needed to be careful. This woman didn't care if she became angered. It would only take a matter of seconds when for her to become angry and start beating him up. Livieth knew he could not win against her. Ugh! I should have just followed Lei Jaop. Steel was shouting and stomping on the ground with rage. The ground trembled as she stomped on it and Kerbal, which was already in ruins, crumbled each time she stomped. Livieth flinched and backed away. This was what she did right before she jumped at him when Livieth claimed that he was going to take the well. I'm going then. See you later. Livieth turned away and froze in place. Hey! The place where the sphere was at began cracking. Xian! I knew it! I knew it! Steel shouted in excitement. He was a man of stronger power. He was returning. But Steel froze. And so did Livieth. Oh no! It's because of you! Damn it! And two began running away. After they ran, the space began to crack more and was crushed. Then a red arm that snatched Xian a while ago popped out of it. It was now holding on to the opening to make stay it open. Livieth and Steel didn't run because of the monster. They were definitely terrified, but what was behind it was much more. The hand had no body. There was nothing left behind the hand as it held on to the openings of the crack. The rage that made Steel and Livieth run shouted from within. Arrgh! Who opened this damn thing? I'll kill you! Livieth shook and rubbed his arms that had goosebumps as he heard the shout from far away. He already ran as far as he could, but he couldn't believe the terror. This is mad! He knew the man was strong, but he didn't expect it to be this much. A living being's instinct was only brought up when it became the most dangerous. It seemed like nothing was enough to threaten the man at that level. Yet the place beyond seemed like it was enough. The man had unleashed its viciousness and returned from hell. A man like him needed to run to avoid such wrath. But... Hey, why are you running? Aren't you his friend? Yeah, but... Stantle looked scared, so Livieth became interested. It was first time he saw her being afraid like this. She only looked relaxed or like a beast. Livieth never made fun of Stantle. He wasn't much different after all. I don't know. I don't have to talk to him anymore, so I'll go on my way. What about you? It was after they ran away about 80 miles when Livieth turned to the direction where Kerbal was and spoke. He had no intention of coming close to Kerbal anymore. I should go back, it looks like he's calming down a bit too. Stantle felt the energy subsiding and spoke. It was a bit too early, so she decided to return a bit later. But who is he? I've never seen him before, Livieth asked. It was good to know. Steele thought about it and decided to tell him. There was no point in hiding it as Xian had destroyed 2 cities in a month already. It was better to tell him and tell Livieth to avoid him. She decided to tell him some parts, and when she was done, she began heading back to Kerbal. Chapter 87, Apental. Steele approached carefully from a distance. A beast was the most dangerous when it was injured. Especially when it just got out of the brink of death. Steele knew Xian in his normal state, but this wasn't something she could expect, so she was being careful. She saw Xian sitting down where the sphere was. There was no sign of the space and Steele sped up. She was surprised when she found that Xian had fainted while sitting down. Everything he had was broken. The turn to grey and the jewels in the bracelet were destroyed. The were also crushed into pieces and Xian was full of injuries. Everything was being healed at an incredible speed, so it looked like he was in worse shape than when he just got out of the gate. It looked like he just survived a perilous fight in there. But she knew. He had become much stronger. He was half naked and injured, but he felt stronger than when he fought against with the various artifacts. It was strong enough for Steele to sense it. So it was true. It was true that he would break the barrier if he faced a near-death experience. It was the only way for Xian to overcome it. Steele began to feel her heart pounding. It wasn't a simple romantic feeling. It was as if she was looking at the birth of a hero, or a god that deserved respect. Steele then picked Xian up on her back and jumped out. As she moved out, she found the 4 people that she had left by the road. They were moving to the next closest city. So, they were alive. Steele was very excited right now, so she decided to take them with her. It wasn't because she needed helping hands to care for Xian. Located north of Kiera, it was the border city next to Karen. There was a big building in the middle of the city. Headquarters of the Exalted Magical Council. Ancient word meaning it was where the most intelligent people on the Eurasian continent gathered to share their research and aim for higher intelligence. At the top of such talented individuals was the leader, Takian. His office was always quiet as he loved being alone, but today was a little different. So, that's what happened. Takian was talking with Lei Jaob. They were talking about Kirat. Yet, she collapsed all of a sudden and the Barracuda began running rampant. And the Barracuda stuck its head into the sphere and died. Yet, the head was cut off. They probably feasted on it. Lei Jaob scowled at the thought of it. Even in his long life, he never experienced such terrifying monsters. You knew this girl was a Granine. Of course. And she's the. That's why I brought her. So you let her use the crown. Yet. I thought it was going to be okay. Lei Jaob shook his head as he couldn't understand. Let me take a look. Takian began examining Kirat by using various magic abilities such as Exer and turned to Lei Jaob. I'll tell you the results first. There's no more Kirat. Hey? Why? That shouldn't happen. Kirat's power was one of a kind. It should have been saved. Lei Jaob looked confused. This girl sent her spirit into the Barracuda accidentally. Hey? Is that possible? I think being a Granine allowed her to do that. There was no way for her to make the Barracuda run rampant like that. Kirat thought she was able to make the Barracuda run rampant by the power of the crown, but she was wrong. It was the result of A's power and the crown's power combined that made the Barracuda lose its control on attacking such a powerful enemy and ram into the sphere as a suicidal attack. A Harrigan's survival instinct would not let that happen if it wasn't controlled. But, couldn't she just come out of it before it was too late? Yes, only if it didn't stick its head into the Tasha Dagon. It must have been painful. She planned to return at the end, but it was unfortunate that the head was stuck in there. It was the place where no spirit could return. Her spirit was probably ripped apart from within. Oh man, that's no good. Lei Jaop scratched his head as if he had lost something important. Takian smiled. Kirat is gone, but the still remains. Lei Jaop brightened up instantly. Hey? Really? Yes. The power comes from the heart and brain, so if we keep this body and put in a new soul, we can revive the connector. Oh. Ha ha ha. That's good then. We'll revive one and put it back, Lei Jaop shouted. It was good that they were successful with the Tasha Dagon, but that was another good piece of information. Kirat was skilled, but she was too weak. Lei Jaop only needed the, so that was fine. As a granine, it was also going to be useful to plant the spirit. We'll need to prepare a lot then. Lei Jaop smiled. He needed to prepare for the spirit transfer while Takian needed to strengthen and adjust the. But why is Liviath not coming back? Lei Jaop became curious as Liviath should have returned a long time ago. Xian could not sleep throughout the night. He was not enraged anymore as he had more interesting things in front of him. He was examining his body which was now above the level. It was full of power. He thought he could not become any stronger, but it wasn't true. After a week of fighting against those evil things, he became much stronger than ever before. He overcame the barrier, but he didn't really overcome the barrier. He thought overcoming the barrier would mark the end, but that was not the case. He did overcome one barrier, but there wasn't just one. There was one more in front and it looked like there were a lot more he needed to break. Just breaking one barrier did make him much more powerful. He vowed to run away when something like this happened again. Until now, he thought that it might be good to face such danger and break the barrier and be done with it. However, that was because he had never felt such danger. After experiencing it, he decided to never try it anymore. It was a terrible experience. I don't think there can be any more danger though. He couldn't think of any situation that might be dangerous for him anymore. Maybe I'm too strong now. Hee hee. Xian smiled happily and decided to sleep. Chapter 88, Granpala. Kopan, a small city nearby Kerbal, became busy. Kerbal had fallen due to the giant monster invasion. Luckily, the monster was defeated by the Warp Gate magic rune that was installed by the Magical Council prior to the incident. Everyone praised the council for coming to their aid. The investigation report showed that the monster was a six-horned Harrigan, which meant that its dead body would be put to good use in various places. It was sad that a city had been destroyed, but it was also fortunate that the damage did not expand to a larger part of the nation. There were a few who knew the truth as there were very little survivors. Those survivors were either mad or were considered to be mad because of the trauma. The 6 people who knew the truth and were not mad were also at Kopan. So, I think I'll go home for now. Xian told Steele about his plans. He made the decision yesterday. He did not plan to quit traveling, but he thought it was a good time to go back and give the present he bought while he passed Tian for his next destination. Steele agreed. So, you're not going after them? Who? Don't pretend you don't remember. You swore that you'd kill those people that opened the gate, remember? Steele cackled as she imitated how Xian roared as he got out of the gate. Xian blushed. Yeah. Well, I was angry back then. I'm not going after them. It was the exalted magical council who was behind the red sphere, but Xian heard that it was opened due to some unforeseen miscalculations. Even if they did intend to open it, he'd already killed the monster and the monsters inside, so he had no reason to blame the council. Besides, he was swept in by pure misfortune, so it did not make sense to go after them. You're too logical sometimes. You should follow your heart, you know. But it's up to you. Steele smiled as if she expected such an answer. Yeah. So are you going back to Tehran? Xian asked. What do you mean? I'm not going back home. I see. Then where are you going? Xian asked again, curious. Tian. Roa Tian. Oh, since we have the same destination, we can go together. Xian became worried, but realized Steel had been a nice company. She hadn't caused any trouble so far, and so he decided to agree. Oh well. I don't see any reason not to. Yet. Show me around when we get there. Xian then turned to the man and the three women standing next to them. And you guys? Yes. What do you need? Thank you for taking care of me. I'm sorry about the necklace, but I think I did best I could to repay it. Xian knew they helped him when he was unconscious, so he showed his thanks. No, we're grateful that you saved us. We'll go on our ways then. The four of them wanted to leave as soon as possible. They probably would have left already if it wasn't for Steel who made them stay. It wasn't because they were afraid. A city-shattering monster and a superhuman who easily subdued such a monster. They were ashamed of their weak selves in comparison to Xian and wanted to return to reality. Hey? Are you not taking them with you? After spending time with four of them, Steel realized it was good to have slaves. Xian noticed the four of them flinching when Steel said that inside. We should go our separate ways. I hope you all have a good time on your journey. Xian bid farewell to those four and went to the Roa with Steel. Aren't you too nice? It's hard to find ones like them, you know. It's okay. Isn't it good to travel around with just us two sometimes? Oh, yeah. Of course, haha. Xian had no other intentions with his words, but Steel became happy and grinned. After Xian rented a room for Steel to stay, he returned home. Mother, I'm home. Xian, welcome back. Haven't you returned a bit early? Xian's mother became surprised when she saw Xian returning so early. Oh, I just had some business here. Are father and brother here? Xian asked. Oh, they are not in the capital right now. Hey? Where are they? Lots of things changed since you were gone. Let's get something to eat first, shall we? Yes, mother. Oh, and this. Is it meat? It's really delicious. Try it. Thank you, Miss Steel. Xian thanked Steel for making Xian bring the meat and went in for a meal. Ryan, is a babysitter. No, not a babysitter. He's an instructor at. That's the same thing. Xian asked, so he's at Legrand. Yeah. By the way. Xian thought to himself while his mother began talking about everything that happened while he was gone. What is this? He's an instructor at the academy. So I need to go to Legrand to give him this. Are we getting enough applicants? Yes, Your Majesty. The plan is going well. King Narisha set up an academy to train warriors at Legrand as soon as he finished settling down on the new territory. The name of the academy was, which meant in ancient words. There had been no academy for warriors until now since Bandar Roa was usually a family secret that had to be kept within. It was also hard when no warriors were willing to share their secrets and techniques to stay stronger than the others. The king decided to break that culture. It was now time to stand together and strive to become stronger. After discussing with the other two grand banders, they decided to start first. They also agreed to accept applicants from other countries. People did not believe that the academy would succeed. People who knew the king grew suspicious of the fact that king might have had another motive. Legrand is too good to leave alone. We should plant seeds and cultivate it. The land had abundant flow of bandar. It was a place where the best warriors were born without any training. His first goal after obtaining Legrand was to set up an academy. It was where the next generation of Tian would grow into fruition. The nobles are sending applicants also. Yes. The time to rely on nobles to train their own warriors is over. They are too selfish if we let them do that. Narisha had learned a critical thing after Dragona. Nobles training their own warriors was good since they competed each other for better results, but that resulted in impossible cooperation between them. They also worked for their own families rather than working for the kingdom, and that was also bad sometimes. We have completed recruiting the instructors as well. Narisha had been planning the academy for a long time, so everything was ready when he finished stabilizing the territory. Good, any news? We have a petition that accepting foreign students will be too dangerous. Ignore it. It's the most important part. Fools. Yes. And they are saying that it's bad that we are sharing the Roman or the Kirane family's visions. Ignore that too. They know that's better for the plan. Narisha sighed. Yes, Your Majesty. And Xian has returned to the capital. Any problems? No, Your Majesty. Reports say that he returned with a beautiful woman. Haha, did he find a bride? Narisha became relieved, yet he was also worried. He was relieved that Xian had one more thing to make him cling to human society, but he was worried if that would make Xian become too involved in Tian. I don't think that's the case, Your Majesty. He didn't take her with him into the house. I see. Investigate the woman. Yes, Your Majesty. Oh, and where has he been? Our reports say that he traveled to Mark Aaron and Kerbal. Mark Aaron and Kerbal? The Mark Aaron and Kerbal that I was reported about. Yes, Your Majesty. 2 cities that were destroyed in one night. Yes, Your Majesty. Narisha was troubled as another officer walked in. New report, Your Majesty. What is it? Xian von Roman has used the RA and is headed to Legrand region, Your Majesty. Is Ryan it? Yes. He is there in substitute of Count Roman. Count Roman wasn't someone who just staying as an instructor at an academy, so Ryan was there to teach the. He's there to see his brother. The king started to worry. His mind was filled with the ruins of Mark Aaron and Kerbal. There won't be any problems. The king tried to calm himself, but he couldn't concentrate anymore. Chapter 89, Granpala. Oh wow, so he's really up to the task. RA and all. RA cost a tremendous amount of money, but Narisha installed it in the Legrand region right after they took over. I guess he needed it since people from other countries are coming. You can't let those people travel through the entire country to get here. It's better to let them teleport right into it, Steele explained. I see. But why is he gathering people from other countries? I heard they're being taught Bandar Roa. It wasn't just any Bandar Roa. It was the from Roman family and from the Kirane family. There were countless other Bandar Roa, and the academy also accepted non-nobles. The classes were different between the nobles and commoners, but they were being taught the same thing. He knows what's really important. The Stantle boy should start catching up if he doesn't want to get left behind. What do you mean? It's the way to train more powerful individuals. The academy's purpose was to make each other compete and train for higher levels. Everyone was granted the same opportunity. Now, they were on their own to strive for their goals. The reason for gathering people from other countries was to create enemies within the academy for Tian students to gather together and become one. It's simple, but I think it will work. Yeah, patriotism works well. But will other countries send students too? I think so. It's too good to miss. King Narisha was planning for all the nobles to give up their potential and work for the country. If it was done as planned, the country would be creating more talented warriors than ever and the country would become powerful. As it grew in power, war would come after. Yet Steele did not explain any further. I guess there won't be any masters then. Haha, they can't learn anything here. They can come to teach, though. I see. My brother has so much enthusiasm. Becoming an instructor, wow. You really love your brother. You came all the way here to give him the present, right? There's one thing I learned while I traveled. Hey. The world is too dangerous. I didn't know I could face the danger of dying. My brother might die while going out for groceries, you know. I think I didn't know about the danger because I lived within the capital. Gosh! I didn't imagine the world was full of monsters like fish number 1 or that cow-head monster. Meeting them twice in just a month. I will probably meet stronger monsters if I traveled a lot more. Steele realized Xian was getting it all wrong, but she couldn't figure out where to start correcting him. Ryan is now outside the capital, so he needs protection. I should give him this present as soon as possible. Hey, why aren't you giving me something like that? Hey! I might die too, you know. You? Yeah, of course. Who can do that? There must be something. That cow head was dangerous, for one. Didn't you run at full speed? I don't think you need to be worried. Xian spoke sarcastically and Steele became embarrassed. Didn't I apologize already? And you wanted to save those 4. Did you forget that I protected them? Okay, I'll leave it at that. This necklace. I wish they could make 2 more. Oh, so one is for me and who are you going to give another one? Xian became dumbfounded and replied, one is for my father and one is for my mother. You're mean. Walking as they talked, they arrived at a large wall. The academy was not just one building. Everything within the wall was a part of. It had different buildings for the different subjects that were being taught, and the students chose what they wanted to learn. I didn't think it was going to be this crowded. Xian spoke as he saw that Granpala full of students. Narisha must have been preparing it for a long time. The academy had flourished in a short amount of time. It was all thanks to the prepared system, instructors, and advertisements. Won't the students fight with each other with all these different people? I believe Narisha should have thought about. Die you Karen dog! Return to your country. You dogs! A store was being destroyed as the students erupted into a fight. What were you saying, Miss Steele? I was saying Narisha should have thought about that already. I don't think so. This is weird. He should have expected this for sure. It was obvious that the students would fight each other under the circumstances. Steele figured the king would have prepared some measures to stop it from happening, but there was nothing. After moving past a few more fights along the way, they went to the place where Ryan was working. They are really energetic. It's only natural. I don't think my brother was like that when he was that age. He probably was like that too. Warriors needed competition to become stronger. Xian thought his brother did not have such a person. You were probably his goal. A younger brother, but a brother with enormous power and God-given talent. People react in 2 different ways when they meet something they cannot follow. One is to give up and another is to follow with all their effort. Ryan must have chosen the latter. But I can't imagine my brother being an instructor. Why? He fit for the job. He was young, but he was a master and a son of the Roman family. He's not good at enforcement. You need to give some smacks for good teaching, but he won't do that. I see. Last time, when we were at Dragona, he kept talking all the time. I almost got up to do it myself. You should have done that. Steele thought the same way as Xian. An instructor couldn't be too soft. Yet when they reached the area where Ryan was teaching, they saw something they did not expect. You are an insect. You maggots. Ryan was smacking the students. So. I guess you didn't know that much about your brother after all. Chapter 90, Granpala. Repeat after me. I am a maggot. You all are rotten. You think you can fool around like you've been doing your entire life. The training ground was chaotic. Men and women alike were sparring each other and there was a group of people making weird postures as punishment in the corner. And in another corner was Ryan and some students who were getting smacked by Ryan continuously. I see where you learned your stuff, Xian, Steele smiled. There must be a reason for this. Or that's how you want to believe it. We'll see once it's over. Xian decided to wait in the distance for the class to end. Ryan did not know that he had arrived yet. Xian then glanced around to check on all the students. There were various students, but most were having a hard time following the instructions. Oddly enough, there was one who did understand. Steele and Xian looked at the student weirdly. Miss Steele. Didn't Gran Inés want to live in seclusion? Yet. They are our allies, but they're not humans. So, what's with that? I don't know. Granine was working hard to follow Ryan's instructions. It looked like he was just about to reach the master level. Brother should know what to do. Yeah. But I thought your brother was like a gentleman. I guess it's all in the blood. There must be a reason for that. Xian couldn't believe what he saw and began waiting for the class to end. Haha, you're here. When did you come? About an hour ago. I see. Sorry I made you wait. Ryan greeted Xian apologetically. Who's the beautiful lady next to you? Xian then turned to Steele, expecting a scowl as Steele did not consider anyone below Ra Bander as a human. Yet she did not act as Xian expected. Good day, sir. Call me Steele. Good day, Miss Steele. So, you are my brothers. Steele smiled and answered, travel mate. For now. My God, Xian, did you? It's probably not what you are thinking about right now. Xian became suspicious of Steele for being too nice, but he decided to let it go for now. Brother, so what was the... Oh. I guess you saw it all then. It's embarrassing. Ryan smiled embarrassingly as Xian asked about the class. Did you, were you stressed? Or you've been hiding a sadistic? Not at all. I'm just following orders from the king. Hey? The old man. Xian was confused, but Steele seemed to realize what was going on. I see. What did you see? Miss Steele. Xian turned to Steele. Didn't you see those students fighting with each other? Yet. Didn't we think it was weird? That the fight was left alone. I didn't think it was weird. Ryan and Steele looked at Xian, but Xian became irritated and made a face for her to continue. It's making a public enemy of the academy. You are correct, Miss Steele. It's nothing. Ryan became impressed and complimented her. Xian couldn't understand yet and needed extra explanation from Ryan. So, you and other instructors are posing as evil instructors. Yet. We can't make them befriend each other by force. Xian nodded. I guess so. That's where the enemy comes in. We don't have outside enemies, so we're taking their places. And the students will group up together against you. Yet. They'll fight for now, but it will decrease. It's much more efficient than suppressing them. Won't that make the instructors look bad? Steele laughed. I learned a lot in Dragona. I think it's better that I look bad and make them grow stronger to survive. I can become evil if I need to be. Xian shook his head, but this was also why he loved his brother. If that's the case, okay. I was worried if something had gotten into you. Xian looked relieved to know what had happened and remembered his purpose for coming here. Oh, I have a present for you. What is it? Here. Xian handed him the necklace. Use it. A necklace? Ryan asked again because Xian wasn't the type to just present a simple accessory. It's nothing special. It's going to help you when you are in danger. Xian didn't go into details as it was too embarrassing to explain everything. Haha. I'm happy that you are worried for me, but I don't think there's any need for this here. Lakeground region was now most heavily protected region throughout the entire Tien Kingdom. No, brother. I've seen terrifying things in the world. You should always keep it on you. Haha, okay. Thank you, Xian. Ryan smiled and put on the necklace. Xian became relieved. Always have that on you. Oh, is there any problem with you being an instructor here? Xian asked again as he saw that Ryan had a hard time as a dragona. Nothing much. I like training here. Why don't you go see Lady Celine? She was quite bored without you. Is she here too? Yet. I'm here as part of the Roman family, and she's here to represent the Kirain family. I should pay her a visit then. Yet. Follow the path and you'll get there soon. She's probably finished with her class by now. We'll talk later in the evening. Okay. I'll see you later then. Xian was planning to stay at Granpala for a while. He needed time to adjust to his newly acquired power. The crater he made while fighting before seemed like a good place to do that. I should visit Celine. What are you going to do now, Miss Steele? I have a place to go. I'll see you later. Steele then jumped out and Xian shrugged and moved to where Celine was. He's here too. Xian became curious as he watched the Granin he saw earlier. Is he up to something? He couldn't understand so he just watched, but he realized a few things about the Granin. He must be curious about a lot of things. Granin was asking so many questions. Other students were having a hard time even following the curriculum, but the Granin was so advanced that he had lot of time left to ask questions. But he's being hated on. Then why? The other students were obviously annoyed with the Granin. The interesting thing was that he wasn't getting picked on. Xian was able to find out the reason soon enough. Arg! Rodaval! Stop! Stop! Wow, he's like a beast, Xian thought as he looked Rodaval. The Granin was fighting fiercely against the opponent even when it was just a duel. He was too fierce for anyone to pick a fight with him. Besides, Rodaval didn't care about being left alone. It's not something I should be bothered with. Xian walked up to Celine. Lady Celine, long time no see. Hey? Xian? Why are you here? I thought you went traveling. Celine was surprised to see Xian. I came back to visit my brother. Don't look at me like that. I don't have a present for you. Brother, and I don't want a present. Xian couldn't understand why Celine became angry all of a sudden and asked, but who's he? Who? Oh, Rodaval. Yet. I think he wanted to learn about human society. Oh. Granines are powerful, but they can't live without interacting with humans. The academy is a good place to start. Then they're going to be sending more people. Probably. I'm worried though. He's gentle, but he becomes fierce when he gets into a duel. Celine looked concerned. Can he just not learn about fighting? He's already good enough. Yeah, but he's really interested in human sword arts. He loves Sir Ryan's lessons especially. As they were talking to each other, someone was watching them from distance. It was Rodaval. So, he's Xian von Roman. Rodaval watched Xian for a while and then turned away. Chapter 91, Granpala. Only superhumans can leave alone. So learn how to group and survive. You are not a superhuman. King Narisha to his children. You're back. Xian spoke to Steele who had returned. Yet. A lot of things changed while I was gone. Where have you been? I paid a visit to those I fought with before. Oh, the Granin people? How are they? Xian learned about the people he had fought before from various places, so he now knew about them. They're still celebrating. They must be really glad that they found the well again. Well, so what is that well? Xian asked. So, they can reincarnate. And when they die, their spirits return to the well to wait for another body. Oh. They then bury the dead body next to the well. The bones gain flesh and the spirit returns to it afterwards. Xian was shocked to hear that. That's amazing. Why aren't people using it to do the same thing? I heard only Granines can do that. And they need the right bones to reincarnate into it. I see, but why does that well hold such a unique effect? I don't know. They don't know either. They don't seem to record history, so nobody knows. Why don't they record the history? Xian asked again. What for? They have people who have memories of those times. Although there's no one left from that age because they were sent out to participate in the Empire's war. Xian became impressed. It's really interesting. How do you know all that? Xian was surprised that Steel knew so much about the Grand Ines. I lived by the well before I met you. You did? Yet. You can speak to those spirits in the well. That's what they told me. Oh, so there were in there. Yet, most of them were RA Banders. 3 of them were stronger than me too. But none are like you. Xian was puzzled. Why aren't they coming back to life? They could have saved their bones, right? RA Banders did age, but people of that strength would have managed to preserve their bones. Therefore, it didn't make sense. I thought so, but they said bones get weaker every time. Those are not recreated. Oh, so they can't reincarnate when all the bones are gone. Yet. But it's really long. There were spirits that were thousands of years old. Those spirits didn't remember anything and were numb. It's unimaginable. Xian was impressed. Yet. They're more than humans in some sense. It's weird how humans ruled the world when there were more powerful beings around. There were the Kal Gulls who destroyed the Empire, the Grand Ines who could reincarnate, and all the other races that were more powerful than the humans. Yet the survivor of the continent was still the humans. Well, it's not like strongest always survives. Except that's not important. Didn't you say you were going to practice in the evening? Oh. Xian realized that he had forgotten all about it. Let's go then. Yet. I can't stop my heart from pounding. It's where you beat me up so well, right? You should let it go now. I might. Something changed. Steel became curious when she arrived at the scene. Of course. There used to be about 2 mountain peaks here. You think I'm that dumb? I'm not talking about that. Hey? What about it then? Something. I feel more movement in the energy. Xian then realized what she was talking about also. Didn't this region always have more Bander and Exer movement? Yeah, but it's little more than that. Maybe it's because we fought here. That might be the reason. It will be helpful for the academy though. The increase in flow meant good things for students in training as it will help those students gain more Bander or Exer. Anyway. Show me then. Where should we start? By the way, don't you think it's a shame that those artifacts were destroyed? Steel asked Xian who was stretching. Hey? Yeah, well. It was useful. Useful. It made me stronger. I was impressed that there was something that allowed me to become stronger. I would have probably died if I didn't have those in that other world. It was fortunate. Yet. So you asked if I find it a shame for not having them anymore. Yet. The armor too. That's broken too. Xian smiled. Yet, but it's okay. I'll show you why. The area surrounding Xian began to distort. At once, several invisible layers were created around Xian, lurching with the flow. Steel became shocked and shouted, Is that? Yeah, it's similar to the armor, right? It wasn't just that. The armor had 7 layers of dimensional barriers, but Xian had more than 10 barriers right now. And Xian then began focusing energy at the tips of his fingers. On his left hand was a golden light and on the right was a dark, black light. This works also. Next is. Steel was dumbfounded. She was impressed that Xian wielded the armor himself, but it was possible. However, wielding various powers like that wasn't something that was possible. No RA Bander was able to use different at the same time. For Xian to be able to do this, that meant one of 2 things. One was that he was so powerful that he could easily bring those out, and the second was that he specialized in bringing out different powers. Whichever reason it was amazing. There was no way for Xian to want the artifacts anymore. He didn't even need one. Xian tested his powers on the grounds and skies. With one effortless move, something was erased completely. So, he really did go easy on me last time. Steel asked Xian, how are you doing that? What about it? Xian said, not knowing what she was asking. That. How you use all kinds of. Oh, this? It's not multiple things. Then. It's one. I started using it when I hit the barrier, but I can use it a lot easier after I broke through the barrier. Steel's analysis was wrong. It was not one of two. It was both. It's amazing. You might never pass your next barrier. Xian said he needed to face multiple near-death experiences to pass the Ra Bandar barriers and to advance. But it seemed like no one could kill him. That's what I aim for. I want to live in peace. Destroy cities as a hobby. No. That's not true. But it's really amazing. I think you can even kill that legendary seven-horned Harrigan, Steel said as she could not guess anything would be a match for Xian. That's from the legend. Even if it exists, I'm going to run away from it. He doesn't say he's going to lose. Steel smiled. So, why did you call me here? Hey. I don't think I can be much of help here. Oh, that. You wanted to show it to someone. Don't be embarrassed. Who else do you have besides me? Go on. Only superhumans could recognize superhuman powers. Okay. Then I won't hold back. Steel smiled. Chapter 92, Premonition. Rodaval grabbed his head as it ached. It's doing it again. He had a headache ever since he arrived at it. It was okay until yesterday, but it was now getting more severe. Is it because I saw him yesterday? There were two people that the elders warned him about when he came out to the human world. Xian and Ryan von Roman. He was told that he should never lay his hands on them. He had no intention to do so anyway. Everyone, including him, saw what happened to the mountain range. The Great Elder and the Second Elder had their artifacts robbed from them, but it was beyond their level to get revenge. Rodaval was curious as to how he got so powerful, but it was no use. It proved to be somewhat useful, but it was nowhere close to making such a monster. He heard his people were second to none when their queen was alive in the years before. He wanted his people to regain power again. That was why he was out here. He was calmest, and that allowed him to live among the humans. Rodaval grabbed his head and moved to the next class. It was a helpful class, even more so than his warrior class. So the seven kingdoms are in balance. The class was very quiet. Everyone was listening carefully to Count Kerbal's every word. His weekly class was a chance for the students to hear what the Royal Chancellor had to say. Karen is the best at keeping its balance. The only country that touches its border with the Great North Wall is Karen. It has Kiera to the east, Tien to the west, and Brashan to the south. It's surrounded by enemies. Everyone kept listening. Karen is maintaining its borders perfectly. No country has ever invaded Karen aside from a long time ago. How did Karen manage to achieve this feat? Everyone knew the answer, but they couldn't say it since it was a sensitive issue. Rodaval raised his hand. It's because Karen sent all of its forces to the wall. It was what Karen did to survive against multiple countries. To threaten the entire continent. A few hundred years ago, Karen was a country that all nations wanted to invade and attack. As the problem reached its peak, the High General at the time, Keldon de Rofelheim, made a decision. He withdrew all forces from the border. Countries started invading past the border, but they were shocked by Karen's final warning that followed. It was daring but too dangerous to ignore. The wall was barely fending the monsters off. If all the Karen forces were to attack the wall, it was bound to break. That meant the fall of the entire continent. There was one king who ignored the warning. The then king of Kiera, Rosal III. Let them do it. They won't have guts to do that. Kiera then invaded Karen, but they should have listened. A few days after, the eastern part of the wall was destroyed by Karen's cannon fire and many Bandar users died that day. Karen had already evacuated their people, so the Harijans invaded Kiera, bringing massive destruction to the Kiera kingdom. Tien and Brashan became shocked and quickly withdrew their forces outside of Karen. Karen then made a pact with the other countries and began concentrating on rebuilding itself. Karen never withdrew its forces from the wall after that. Great answer, Rodaval. Count Kerbal smiled and continued, the current peace is the outcome of a very careful balance. Any slight change will bring upon a new borderline and the power balance can shift in just seconds. Just like this Lagran region you all are in. The students of Tehran seemed angered, but Count Kerbal did not care. He could not worry about everyone's feelings. It's good that we only have to worry about people who want to break the balance. It would be a huge problem if we had to consider the Harijans for that, but it might make your homework easier. People laughed at the joke. I'll give you a thing to think about. You all know Mark Aaron and Kerbal lay in ruins now. The Lay Jayapura which connected the cities is gone too. Everyone became silent. There was someone who did not know about the news yet. Lay Jayapura is gone. Kerbal. That will bring change. Kerbal smiled and continued, think about what each country will do because of this incident. It will be your homework for the week. You are dismissed. Kerbal was surprised when he finished the class and came out to meet the person who was waiting for him. Oh, Xian. You're back already. Count Kerbal was surprised since he heard that Xian had left to travel for a long time. I have some business here. This is part of the travel too. I will leave after a few days. I just came to say hi since I heard you were coming today. I see. So, where have you been? I've been to Lenorva, Mark Aaron, and Kerbal. Is it the Mark Aaron and Kerbal? That's right. Please don't cause trouble here. King Narisha and a few of the high officials knew who was responsible for the destruction of Lagran, and that included Count Kerbal. You are mistaken. I didn't do anything. Count Kerbal was unconvinced. It was impossible that the city could be destroyed within a day. If you say so. As he tried to continue, people erupted into a fight from behind. What are you doing? Stop him. You crazy bastard. The students seemed to have broken into a fight and Xian went to look. It was a group of people against one. Isn't that the Rodaval boy? Rodaval flinched at his feelings as he walked out of the lecture room. His headache was getting worse, but it was the first time he had ever felt anything like this. He could hear some tragic voice from within. Is it mind-controlling magic? Rodaval was confused. His people had high resistance against psychological magic, but the voice was invading his mind. Then he felt everything around him growing hostile. Ugh! Rodaval grabbed his head and fell to his knee at the entrance of the room. Then someone bumped into him. Hey! Why is he here? Hey, stand up! Someone tried to reach out for him, and Rodaval felt his conscience getting destroyed. He then snatched the hand that was coming to help and threw the man away. Chapter 93, Premonition. Arg! He's crazy. Ricardo, who was sent to investigate, cursed at Rodaval who suddenly became enraged and charged at him. Ricardo didn't like him that much, but he left him alone because Rodaval didn't cause any problems. But to charge at him like that? At that moment, Rodaval, after throwing one of Ricardo's friends, lunged at him. Arg! Ricardo couldn't even take out his sword, so he held up his left arm to block it. However, his arm broke instantly and was thrown off. Damn it! I knew he was a vicious fighter, but this... He was always vicious when he fought, but Ricardo thought it was a way of survival that he learned when he traveled through the great forest. He was wrong. This was Rodoval's true self. Tie him down. Damn it. Rodoval didn't pull out his sword, so no one was dead, but it was just a matter of time. Students realized this and began cornering him. At that moment, he backed away into a corner and crouched as if he was afraid. What? People couldn't easily approach him even then, but one came out of the group. What is up with him now? A man walked up and Rodoval backed away. Soon, there was no more room to inch toward and Rodoval began lowering his body some more. After he did his best to crouch, he then fainted. This will do. Yes, thank you, Xian. Xian ignored all the eyes looking at him and moved out. He felt like he was back in his Guarantia days. What is going on? A fire was rising up from the area where the Granines lived and the evil energy was radiating all the way to Granpala. The third elder could barely breathe. Their hearts were racing madly and they had headaches ever since they arrived at Granlitra, but it became so severe yesterday that they were about to discuss it. But it was too late. At that moment, a scream came from outside the house. It was probably one of his people who could not resist the energy from within. This is bad. The elder was barely holding it off, but he could not believe that his people had such evil instincts from within. His heart was ordering him to follow his instincts. To kill and destroy. This is like those Harijans. He couldn't believe his people had the same instincts as the Harijans, but it was not time to think about that. He needed to suppress these instincts and help the others do the same. The third elder quickly moved out of the house. It was chaotic. Some were lying on the ground, grasping their chests or heads, and some were glancing around as if looking for prey. Some were moving down to the human city. No. Stop them. The third elder and a few others began taking care of the situation. They shared Exer to help people gain control of their conscience and knocked out those that tried to run down to the city. Fifth elder. Ask for help. Fourth elder, go find. Great elder, and the second elder. The fifth elder quickly moved out to the people's city and the fourth elder ran to the well of the spirits. The rest of them began searching for clues. There was a limit to suppressing this. What is going on there? Ryan and Celine ran out of their dorm rooms in response to the evil power coming from the Granines' holy place, Granlitra. Everyone was looking in the same direction and there was a person running toward them at an incredible speed. It was the fifth elder. Everyone! Scatter! Run! Ryan shouted. If the fifth elder went mad, the people here had no way to fight him back. People began running at those words. Ryan tried to run too, but his brother came first. Are you okay? Yeah. But I'm not sure what's going on. Ryan sighed in relief and turned to the fifth elder. He was now very close. Fortunately, he seemed okay. We need, your leader, our village, have a problem. We require help. What happened? Ryan asked. Yesterday. Ryan thought about yesterday, but there was nothing weird. Ryan glanced around and found his brother making weird expressions. Xian. Did you see something yesterday? Ryan asked. He couldn't have seen it, but his brother might have. Oh, no. Tell me anything. You know the crater I made before? Yes. I practiced a bit yesterday. I was just wondering if it had to do anything. If there was anything yesterday, that was the only thing. Practice? What kind of practice? You never practice. Ryan commented. Oh. I had a few things I managed to learn so I wanted to test it out. The fifth elder gave some thought to it and asked Xian. About 2 days ago. The elder shook his head. Xian was powerful, but it wasn't something that would affect them like that. Even if his practice affected something, it didn't explain the strange sensation they had from before. I'll send an investigation team to the crater just in case. How is the village? The elders are suppressing the people, but it will not last long. We are having a hard time to controlling it ourselves. We need to find the reason fast. We do not wish for war. The elder spoke and Ryan nodded. The Granine had 4 grand banders, 2 RA banders, and countless masters. If they went mad, this area was doomed. He needed to solve this. Brother, I'll help you out. Thank you, Xian. I definitely welcome your help. Ryan did not refuse Xian's help as the issue was serious. The 4th elder walked up to the well to meet with the 2 elders while grasping his head. The 4th elder felt something strange as he saw Great Elder and the 2nd elder blankly looking down into the well. He became curious and walked up next to them. Then he looked down into the well. The 4th elder felt the reason he came here being erased in his head. Yet it did not matter. He needed to concentrate on the voice coming from the well. Then the 4th elder too began looking down into the well. Chapter 94, Premonition. Something's off. Steel, who was waiting for Xian at the dorm, felt the energy and ran to Lavn at once. Then she saw something weird. The 2 Granines she fought before were looking down into the well. Another Granine that ran up from the village seemed to feel the same strange feeling and carefully approached, but he also got stuck and started looking down into the well. Steel was curious as she knew that the well had spirits in there. Most of them had no conscience and the strongest spirits that were thousands of years old only had their instincts left. So she knew those spirits would have no power over the people here. Nonetheless, she didn't want to end up like those Granines. So she watched from a distance. Oh well. She couldn't hold back anymore and decided to look into the well, but something changed. The Granines began moving into the well. Are they committing suicide? Steel stopped still and watched them. All 3 of them were soon submerged in the well for a few seconds and before they started walking out. Steel frowned at once. Ugh! Why do I have to run so much these days? Steel ran immediately. She wasn't the fastest of the RA banders, so she needed to have a head start to run away from them. She could fight the 3 of them before, but these 3 were different. She needed to find Xian fast. As she jumped out, the 3 elders quickly chased after her. The well water was now decreasing as if the well itself had a hole somewhere. Something's off. What's going on? No, brother. I just feel something strong. Ryan frowned. If you say so, is there something dangerous at our destination? No. I don't think it's that place. Ryan, Xian, and the 5th elder were going to Xian's crater ground. The elder thought it was not the reason, but there was no clues so they decided to go anyway. After looking at the ground, Ryan narrowed his eyes. I didn't see that before. Hee. You practiced a lot. How come I didn't feel anything though? Ryan sighed. Xian would not let his energy flow outward, so no one would have sensed it anyway. So. 5th elder. Do you find anything weird? I am not sure. But I do feel something here. The elder scowled as he felt the pain growing stronger. Let's search the area. Split into teams of 2 and let me know if you find anything. Yes, sir. As the people spread out, Xian looked far toward the mountain and sighed. Ugh. Brother, you should stay here. Where are you going? I need to look after my friend. Don't try to fight if something dangerous happens. Okay. Go ahead. Xian then jumped out. He needed to fight far away so that his brother would not get hurt. At least there aren't that many people around here. Ugh. Steel felt her body get struck against and backed away. Just a little more. She had no way to run and these guys were too strong. Steel knew who these new spirits were. How did they take the bodies? It was the 3 superhumans in the well that she couldn't win against. They somehow managed to come out of the well. It seemed like the spirits were now used to the new bodies they had gained. I like Xian, but never have I ever missed him so much," Steel ranted as she fought off the attackers. Then she turned to the familiar power approaching. Finally, it was Xian. As she brightened up, Xian did not stop and picked Steel up. "I missed Hui. You can't fight here. Come." Xian grabbed Steel and began running in opposite direction. "Where did you get those?" Xian spoke as he glanced to three elders chasing him. "I told you, I'm popular. My charm transcends races. You seem relaxed. You're going to protect me, right?" Ugh. There was no running away. He couldn't leave Steel alone and they would attack the city anyway, which would include Ryan and Celine. He needed to fight them here. "I didn't think they were that strong. What happened to them?" Xian asked as he couldn't understand the sudden increase in power. "I'm not sure, but they became like that once they bathed in the well." "A bath? Yet. Where is that well? I should bath in it and break a barrier myself." "I'm not joking. It's true. I know. I think the spirits in the well took over their bodies and got out." "Hey, didn't they need special bones?" "That's what I thought. But if it's just taking over the body, it can be different." Xian and Steel then stopped at the middle of a mountain and turned back to the three Granines. You don't think we can solve this by talking?" "No. They've lived for thousands of years so they've forgotten everything. They only move with their instincts. Our banders fought with their instincts, so it did not matter anyway. You should take the far left. I'll handle the other two." "Okay. I'll take care of one." Xian then charged at them with Granafon. As Reynold, the investigative team, looked through the crater site, he found something shining in red within the dirt. But a large explosion came from far away and he looked toward the direction of the source. There was a bright light coming from the place. Reynold forgot what he was trying to observe at such a grand sight. He couldn't see that the object he was going to observe was moving by itself. Chapter 95, Guards. Where did they come from? Xian was impressed. These new elders were much different from their weaker selves. They were not wasting their power. They were so strong that if Xian had not overcome his barrier a while ago, it could have been dangerous. Luckily, I got here in time. Miss Steel would have been killed if she fought them when they adjusted to the bodies. Their power was growing after they made adjustments. Granted, it was nothing close to Xian's current level. That spirit inside the Great Elder looks like a woman. He couldn't figure out why, but he just had a gut feeling. It wasn't because the fighting style was girlish. It was even more vicious than the second elders, but that didn't matter. Xian was not in any hurry. He was actually happy that this had occurred. They were an enemy worthy enough for him to use his newly acquired powers on. They were strong, but they were not strong enough to the point where Xian would be worried about losing. He looked around, but he couldn't find anything besides his people. He lost a lot of memories, but he tried to decipher the situation. Name? I don't remember. He was filled with many thoughts, but soon his mind was filled with powerful desires. There was no meaning. There was no body to act. Then he felt his conscience flowing somewhere else. No, it was the water of lava leaking out from the well. After flowing through multiple lands, he arrived. He wasn't sure where it was, but it was easy to recognize. They needed a body to reincarnate, but this allowed them to be reborn. His people who came with him were also observed by they. Then the senses came back. He felt lights touching his eyes. He heard a noise. He could even move his hands. He thought he needed a sword and a sword was given. I am coming back to life. He thought he no longer yearned to live as he had lived long enough. That was wrong. He then realized if he followed the orders that resonated from within, he would never have to give up this sensation again. This was, after all, their purpose. Reynold heard a sound calling out to him. Someone was shouting at him from a distance, but he could not hear as it was drawn out by the explosions. He looked more closely. Full. He could barely hear the sound, so he cupped his ears. Then he finally heard the voice. "Be careful, you idiot!" Ugh! It was too late. There was a sword that pierced through him from the back. He tried to think about what was going on, but another sword cut his head off. Damn it! What the hell are those? Kuddle cursed as he couldn't save Reynold from death. Bones coming to life from the ground. Red energy eerily hung upon the empty eye sockets. They were only skeletons, but they did not look weak. Kuddle felt a chill running through his veins. He tried to charge at them. There were only 2 of them. He still had a chance. He turned back immediately and went to where Ryan was at. It was not only 2. There were more than 10 of those skeletons rising from the ground. "Form the defense line!" Ryan shouted to the others as he heard the skeleton. These skeletons were weak, but now they were gaining strength as they were making adjustments. It was too late to run also. He could have run, but it wouldn't be possible for those at the expert level. "Fifth Elder, can you help?" "I will, try. But don't expect too much." The Elder grabbed his head as his headache grew worse and moved forward. Then the group clashed against the red skeletons. "Ha ha ha!" Xian laughed as he swung his sword to throw the target into the mountain. He was excited that he had a target to fight with at full power. These guys kept coming back to life. Even when their arms and legs were cut off, they grew back instantly. This wasn't natural even when the Granines were known to reincarnate. That didn't matter to Xian. He was happy that his toys were not breaking down. At that moment, the Great Elder regenerated his arm and focused blue energy on his hand to throw against Xian. Xian didn't bother to block it. He took the chance to attack the Second Elder. The attack struck Xian's head. Or it should have struck his head, but it did not. His head was covered with some invisible barrier. The Elder did not care. As Xian struck the Great Elder and the Second Elder, he felt some kind of energy working on him. What is that bastard is trying to? He looked around and noticed the magic was activating from within. It was from the ring he was wearing. It was the ring that summoned the wearer when the necklace wearer was in danger. Xian frowned. He thought Ryan was safe there, but it turns out it wasn't. He would have accepted the summoning under normal circumstances. But Miss Steele will die if I go right now. Steele would not survive if he disappeared right now. Xian then began swinging his sword around fiercely. He was going to injure them severely at least before he was summoned, but the regeneration held him back. Damn it! The green light shining from the ring told him it was too late. Xian made a choice. Chapter 96, Guards. Damn it! Steele grew angry at the Fourth Elder. The spirit inside was strong, but it was reborn into the body of a Grand Bander, so she thought it was going to be easy to manage. She was wrong. The regeneration was just too fast to keep up with. This regeneration doesn't make sense. What is Xian doing? Steele glanced around to look at Xian. To her surprise, Xian seemed to be troubled. Hey! Those two were very powerful, but Xian was stronger than them, so Steele wasn't worried. Are they stronger than I expected? It doesn't look like it though. At that moment, Xian began flying toward Steele at an incredible speed. Steele was so surprised that she missed her opponent's move. Damn it! She readied herself to lose her arm as she saw the attack coming, but it did not come. Xian came over and smacked the elder before he hurled him toward the other elders. Xian, you came to save Miss Steele. We don't have time. Hey! Xian snatched Steele's hand and put on a ring on her hand. She was dumbfounded, but she soon smiled. Oh, are you proposing here? How romantic! You don't need to do this in such a hurry. What are you talking about? Take care of my brother, will you? What? Steele was confused, but a green light encased her and she was gone. Xian then felt relaxed. He wasn't sure what happened, but steel would probably be enough to save Ryan and run away. I'm done. Let's play, you bastards. Xian then charged at the three elders. Stay strong. Just a little longer. Ryan was getting tired from the skeleton attacks. He was barely managing due to the necklace that Xian gave it to him. He thought he was a goner when he was struck by a skeleton. However, the necklace began to shine and created a weird cloud around Ryan's body. It wasn't just a cloud. It began to form electricity on Ryan's weapon and it even shot lightning out toward the enemy. Ryan moved forward to the front line to fight. He needed to save at least one more. But it was too much. The fifth elder wasn't much help since he was still struggling from his headache and the others were too weak. Then an attack followed. Ryan saw the sword coming to him, but it was too late. At that moment, green light exploded from the necklace. The light reflected the sword and lingered for a while. When it subsided, a thin and long slender arm came from within. Ugh, what is this? Steel could have rejected the elixir that worked on herself, but Xian wouldn't do anything strange and he looked like he was in a hurry so she accepted it. It was a short distance teleportation rune. She turned and saw Ryan next to her. It was then that she realized the ring was the artifact that Xian was so happy to acquire. Ugh! I got happy for nothing. She looked around and found weird skeletons attacking Ryan and the others. She wasn't sure what these skeletons were, but she knew what she needed to do. She ranted and casually knocked the skeleton that charged at her. The result wasn't light. The skeleton was thrown all the way out, crashing into all other skeletons in the way and onto the ground. Ryan was shocked. The woman Xian introduced to him a while back had jumped out from the necklace. She wasn't ladylike anymore. She was more like a ferocious beast. Don't worry, Ryan. Oh, I can call you Ryan, right? Yes. Miss Steele. I guess I am, a guardian angel sent by your brother to save you. Steele then turned with an irritated look toward the skeletons. Steele turned to Ryan after throwing the fifth elder away. This will do, right? Yes. Thank you. But why is that old man charging at me like that? It was after she was almost done taking care of skeletons when the fifth elder suddenly charged at Steele. She was weary if the fifth elder had changed spirits, but he simply just lost his mind. The elder kept coming back after regenerating, so Steele destroyed all the elder's bones and threw them away. Hee. I'm still strong, right? Steele suddenly became sad. She had to run away so many times lately that she had to feel proud while being looked upon by such babies. This will do. Thank you, Miss Steele. But where did they come from? There were the skeletons, the mindless Granine, and the revived R.A. Bander. Everything seemed to be connected and there seemed to be a reason behind all this. Sir Ryan. Yes, Koodle. Shouldn't we take a look at the hole they came out from? Did you see where they came out from? Yes, it was from the hole behind Reynolds' body. Koodle pointed toward Reynolds' headless body. There was something red inside. What is that? How did we not know? Ryan spoke as he saw something suspicious buried within. That is supposed to be miles deep. It's visible only because the mountain was dug up in the last war. I see. Someone from the Leground region explained the situation. Let me look at it. But, Sir Ryan. Yes. If the fifth elder lost his mind like that, will the Granine village be okay? Ryan realized he had missed something important. If the fifth elder lost his mind, there was no guarantee that the other elders were holding off. We should go right now. And Miss Steele. Yes. If it's not too much, can you lend us a hand? Steele had no interest if the Granines and humans fought against each other and killed one another. She was more interested in that suspicious red object. On the other hand, it was Xian's loving brother who was asking her. I should gain some credit here. The third and sixth elders were probably at the village right now, and if they lost their minds, the village was probably very dangerous. And if Ryan was to be sent alone, he wouldn't kill me, would he? She couldn't say for sure, so she decided to play it safe. Okay. Tell your brother that I helped you later though. Of course. We are alive because of you. Sir Ryan, there's no one in the village. Right. Where did they all go? Ryan and the others were confused. If they had gone mad, then they should have run toward the city. Ryan had already gone to city first, but there were no Granines there either. Miss Steele, do you suspect something? Yeah, but you should return to the city. I'll look into it myself. Steele then disappeared from the spot. Chapter 97, Guards. Steele went to where Xian was fighting. If she was right, everyone was probably there. There was no sound coming from the battleground, meaning that the fight was nearly over. Steele relaxed as she walked. She knew there was no way for Xian to lose. As I expected. Steele sighed in satisfaction as she saw the scene. It was a mountain when she was teleported away, but there was now a huge and deep hole where Xian and a bunch of figures that looked like Granines were scattered around. Haha, you did a heck of a work again. I think we should call this place the Xian mountain range now. Haha. You're here. Is my brother okay? Xian looked tired, but he asked for his brother first. Hee. Who do you think you are talking to? Your brother is safe. That's a relief. Thank you, Miss Steele. Steele laughed, it's your brother. I definitely have to take good care of him. Doesn't it feel good to do some exercise? Steele spoke as she thought about Xian who was hacking away with his new powers at the mountains and skies. It wasn't that easy. Look. Xian showed her a ragged sword. It was his weapon, Chronofon. There was a huge crack in it. So, they really were strong. I can't shape it anymore. Ugh. I should use it more carefully. I can't find any other thing like this. Right, where did you get that anyway? Steele asked. The black sword that could withstand Xian's power had the strength and durability that was on par with the artifacts that Steele had. This? Oh, Xian then began explaining how he got the weapon. Steele looked disgusted. Ugh, so you mean that sword is made with dough that has people mixed into it? You have terrible taste. Chronofon? I think Contian mix might be a better name. Xian looked like he was slightly bothered by what Steele said, but he took a good look at his sword and shook his head. I'm using this sword anyway. You were going to try to take it as yours if I threw it away, right? Oops. I knew it. Steele then changed the subject quickly. So, are they all dead? No. I tried, but they won't die. They even came back to life even when I crushed their heads, so I just crushed their arms and legs. They can't die, so the situation is not over yet, Xian explained, and Steele looked down to see the figures wiggling from below. What about the other Granines other than the three? They helped those three when they were getting beaten up. They don't die either. I just crushed their bones for now. Oh, right. Talking about that. Steele then explained what she found after she saved Ryan. That's weird. Isn't it? Let's take a look. It might give us a hint. Sure. I don't think it's going to end like this. But I can't leave them here either. Xian looked down at the Granines moving about. Are you afraid they'll start moving again? Yeah. It should be okay until we return, but still. Xian then jumped down. He then stacked the three Granines who couldn't move and placed his Chronofon on top of it. There, they won't move for a while. They might regenerate, but it will take time for them to recover enough strength to move this sword. You sure are smart sometimes. Is that a compliment? Anyway, let's make it quick. Wait. Let's make sure. Steel then struck the side of a hole. The mountain next to the hole began crumbling down and the dirt fell down on the granines, covering them up instantly. This will buy us more time. Good. Let's go. Xian and Steel then moved to the place where Ryan was fighting a while ago. They arrived and saw the skeletons trying to reassemble themselves with red energy radiating around them. I guess there really is something there. Yet. I wonder what it is. Xian shook his head. We'll see once we take a look. Where is it? I heard it was beyond the headless body or something. There are too many bodies like that. Wait. It was about there. Oh, it's that one. Xian and Steel ran up to a body lying in front of a cliff and found an opening beyond it. Then they found something glowing in red that was covered in dirt. It looks smooth. Steel spoke as she saw a smooth red wall, but it wasn't a wall. There were particles. Red particles were placed in a line that blocked Xian and Steel's path. They examined it and found a few of the particles that had broken off and fallen out. There are some particles here. Xian, why are you so quiet? Xian was glaring at the wall. Is this something weird? I don't feel anything. Don't touch it. Hey. Steel knew Xian would not say something like that so quickly, so she backed away. Why? What is it? Let's get out. What? Xian took her hand and dragged her out back to the cliff area. Don't we have to go past that red wall to see what's in there? Xian didn't answer and began focusing energy on his both hands. A space in his hands began to distort and dark energy radiated from within. Steel was surprised at such a vast amount of energy being gathered, but Xian then waved it around like a windmill. Then the mountain in front of them began crumbling down. After the mountain was destroyed and the dust cloud subsided, Steel got to see what was inside. Is this? This was the red wall that you saw back there. Steel could not believe her eyes. Rodaval was dreaming. No, it wasn't a dream. He was experiencing an old memory. A memory that came from the ancient times. Rodaval spoke to himself as he looked around. He was not a Granin in this memory. He was a larger but weaker four-legged living being. He was good at surviving and became stronger. The horn on its head grew, one by one. Then it became 6. It was now strong enough to rule the continent. But it did not lay its guard down. It was more careful in choosing who to fight and who to eat. Then it realized it was time to become something more than a 6-horn, the time of ascension was its most vulnerable time period. It needed to hide, but that was not possible. Thus, it decided to make a being that needed it. It had the power to do it. It spat out a blob of spit at the middle of a mountain. It wasn't an ordinary spit. Its purpose was to cage that made living beings move. It then took its own tailbone and used magic on it. The tailbone was shaped and muscles were placed on top of it, while the veins and flesh came on top. The creation was satisfying. It was going to revive if power was provided. It was weak, but it looked good enough to become a guard. It knew how to reproduce, so that was good as well. Then, when it was almost time to go to the next step, it ordered one thing into the new creation. To work as a guard. You will earn great power and life force if I'm attacked. Protect me with that power. It was the purpose for the creation and thus it was never allowed to disobey. It was carved within the bones and souls so that it would not disappear. That was the end of the memory. There was no telling of what happened to that being. Rodaval felt empty. Granin, a powerful race. But his race was a mere guard that some Harrigan created to protect itself. This was the reason why his people became mad. It was because Harrigan's body was attacked that they reacted for their purpose. Then Rodaval was given another memory. That being was successfully reborn into another being, leaving its husk for us to protect for thousands of years. Rodaval was confused by the sudden memory that was sent to him. Come here. We don't have time. Rodaval was then pulled out from his dreams. He was chained, but it was not enough to hold him down. There was no more madness surrounding him. Rodoval took off the chains and jumped out of the building. He then began running toward the voice that called out to him. Chapter 98, Husk. Steel couldn't find a word to describe it. It was a huge body with numerous red particles covering it. It was covered within the mountain, so it must have been lying underground for thousands of years, but the red particles, or the scales, were flawless. The head had 6 horns. It wasn't like fish no one's young horns. All of the horns were fully grown and twisted, showing that it had been growing for ages. What was more amazing was that it was just a husk. It looked like it would come back to life at any moment, but it was all but a husk. Steel then let out a sigh of relief. She then realized she had been nervous and couldn't even breathe correctly because of it. No wonder why I couldn't feel anything. Steel moaned at the fact that she had been living on top of this husk for 200 years. It's not an empty husk. Hey! It has all of the power extracted into it. It's sealed tight inside. That's why you and I didn't feel anything. Xian looked serious. How much power does it have? It's much more than mine. What? It has weakened due to age though. It probably was stronger back when it just got here. I think the reason why the Leground region is prosperous is because of this. Steel was astounded. A power that allowed the land to grow and prosper for thousands of years. But that doesn't make sense. Why was it abandoned then? It's either of the two. Either it had no choice or this power was nothing to the new one that came out from it. Haha. I thought the 7-horned Harrigan was a fairy tale. Haha, Steel could not say anything but laugh. So this is the reason why they keep coming back to life. If they are getting power from here, we will need to kill them hundreds of times. Then what should we do? They were buried, but there would be no time later when they came out from it. Killing it hundreds of times was not something even Xian could do. Without Xian, those monsters would destroy everything in the region. Miss Steel, there are times when I have a feeling that I have no choice left. What do you mean? I know I vowed to never go to a dangerous place again, but there's no other way. What are you talking about? Steel asked. I can't keep killing them. They're strong and they won't die. The reason why they have awakened is because we touched the husk here. My practice a few days ago was the final trigger. It was an easy guess. The Granines were somewhat like guardians to this husk and gained energy in return. The reason for their madness was probably connected to Xian using his power near this place. It was because his power affected the husk down here. But I don't know how long it will take, but I won't die. Hey, why can't you just run? And you just said you are going to put yourself into danger. Steel became frustrated. Xian just said that he had no choice but to face the danger of death to solve this. I told you. They will come after me. I can't run away. Besides, I should take responsibility for my actions. Don't worry, I'm not going to die. I'm going to become stronger. It was different this time. It was him who touched the sleeping husk and it was him who was responsible for the upcoming death. You idiot, that's nothing. You're not a normal human. Steel shouted. Responsibility for the lives of humans, it didn't make sense. Hee hee. I'll be normal as far as I can be. It's been fun. Take care of my family, will you? Oh, and take this too. Xian then took off his Nitsmitten and put it on Steel's neck. You said you're not going to die. I'm just letting you keep it so it won't get destroyed. It's mine. I'll come back for you. Xian then began moving toward the red scale. Before Steel could do anything, Xian laid his hands on it. Not so fast. The husk began moving. The husk was left by such a powerful being that it had its own will and after it had been awakened, and it was now feeling hungry. The husk didn't want to lose this high-energy food that had contacted it. The husk then stopped sending all the energy to the and began focusing on the food. The husk then swallowed Xian at an incredible speed. What? Steel couldn't do anything but watch. Scales were quickly swarming over Xian and the whole husk started moving to eat Xian whole. The skeletons that were scattered around changed shape and returned to the scales to join forces. The scales then began spinning, becoming a red sphere before getting smaller. After shrinking down to a sphere about 4 feet in diameter, it stopped. It was trying to destroy something inside, but it was being fought back from the inside. From the outside, it looked like a red egg. Steel stared at the red egg. She wasn't powerful enough to fight it, and knowing what was happening inside, she didn't want to feed the husk energy. Hehe, if you want to play it cool, then I'll help you as your mate. Come back victorious. Steel then began pulling Bander into her entire body. When all power was gathered, she then smacked the ground hard. It was a fist on the ground, but it rumbled like an earthquake. No, it was an actual earthquake. The ground that was weakened by the fight between Xian and the Grand Ines began crumbling and the entire ground around the red sphere began to fall. The sphere was then buried a few hundred feet below ground and there was no trace left afterward. That's good. You should thank me when you come back. Steel then moved out to check on the buried Grand Ines. Steel checked the area where she had buried the Grand Ines a while ago. There was a trace of them trying to dig out of the ground, but it seemed that their bones were left in dust after the power source stopped. They're all dead. The others were okay, but she needed to check on the 3. Steel then began digging down to check on the 3 elders. Fortunately, they were all dead. The energy source stopped before they could finish their regenerations, thus killing them. Steel then picked up Chronofon that was on top of them and then stashed it into Nitsmatan. Good. This is finished. Steel then buried all bodies by destroying the hole and moved out. One person watching her from the distance. It was Rodaval. I was lucky. Our people's revival is in your hands. You are the sole survivor. I know. Rodaval answered the weird voice coming from within. He couldn't make sure if the monster woman was gone for sure, so he waited for a day and began digging down. He then collected the bones and moved to a part of the Sky Mountain where nobody could find him. Territory of Dragona, the ruler of Sky Mountain. It was the place where no Harrigan or human would enter. It was the perfect place for him to grow more powerful. Chapter 99, Return. Hey, Ron. Come here, quick. You're too fast, Mirian. Are we even allowed here? It was empty land with destroyed traces on the ground. It was a barren part of a mountain that didn't seem dangerous, but Ron felt disturbed. Then Mirian became annoyed. Hey! Don't be such a coward. The teachers didn't say we couldn't come here. They just said people avoid this place. They did. They warned about the possible danger due to the weakened ground. Ron heard that Instructor Kudal said this land became unstable after the incident 5 years ago, but Mirian didn't seem to mind. You can go home then. I need to see it with my own eyes. Hey? What is it? Follow me if you want to know. Mirian then began jumping up the rocks to climb up, and Ron followed after shaking his head. It was after the sun began to go down that they arrived at the destination. Is it here? Yeah. I saw this from far away last time. I couldn't even sleep because I wanted to see this. It does look weird. There was nothing special around here. Except for one thing. The place Mirian pointed to had a human-sized pillar in the ground, and the pillar had various compartments. There might be an owner to this. Hey! Look, each drawer has a name. It was locked, but each compartment had names written on top. There weren't that many that had names. Really? Oh, that's unfortunate. Hey? Why? I thought it had some kind of hidden treasure or something. I thought that was why the teachers didn't want us to come here. Mirian exclaimed. Ron grew curious about the names and began to look more closely. After looking about, Ron became shocked. Hey! Marian! It might have the treasures that you wanted. Hey! Marian turned back to Ron with a disappointed look. Look at these names. Marian realized she had not read the names and began examining it. Wow! Marian brightened up instantly. She didn't know who Steele was, but she recognized all the other names. The king who brought the age of peace to Tien, Narishakun Tien I, the kingdom's greatest general, Grand Bander Kane von Roman, and the leaders of the most powerful special force, Ryan von Roman and Celine de Kirain. They were all the most important figures of Tien. Maybe it has secret teachings in there. Maybe something that can make you a Grand Bander instantly. I don't think so. Besides, all teachings are shared in Granpala. How do you know if that's everything? Oh. It didn't make much sense, but Marian didn't care. She was too excited already. She began unlocking the compartments. Hey, Marian, what are you doing? I want to take a look. We shouldn't touch it. There must be an owner. Who's the owner? Hey! I saw this months ago already. The owner must have taken it if there was one. Even if there was, the owner wouldn't really care if it was left alone here like this. But... Hey, I'm not taking anything. I'm just taking a look. Aren't you curious too? Ron couldn't say anything. He was, in fact, curious about what secret this mysterious pillar contained. You stay there. Hee hee. Let me see. Marian took out a hairpin from her pocket and began to pick the lock before she finally opened the drawer. She was most curious about Count Roman's drawer as she was a warrior herself, so she checked to see what it had, but she was disappointed. What is this? Hey? What? No, wait. Let me try the other ones. Marian then moved on to the other compartments, but she was still disappointed. Ron curiously walked up to see what was inside each of the compartments. A letter. There was nothing else but a handful of letters. So the name was the sender. Ron then became curious. Then who's the receiver? He would have known if he had read the letters, but he thought it was too much so he decided not to. Marian had a different idea. The letter, it can be a way to deceive us. There should be some secret inside. She then stood up and walked toward the compartment. Move out. Hey, what are you doing? I'm going to read it. No. It's a private letter. What are you going to do if those senders find out? It would be a problem if those letters contained private matters. There was a possibility that their lives could be in danger if it really contained such matters. Ron explained this to Marian and she understood. But she couldn't resist the temptation. Then let's read those with the name Steele on it. I've never heard of the name, so there won't be any secrets in there. That doesn't make any sense. Marian quickly moved closer. Then a voice came from the back. You don't want to do that. You might die. Ron and Marian flinched and turned back quickly. There was a weird man talking to them. He was weird because he was buried in the ground up until his head. Who are you? Since when? I was probably here before you started pick-locking those drawers. Ugh, so what are you doing there? Why are you buried like that? Ron tried to change the subject. Oh. I don't have any clothes, and since you guys are there, I can't come out right now. Haha. The man laughed. But why are we going to die if we read that letter? Is there some hidden secret? Oh, no. It's probably not like that. But... Marian looked at the man as he continued, the owner might get embarrassed. She'll kill anyone who reads that letter other than me. Marian couldn't understand. What kind of person was that violent? However, she realized there was something important according to what he just said. So, you are the receiver? Yeah, probably. Can I ask you a favor? Yes. If I'm correct, there should be clothing in the pillar. Can you toss me those? Marian searched around the pillar. Sure enough, she found some clothing. Here you go. Thank you. The man then began moving about underground and came out after putting on the clothes. Whoa! He then let out a yawn and began stretching. Ha, sorry about that. So, why are you guys here? The man looked at them with a weird look after noticing that there was nothing around other than the pillar. Oh, we were just here on a walk. But what are you doing here? Buried up to your neck. Oh. What year is it right now? Don't look at me like that. Please, tell me. It's 1017. Oh. I see. He then moved past Ron and Marian and began opening the compartments. It was locked, but the man opened it effortlessly. Wow, brother, you sure know what to do. Perfect. He then found money from within, took the bag from the pillar, and collected all letters into it. After he was done packing, he then started walking down toward the city. Marian decided to follow him. They were going in the same direction and she was curious about the man. Hey! The man turned back to Marian. What is it? Let's go together. You have something more to say? No, we have to go back to the city too, so we can go together. The man nodded. Sure. I was bored too. You can tell me about any news in the world. Hee, okay. Hey Ron! Let's go! Marian yelled at Ron to follow and the three of them began walking down to the city. Oh, by the way. I'm Marian and this is Ron. Hello. I'm Ron. The man smiled. I am Xian. They began walking toward the city of Legrand. Chapter 100, Return. Xian went straight for the cafeteria at Grandpala once he reached the city. As he devoured the food, he talked with Ron and Marian to share information. So, why are you guys here? I thought Academy was on vacation. We had some business. Ron couldn't say they waited for the vacation where the number of people at Grandpala decreased to check on the pillar. I see. But this place is great. It's plain school food, is it really that good? Of course. It's been so long. Xian felt so good eating real food after a long time. He did eat the husk, but he didn't really eat it with his mouth, so he always longed for something in his mouth. The real taste of food after 5 years was so good. Hey, Xian. Yeah. Xian turned to Marian. Those letters at the pillar. Are those all for you? I haven't read them yet, but probably. Are all those people your friends then? Xian gave some thought to it and answered. Friends? No. Oh, I see. Marian nodded understandingly. Those people were too famous for some mountain dweller to know about them. She was shocked by what Xian said afterward. We are family. Marian then realized where she had heard the name Xian. It was the name instructor Ryan spoke about a countless number of times. Xian von Roman. The missing second son of the Roman family. He had gone missing when Sky Mountain was destroyed and all of Gran Ines had gone missing back 5 years ago. There had been rumors surrounding Xian, but none of rumors seemed to be true. Even if only half of them were true, it would make Xian inhuman. Even the incident itself was suspicious. There were some who claimed they saw a giant beast within the mountain, but there was no evidence of such a thing and all the Gran Ines going missing wasn't explained either. The other big issues that arose afterward overshadowed the incident as the kingdom grew busier. Gods, we heard the incident was 5 years ago. Have you been somewhere? Oh, it was nothing. I was, just locked up somewhere. Xian smiled bitterly. He had to spend 5 years fighting against the husk of the monster that tried to destroy and absorb him. It wasn't a good feeling to be locked up inside a monster. It was powerful, but it had no will of its own, and that allowed Xian to win. So, the rumor was true then. What rumor? Did the Grand Ines really kidnap you to do human experiments on you? This one is most popular. No, not at all. Then did you run away with a Granine princess? I don't think they even have a princess. What? So those rumors were all a hoax then? Miriam looked disappointed. Well, rumors are rumors. So, what are you going to do now? Ron asked. I guess I should go home first. Oh, is my brother still an instructor there? No. He's back at Dragona. Curse that old man. I told him to put my brother in the 3rd Night Guard. Is that old man some high-ranking official? Ron asked carefully. A man who could place Ryan von Roman must have some rank. I guess. Xian nodded as he knew no one higher than a king. But he probably didn't have a choice. The 3rd Night Guard has disbanded. Hey? How did that happen? The capital always had forces to keep the peace. Xian couldn't understand the reasoning behind such a move and questioned it. Ron answered bitterly. We are lacking in manpower. Hey! Is there a war? No. No country dares to attack us anymore, Ron answered proudly. Tian was at its peak after King Narisha was enthroned. All the talented individuals who graduated from Granpala were dispatched to all parts of Tian and the nation was flourishing. Then what? There's no country that dares to attack us, but the Harijans don't care about that. Miriam answered instead. Harijans? Was the wall broken? Xian asked. No, but after 5 years ago when Sky Mountain was destroyed, there was a change. Ron began explaining. Ugh. I'm getting a headache. You should get some rest, Your Majesty. Look at all the work that needs to be done, haha. King Narisha was speaking to Viscount Talon. The king was really tired after all the meetings and paperwork that needed to be done. He then thought about what happened 5 years ago. He was so shocked when he heard a huge tremor detected from the Leground region. The king asked if Granpala was okay. The place had all of the talented individuals from around the country. If that place was destroyed, it would mean war. The king was worried when he heard Xian going to the place. Luckily, Granpala was unharmed. After that, king asked if the Grand Ines were okay. There was good and bad news. The bad was that all the Grand Ines were missing. The good news was that they were gone entirely, so there was no problem. It was good up to that point. But the real problem came next. Why are those Harijans coming from beyond Sky Mountain? Sky Mountain. A sacred place. No living beings lived there and no one dared to set foot there. No humans, no Harijans, nothing. The peace of the Eurasian continent was due to Sky Mountain blocking off the entire northern side of the continent. It allowed humans to only protect the east side. But things changed starting 5 years ago. It was only a part of it, but Harijans began coming out from a corner of Sky Mountain. The damage was devastating at first. None of the countries were prepared to fight against the Harijans that had been lurking for 400 years. It was after a few estates were left in ruins that Tian barely managed to take control. They sent all available forces to the north of Tian, to block the Harijans from coming over. It wasn't a lot, but the range was too wide. The king then asked for the other countries to help. Just like the Great North Wall, this problem wasn't something Tian could take on alone. All the countries agreed to help, but they did not send anyone. Bastards! The king cursed at those countries. They were becoming weary of Tian for growing powerful, so they did not send help. Taran and Sharon then began to fight as soon as Tian was busy protecting the border at Sky Mountain. Sharon had finished conquering Khan Kingdom and had grown into powerful country, so it was in a good fight with Taran, who had been weakened by losing the Leground region. Karen, Kiera, and Brashan grew closer after losing Lei Jayapura. They felt their power growing weaker compared to the other countries, so they began building an alliance. Tian became more busy with all of this going on. They were building walls on the north border, but it would take years for it to be finished. What went wrong? I thought I would at least conquer Tehran in 10 years. Xian moved around without putting much thought into it, but every place he went to caused a huge power shift in the world. The 5 years without Xian was at least easier in the fact that it was predictable. Yet the king couldn't say this out loud in fear of Stantle I, who might be lurking around. It was why he had been writing letters every year. It's been a while since I wrote a letter. Maybe I should write one now. The king did send a letter once every year that included how the world had changed. Xian's return was unpredictable, but he hoped Xian would see the letter and understand the situation and tread carefully afterwards. However, the king knew that Xian would not care. He would not even understand. Please, stay there for a little longer. The king almost wrote this in the letter, but he barely held it back before he began writing.